Welcome, young witch, young wizard, to a journey that will carry you far beyond the familiar towers of Britain, beyond the stone corridors you know so well, into the vast and wondrous landscape of magical education that spans our entire world. Tonight, as you settle into the comfort of your dormitory, let these words transport you across oceans and continents, through mountains and jungles, to discover the 11 great schools of magic that shape young minds in traditions as old as magic itself. Close your eyes and drift with me through this chronicle of knowledge, where every castle holds secrets and every tradition carries the weight of centuries. In the rolling hills of Scotland, where morning mist clings to ancient stone, and magic flows through the very earth like water through riverbeds, there stands a castle that has captured the imagination of the wizarding world for over 1,000 years. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry rises from the Highland landscape like a natural formation, as if the mountains themselves had decided to reach toward the sky in towers and turrets, in battlements and soaring spires that pierce the low-hanging clouds. The castle sits beside a great black lake whose depths have never been fully plumbed, surrounded by the forbidden forest where creatures both wondrous and terrible make their homes beneath the canopy of trees that have stood since before the school's founding. The story of Hogwarts begins in an era of darkness and fear. During the 10th century, when the flames of persecution burned hot across the lands, and magic itself was cause for execution, Muggles, afraid of what they could not understand, hunted those with magical abilities with a fervor born of terror and superstition. Witch hunts swept through villages and towns, and those suspected of possessing magical powers faced trials that were designed not to determine innocence but to confirm guilt that had already been assumed. The pyres burned constantly, fed by fear and ignorance, and the magical community found itself driven into hiding, forced to conceal the very essence of their nature simply to survive another day. It was during this time of tribulation that 4 witches and wizards of extraordinary power and vision came together, united by what the Sorting Hat itself would later describe as the self-same yearning to make the world's best magic school. Godric Gryffindor, bold and brave, a master of dueling whose sword would become legendary in its own right. Salazar Slytherin, cunning and ambitious, whose understanding of magic's darker aspects was matched only by his skill in wielding them. Rowena Ravenclaw, whose intelligence and wisdom exceeded that of any witch or wizard of her generation, whose inventions and innovations pushed the boundaries of what magic could achieve. And Helga Hufflepuff, loyal and patient, whose dedication to nurturing talent in all students regardless of their backgrounds made her beloved by those fortunate enough to study under her guidance. These 4 had been friends and colleagues for years before the founding, having fought together against the persecution of their kind, having shared the dangers and hardships that came with being magical in a world that had turned hostile to their existence. But friendship alone would not have been sufficient to create an institution that would endure for a millennium. What bound them together was something deeper than mere companionship, a shared vision of a future where young witches and wizards could learn their craft in safety, where magical knowledge could be preserved and passed down through generations, where the persecution they had endured would become nothing more than historical memory because their students would be powerful enough and wise enough to defend themselves and their communities. The location of Hogwarts came to Rowena Ravenclaw in a dream, or so the story has been passed down through the centuries. She dreamed of a warty hog, ancient and wise, that led her across moorland and through glens until they reached a cliff overlooking a great black lake. The hog stopped at the cliff's edge and gazed out over the water, and in her dream, Ravenclaw understood that this was where their school must be built. When she woke, she shared the vision with her 3 companions, and they set out across Scotland until they found the very place that had appeared in her sleeping mind. Whether the dream was prophecy or simple coincidence has been debated by magical historians for centuries, but the result was undeniable. The location was perfect, remote enough to provide protection from Muggle interference, yet accessible to those with magical means of transportation. The lake would provide water and serve as home to magical creatures that could aid in the students' education. The forest would offer resources and challenges in equal measure, and the Scottish Highlands themselves carried a quality of wild magic that seemed to resonate with the founders' intentions. The construction of the castle took several years, and the magic involved in its creation remains partially mysterious, even to contemporary scholars who have studied its architecture and enchantments extensively. The four founders worked together, each contributing their particular expertise to different aspects of the structure. Gryffindor focused on the defensive aspects, creating wards and protections that would alert the inhabitants to approaching danger and repel those with hostile intentions. Slytherin, with his knowledge of concealment and misdirection, wove enchantments that made the castle invisible to Muggle eyes, causing any non-magical person who approached to see only dangerous ruins and feel an overwhelming urge to remember pressing business elsewhere. Ravenclaw designed many of the castle's more esoteric features, including the moving staircases that would prevent the castle from ever being fully mapped, and the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall that would reflect the sky above. Hufflepuff created the kitchens and established the relationship with the house elves who would serve the school, ensuring that students would be well fed and comfortable so they could focus their energies on learning rather than survival. But even as they built their school together, differences began to emerge among the founders. Philosophical disagreements that would eventually tear apart the friendship that had created something so magnificent. The conflict centered primarily on the question of who should be allowed to attend Hogwarts, what qualities should be sought in students, and whether magical ability alone was sufficient qualification, or whether other factors such as blood purity should be considered. Salazar Slytherin believed that magical education should be reserved for those of pure magical lineage, that allowing Muggle-born students to learn alongside pure bloods diluted the power and heritage that wizarding families had preserved for generations. He argued that Muggle-borns could not be trusted, that their connections to the non-magical world made them security risks who might reveal the school's location and the existence of the magical community to those who would seek to destroy it. The other three founders disagreed with Slytherin's position, though their reasons and the intensity of their opposition varied. Gryffindor, whose courage was matched by his fierce sense of justice, found the notion of excluding students based on their parentage to be fundamentally wrong, a betrayal of the very principles they had established the school to uphold. If they turned away talented young witches and wizards simply because they happened to be born to Muggle parents, were they not engaging in the same sort of prejudice and discrimination that had led to the persecution they themselves had fled? Ravenclaw, approaching the question from a more intellectual perspective, pointed out that some of the most brilliant magical minds she had encountered had come from Muggle families, that magical ability manifested across all bloodlines, and that restricting their student body to purebloods would limit the school's potential and eventually lead to stagnation as the same families intermarried and the magical gene pool became increasingly restricted. Hufflepuff, ever the champion of fairness and inclusion, argued that every child with magical ability deserved the chance to learn how to control and develop their powers, that leaving Muggle-born children to struggle with magic they didn't understand was not only cruel but dangerous, as untrained magic could be volatile and destructive. The disagreement festered for years, growing more bitter with each passing season as Slytherin found himself increasingly isolated in his views yet unwilling to abandon them. The other founders tried to reason with him, to help him see that his fears about Muggle-born students were unfounded, but Slytherin had become convinced that he alone understood the true dangers facing the magical community. Eventually, the conflict reached a point where Slytherin could no longer remain at the school he had helped to create. In secret, before his departure, he constructed a hidden chamber deep beneath the castle, a place that would become known to history as the Chamber of Secrets. Within this chamber, he placed a monster, a basilisk of terrible size and power, which he intended would one day purge the school of those he considered unworthy to study magic. Then, without ceremony or farewell, Salazar Slytherin left Hogwarts forever, disappearing into history and leaving behind only his hidden chamber and the house that bore his name. The remaining 3 founders continued to operate the school, but the joy and unity that had characterized its early years had been damaged by Slytherin's departure. They had lost not just a colleague but a friend, and the knowledge that he had left behind a hidden threat somewhere within the castle they had built together cast a shadow over their accomplishments. Yet they persevered, driven by their commitment to the students who depended on them and their belief in the importance of magical education. The school grew and flourished under their continued guidance, its reputation spreading throughout the magical community as a place where young witches and wizards could receive the finest education available and develop their abilities in safety. Before Slytherin's departure, each founder had established their own house within the school, a system that would endure long after their deaths and become one of Hogwarts' most distinctive features. The house system was born partly from practical necessity, as a way to organize students and provide them with smaller communities within the larger school structure, but it also reflected the founders' understanding that students learned best when surrounded by others who shared their values and approaches to magic. Each founder took students who embodied the qualities they most admired, creating houses that were united not just by dormitory location, but by shared characteristics and aspirations. Gryffindor House became home to those students who displayed exceptional bravery, daring, nerve, and chivalry. Gryffindor valued courage above all else, but not the reckless bravado of those who sought danger for its own sake. Rather, he sought students who would stand up for what was right even when it cost them dearly, who would defend the weak even when it put them at risk, who possessed the moral courage to make difficult choices and live with the consequences. The Gryffindor Common Room was established in one of the castle's towers, accessible through a portrait of the Fat Lady who would demand passwords from those seeking entry, a cozy space decorated in deep reds and golds, where a fire always burned in the great and comfortable armchairs invited students to gather and share their adventures. Slytherin House, despite the eventual disgrace of its founder, continued to accept students who displayed ambition, cunning, resourcefulness, and determination. Slytherin had valued those qualities that would lead to success and power, the ability to set goals and pursue them with single-minded focus, the cleverness to find unconventional solutions to problems, the resourcefulness to make use of whatever tools and opportunities presented themselves. The Slytherin Common Room was located in the dungeons beneath the castle, accessed through a concealed entrance and decorated in silver and green, with windows that looked out into the depths of the lake where strange creatures occasionally swam past, casting shadows across the room. It was a space that encouraged contemplation and plotting, where ambitious young wizards could plan their futures and forge the alliances that would serve them in years to come. Ravenclaw House drew those students who possessed intelligence, wit, wisdom, and creativity. Ravenclaw believed that the mind was the greatest tool any witch or wizard possessed, that knowledge and learning were pursuits valuable in themselves beyond any practical application. She sought students who asked questions constantly, who were never satisfied with surface explanations but always probed deeper. who found joy in discovery and the solving of complex problems. The Ravenclaw common room was situated in a tower even higher than Gryffindor's, accessible only by answering a riddle posed by an eagle-shaped door knocker, ensuring that entry itself was an intellectual exercise. The room was decorated in blue and bronze, with tall windows that offered spectacular views of the surrounding mountains, and a domed ceiling painted with stars that shifted to match the actual positions of constellations outside. Hufflepuff House welcomed students who demonstrated loyalty, patience, dedication, and fair play. Hufflepuff believed that these qualities, often undervalued by those who prized flashier attributes, were in fact the foundation upon which all lasting achievement was built. She sought students who were willing to work hard without complaint, who remained faithful to their friends and principles even when tested, who treated others with fairness and respect, regardless of their backgrounds or abilities. The Hufflepuff Common Room was located near the castle's kitchens, accessed through a stack of barrels that required a specific rhythm to be tapped, a warm and welcoming space decorated in yellow and black, with low ceilings and round windows that gave it the feeling of a cozy badger's den. Plants grew in profusion throughout the room, and the proximity to the kitchens meant that wonderful smells often drifted through, making it perhaps the most comfortable of all the common rooms. The sorting of students into houses was accomplished through one of the most remarkable magical artifacts ever created: a pointed wizard's hat that had once belonged to Godric Gryffindor himself. Knowing that they would not live forever, and that eventually the school would need a way to sort students without the founder's direct involvement, the four of them enchanted Gryffindor's hat with their combined knowledge and judgment. Each founder contributed something of their own thoughts and priorities to the hat, imbuing it with the ability to peer into students' minds and determine which house would suit them best. The sorting hat, as it came to be known, could examine a student's character, consider their values and aspirations, assess their natural inclinations and abilities, and place them in the house where they would thrive and find their true potential. The castle itself became one of Hogwarts' greatest teachers, a living environment that challenged students to think creatively and adapt to constantly changing circumstances. The staircases that Ravenclaw had designed moved according to schedules known only to themselves, shifting and swinging to connect different floors and corridors in patterns that seemed to defy any attempt at prediction. Students quickly learned that the route to breakfast that worked perfectly on Monday might lead them to a completely different part of the castle on Tuesday, and that being late to class was an occupational hazard that even the most punctual student occasionally experienced. The moving staircases served multiple purposes, beyond simply making navigation more interesting. They prevented the castle from ever being fully mapped by those with ill intentions. They encouraged students to pay attention to their surroundings and think on their feet, and they added an element of unpredictability to daily life that kept everyone alert and adaptable. Throughout the castle, portraits hung on nearly every wall, magical paintings whose subjects could move between frames and were often eager to offer advice, gossip, or commentary on current events. Some portraits were of former headmasters and headmistresses who maintained a semi-official role in advising their successors. Others were of historical figures, famous witches and wizards who had agreed to have their portraits hung at Hogwarts so they could continue contributing to the education of young people even after their deaths. Still others were simply decorative, paintings of people who had commissioned their portraits to hang in the castle for reasons of vanity or legacy. The portraits could travel throughout the castle by moving from frame to frame, visiting each other for conversation, or carrying messages between different parts of the building. They witnessed everything that happened in the corridors and rooms where they hung, making them valuable sources of information about student mischief, though their reliability as witnesses was sometimes questionable given their tendency to embellish stories and interpret events through the lens of their own prejudices and experiences. Hidden throughout the castle were passages and rooms that even the current staff and students knew nothing about, spaces that had been sealed off and forgotten over the centuries, or that had been deliberately concealed for purposes that remained mysterious. Some of these hidden areas were the result of the castle's original construction, chambers that the founders had built for specific purposes and then abandoned when those purposes were no longer relevant. Others had been added by later inhabitants, each generation of students and staff adding their own contributions to the castle's complex geography. Secret passages connected different parts of the building, providing shortcuts for those clever enough to find them or mischievous enough to go looking. Some passages led outside the castle grounds entirely, offering routes to nearby Hogsmeade village that had been used by generations of students seeking adventure or simply a break from the castle's confines. The most mysterious of all the castle's hidden spaces was the Room of Requirement, a chamber that appeared only to those who truly needed it, and that transformed itself to provide exactly what the person seeking it required. The room could become a bathroom when someone was desperate, a hiding place when someone was being pursued, a practice space for students working on difficult spells, or a repository for objects that people wished to conceal. The magic that created and sustained the Room of Requirement was so complex that even the most learned professors could not fully explain how it worked or who had created it. Some theorized that it was one of Ravenclaw's innovations, a space that used tremendously sophisticated enchantments to read the needs and desires of those who passed by a certain section of corridor on the 7th floor. Others believed it had existed before the castle was built, that the founders had simply incorporated a space of wild magic that had its own awareness and intentions into their structure. The Great Hall stood at the heart of the castle, a vast chamber where the entire school gathered for meals and important ceremonies. 4 long house tables ran the length of the hall, one for each house, where students sat according to their house assignments and shared meals served by the unseen house elves working in the kitchens far below. At the far end of the hall, the staff table sat on a raised platform where professors could observe the student body and maintain order, though meals were generally boisterous affairs filled with conversation and laughter as hundreds of young people gathered together. Above everything, Ravenclaw's greatest achievement, the enchanted ceiling that appeared to be open to the sky above, displaying the weather and the time of day with perfect accuracy. On clear nights, students dining late could watch stars wheel across the false sky, seeing constellations that helped them with their astronomy studies without having to climb to the astronomy tower. During storms, clouds roiled and lightning flashed overhead, though not a drop of rain fell on the tables below, creating the thrilling sensation of dining in the midst of a tempest while remaining perfectly dry and comfortable. The academic life at Hogwarts was structured around a curriculum that balanced theoretical knowledge with practical application, understanding that magic was both an intellectual discipline requiring study and contemplation, and a practical skill that could only be developed through repeated practice and experience. All first-year students took the same core subjects, providing them with a foundation in the fundamental branches of magic that every educated witch or wizard needed to understand. Transfiguration taught students how to alter the physical properties of objects and even living creatures, starting with simple transformations like turning matches into needles, and eventually progressing to the incredibly complex magic of human transformation into animals. Charms covered the vast array of spells that added properties to objects or creatures without fundamentally changing their nature. Practical magic that had endless applications in both everyday life and more specialized magical work. Potions introduce students to the art and science of combining ingredients according to precise formulas to create mixtures with magical properties, a discipline that required patience, precision, and the ability to follow complex instructions exactly. A potion brewed incorrectly could be merely ineffective, or it could be actively dangerous, producing toxic fumes or explosive reactions, or effects that were the opposite of what had been intended. Defense against the dark arts taught students how to protect themselves from curses, hexes, jinxes, and dark creatures, essential knowledge in a world where dangers, both human and otherwise, could threaten the unwary. The position of defense against the dark arts professor was notoriously difficult to fill, with a new teacher arriving almost every year, a pattern that had led to speculation about a curse on the position, though no one could identify the source or nature of such a curse. Herbology classes took place in the greenhouses on the castle grounds, where Professor Sprout maintained an impressive collection of magical plants ranging from the relatively harmless to the genuinely deadly. Students learned to identify different species, understand their properties and uses, care for them properly, and harvest their valuable components safely. Many magical plants required careful handling, whether because they were venomous, prone to lashing out with thorny tendrils, or simply extremely delicate and liable to wither if treated roughly. The knowledge gained in herbology was essential for potions work, as many potion ingredients came from plants, but it also had applications in healing, defense, and even offense for those creative enough to weaponize botanical knowledge. History of magic was taught by Professor Binns, the only ghost on staff, whose lectures were famously soporific despite covering material that should have been inherently fascinating. Binns had been teaching the subject for so long that he had actually died at some point, but had simply gotten up from his chair in the staff room as a ghost and continued with his lecture schedule, apparently not noticing that his physical form had been left behind. His classes covered the major events in magical history, from the Goblin Rebellions to the Giant Wars, to the rise and fall of various dark wizards who had threatened the wizarding community over the centuries. The importance of understanding history was clear, as many current conflicts and situations could only be understood in the context of what had come before, but Binns's monotonous delivery style made it difficult for students to remain awake long enough to absorb the lessons. Astronomy required students to climb to the highest tower of the castle for midnight classes, where they learned to chart the positions of stars and planets, understanding how celestial movements influenced magic and could be used for divination and the timing of certain complex spells. The astronomy tower offered spectacular views of the night sky, far from the light pollution that made stargazing difficult in more populated areas, and on clear nights, the vista of stars stretching from horizon to horizon was breathtaking enough to make even sleepy students appreciate the beauty of their subject. In their third year, students were allowed to choose elective subjects in addition to their core classes, selecting areas of study that particularly interested them or that would be useful for their planned careers after graduation. Care of magical creatures focused on the many non-human magical beings that shared the world with witches and wizards, teaching students how to approach different species safely, understand their behaviors and needs, and work with them cooperatively when possible. The subject could be dangerous, as even creatures that weren't intentionally hostile could cause serious injury through sheer size or magical abilities that they couldn't fully control. But it was also deeply rewarding for those with an affinity for animals and a genuine interest in understanding the broader magical ecosystem. Divination attempted to teach students how to see into the future using various methods including tea leaves, crystal balls, palmistry, and dream interpretation. The subject was controversial within the magical community, as many questioned whether true prophecy was possible, or whether the entire field was simply elaborate guesswork dressed up in mystical language. Professor Trelawney, who taught the subject in a tower room permanently filled with sweet-smelling smoke and decorated with countless fringed lamps and cushions, insisted that the inner eye could be developed through study and practice, though her own predictions were notoriously unreliable, except for the rare occasions when she entered a true prophetic trance and spoke words whose importance only became clear much later. Arithmancy was the study of the magical properties of numbers and how they could be used to predict the outcomes of different courses of action, or to add power to spells by incorporating numerological principles into their construction. It was a highly theoretical subject that required strong mathematical abilities and the patience to work through complex calculations. But those who mastered it gained insights into the underlying structure of magic that could enhance their abilities in other areas. Ancient runes taught students to read and interpret the runic alphabets that had been used by ancient magical cultures throughout Europe, symbols that contained power in themselves and that appeared in many historical magical texts and artifacts. Understanding runes was essential for anyone planning to work with older magical objects or to study the history of magic seriously, as many important sources had never been translated into modern languages. The examination system at Hogwarts culminated in two major sets of tests that determined students' future options and career possibilities. Ordinary wizarding levels, or OWLS, were taken at the end of 5th year and covered all the subjects students had been studying. The results of these examinations determined which subjects students could continue studying at NEWT level, as advanced classes were restricted to those who had demonstrated sufficient ability and understanding in the foundational material. Nastily exhausting wizarding tests, or NEWTS, were taken at the end of 7th year and represented the culmination of a student's Hogwarts education. NEWT. Results were examined closely by potential employers and by institutions offering specialized post-Hogwarts training, and the difference between an exceeds expectations and an outstanding in a crucial subject could mean the difference between being accepted into a desired career path or having to find alternative employment. Beyond academics, Quidditch occupied a central place in Hogwarts life, providing excitement, house pride, and a release from the pressures of constant studying. The game was played on broomsticks high above a large oval pitch, with 7 players per team filling different positions and pursuing different objectives simultaneously. Chasers attempted to score goals by throwing the quaffle through one of 3 hoops at the opposing team's end of the pitch, while beaters used bats to hit heavy iron bludgers toward opposing players in an attempt to knock them off their brooms or at least distract them from their tasks. Keepers defended their team's hoops, trying to prevent the opposing chasers from scoring, while seekers searched for the tiny winged golden snitch, whose capture ended the game and awarded 150 points to the seeker's team, usually enough to determine the match's outcome regardless of the goals that had been scored. Each house had its own Quidditch team, and the competition for the Quidditch Cup was fierce, with matches drawing crowds of cheering students whose house loyalties were displayed through coloured scarves, painted faces, and elaborate chants and songs. The intensity of house rivalry during Quidditch season sometimes led to conflicts between students from different houses, though the vast majority of supporters managed to maintain their enthusiasm without crossing the line into actual hostility. Players often became celebrities within the school, admired for their athletic abilities and their contributions to house pride, and successful Quidditch players sometimes went on to professional careers after graduation, representing their countries in international competitions or joining the professional leagues that operated throughout the wizarding world. The house point system provided another avenue for competition between the houses, though this contest played out over the entire school year, rather than during specific matches. Points could be awarded to students for academic achievement, for displaying the qualities their house valued, for service to the school, or simply for being in the right place at the right time, when a professor was in a generous mood. Points could also be deducted for rule breaking, for failures in class, for being caught out of bounds or out after curfew, or for any of the countless minor infractions that students inevitably committed during their time at the school. The 4 house hourglasses stood in the entrance hall where everyone could see the current standings. Giant glass structures filled with rubies for Gryffindor, emeralds for Slytherin, sapphires for Ravenclaw, and diamonds for Hufflepuff. The levels of gems in each hourglass rose and fell throughout the year as points were awarded and deducted, and students kept close track of the standings, celebrating when their house pulled ahead and lamenting when they fell behind. The staff of Hogwarts formed a community unto themselves, witches and wizards who had dedicated their lives to educating the next generation, despite the challenges and frustrations that inevitably came with trying to teach hundreds of adolescents who were still learning to control powerful, magical abilities while also navigating the normal trials of growing up. The headmaster or headmistress sat at the apex of this community, responsible for the overall running of the school, for discipline in the most serious cases, for maintaining relationships with the Ministry of Magic and the Board of Governors, and for making the countless decisions, large and small, that kept an institution as complex as Hogwarts functioning. Each house had a head of house, a professor who took special responsibility for the students in that house, serving as advisor, disciplinarian, and advocate as needed. The other professors specialized in their various subjects, bringing expertise developed over decades of study and practice to the challenge of conveying complex magical concepts to students whose abilities and dedication varied enormously. Some professors were stern and demanding, believing that only through rigorous standards and harsh consequences for failure could students be pushed to achieve their full potential. Others were more gentle and encouraging, preferring to nurture natural enthusiasm and build confidence rather than driving students through fear of punishment. Most fell somewhere between these extremes, adapting their teaching styles to suit both their own personalities and the needs of different students and situations. Supporting the academic staff were various other employees whose work was essential to keeping the castle running smoothly. The caretaker maintained the physical structure of the building, handling repairs and cleaning tasks that were too extensive or too mundane to be left entirely to house elves, and enforcing rules about where students were and were not allowed to go and what they were and were not allowed to do in different areas. The gamekeeper watched over the forbidden forest and the magical creatures that lived within it and on the grounds, a job that required both extensive knowledge of magical beasts and the physical strength to handle potentially dangerous situations. The librarian guarded the vast collection of books that had accumulated over 1,000 years of the school's operation, helping students find resources for their studies while also protecting rare and dangerous volumes from those who might misuse the knowledge they contained. Beneath even the notice of most students, dozens of house elves labored in the kitchens and throughout the castle, preparing meals, cleaning rooms, doing laundry, and handling the countless tasks that kept hundreds of people fed, clothed, and housed in reasonable comfort. The house elves worked invisibly, performing their duties while students slept or were in class, taking pride in their work and the smooth operation of the household they served. Their relationship with the school was complex, rooted in magical bonds and traditions that dated back centuries, and most of them would have been deeply offended by any suggestion that they were being exploited or that they might prefer freedom to service. Even the ghosts that drifted through the castle's corridors played a role in Hogwarts life, adding to the atmosphere of accumulated history and providing links to the school's past. Each house had its own ghost who served as a mascot and occasional advisor to students. Nearly headless, Nick haunted Gryffindor Tower, still somewhat vain about his appearance, despite being dead for several centuries, and despite the partially severed state of his neck that had earned him his nickname. The Bloody Baron prowled the dungeons where Slytherin House made its home, silent and intimidating with his gaunt frame draped in silver bloodstains whose origin no one dared to ask about. The Grey Lady glided through Ravenclaw Tower, her sad story of theft and betrayal, unknown to most students who saw her as simply another castle ghost. The Fat Friar welcomed Hufflepuff students with jovial good humor that had apparently survived the transition from life to afterlife, still cheerful and helpful even in his transparent form. Peeves the Poltergeist was in a category of his own, neither a ghost nor exactly a living creature, but rather a spirit of chaos and mischief, who had apparently come into existence along with the school itself, formed from the collective mischief and mayhem of centuries of students. Peeves delighted in causing trouble, dropping water balloons on unsuspecting heads, overturning suits of armor to create tremendous crashes that startled everyone nearby, stealing students' possessions and hiding them in bizarre locations, and generally making himself a nuisance in ways both creative and annoying. Only the Bloody Baron seemed able to control Peeves to any degree, and even that control was limited to making the poltergeist stop whatever he was currently doing rather than preventing future incidents. The castle had weathered many challenges over its 1,000-year history, facing attacks from without and threats from within, dark wizards who sought to control it and use it for their own purposes, creatures that escaped from the forest or the lake and had to be dealt with before they could harm students, and internal conflicts that threatened to tear apart the community that called Hogwarts home. During the medieval period, the castle had been besieged on several occasions by Muggle forces who suspected its true nature, though the magical defenses had proven more than sufficient to repel ordinary soldiers armed with conventional weapons. Later threats came from the magical community itself. Dark wizards, who saw the concentration of young magical talent as either a resource to be exploited or a threat to be eliminated depending on their particular goals and philosophies. The Chamber of Secrets that Slytherin had left behind had been opened multiple times over the centuries, each instance resulting in attacks on students and spreading terror throughout the school. The most recent opening had occurred during the 20th century, when a student had died and the school had nearly been closed permanently, saved only by the efforts of students and staff who had managed to identify and stop the threat. The Chamber's existence remained a dark reminder that even the most prestigious institution could harbor dangers that lay dormant for generations before manifesting with terrible consequences. During the rise of Lord Voldemort in the latter part of the 20th century, Hogwarts had found itself at the center of the conflict between the forces of light and darkness that threatened to tear apart wizarding society. The castle had been infiltrated by Death Eaters, attacked by dark creatures, and eventually became the site of a massive battle that saw students, staff, and members of the Order of the Phoenix fighting desperately to prevent Voldemort from seizing control. The Battle of Hogwarts had resulted in tremendous damage to parts of the castle and the deaths of many defenders, but it had also demonstrated the strength of the bonds that united those who loved the school and what it represented. In the aftermath of the battle, the castle had been repaired through a massive collaborative effort, with volunteers from throughout the magical community contributing their time and magic to restore what had been damaged. Through all of these trials and tribulations, through centuries of changes in the magical world and shifts in how magic was understood and practiced, Hogwarts had endured as the premier magical educational institution in Britain and one of the most respected schools in the entire world. Its graduates went on to positions of influence and importance throughout wizarding society, serving as ministry officials and healers and researchers and shopkeepers and parents who passed on the values and knowledge they had gained during their years within the castle's walls. The house system that the founders had created continued to sort students into communities that shaped their experiences and identities, teaching them lessons about themselves and about working with others who shared their values and approaches to challenges. The castle itself, with its moving staircases and hidden passages and rooms that appeared only when truly needed, continued to serve as both home and teacher to generations of young witches and wizards. Each student's experience of Hogwarts was unique, shaped by their house placement, their friendships and rivalries, their particular talents and interests, the professors they studied under, and the countless small moments of discovery and growth that accumulate over 7 years of magical education. Some students thrived immediately, finding in Hogwarts the place where they truly belonged, where their abilities were recognized and nurtured, and where they could become the witches and wizards they were meant to be. Others struggled at first, homesick or overwhelmed or uncertain about their place in this strange new world. But most eventually found their footing and discovered aspects of themselves they hadn't known existed. The friendships formed at Hogwarts often lasted lifetimes, bonds forged through shared experiences both mundane and extraordinary, through late-night study sessions, before important examinations and adventures that tested courage and loyalty, through the simple experience of growing up together in a place that was simultaneously strange and familiar, challenging and nurturing. The rivalries, too, could be intense and lasting, feuds that began over house competition or personal slights, and that were sustained by the tribal nature of the house system and the intensity with which adolescents experienced every emotion. But even rivalries served a purpose, teaching students how to compete fairly, how to respect worthy opponents, how to lose gracefully and win with humility. The professors watched students arrive as nervous 11-year-olds and depart 7 years later as young adults ready to take their places in the wider wizarding world. And in that transformation, they saw the purpose and meaning of their own work. Every successful student was a victory, proof that education could overcome disadvantage and that careful nurturing of talent could produce witches and wizards capable of remarkable achievements. Every struggling student was a challenge, an opportunity to find the right approach that would unlock potential that might otherwise remain dormant. And every student who left Hogwarts carrying both knowledge and values, who went out into the world prepared not just to use magic but to use it responsibly and ethically, was a testament to the vision of 4 founders who had believed that education could change the world. The motto that appeared on Hogwarts' crest, Draco dormiens nunquam titilandus, which translated to never tickle a sleeping dragon, was often treated as a joke by students who saw it as unnecessarily specific advice about an unlikely situation. But the phrase carried deeper meaning for those who considered it more carefully, serving as a reminder that power should be approached with respect and caution, that there were forces in the world that should not be provoked without very good reason, and that wisdom sometimes meant knowing when to leave well enough alone rather than poking at every mystery or challenging every authority. The dragon of the motto represented all the dangerous things in the magical world, from dark creatures to dark magic to dark wizards, things that might remain contained if left undisturbed, but that would become terrible threats if unnecessarily awakened. In the Pyrenees Mountains of southern France, where ancient peaks pierce the clouds and mist clings to steep valleys like silk scarves draped across stone, there exists a palace of such beauty and elegance that even those who have never seen it speak of it with reverence and longing. Beauxbatons Academy of Magic stands somewhere within these mountains, its precise location concealed by enchantments that have protected it for over 7 centuries, hidden from Muggle eyes and even from casual magical observation. Those who have visited the school speak of approaching through passes that seem to shift and change, of paths that lead through impossible terrain, of suddenly emerging into a valley where the palace rises like a dream made solid, all golden stone and soaring towers that catch the light of sunset and seem to glow with their own internal radiance. The school was founded sometime during the 13th century, in an era when magical education was still finding its footing across Europe, and when the persecution of witches and wizards made such institutions both necessary and dangerous. The founder or founders of Beauxbatons remain unknown to history, their names lost to time or perhaps deliberately concealed, but their vision has endured in the school they created, where Hogwarts had been built to be a fortress, massive and imposing and clearly designed to withstand attack. Beauxbatons was conceived as a palace, a place where beauty and refinement would be as important as magical power, where the aesthetic and cultural aspects of wizarding life would be valued alongside the practical applications of magic. This fundamental difference in philosophy was reflected in every aspect of the school's design and operation, creating an institution that was recognizably similar to other magical schools in its basic purpose, but distinctly different in its approach and atmosphere. The palace itself was a masterwork of magical architecture, designed by wizards and witches who understood that a building could be more than just shelter, that architecture could inspire and elevate those who inhabited it, that beauty had its own power to transform and improve human nature. The exterior walls were constructed of pale stone that seemed to absorb and reflect light in ways that ordinary stone could not, giving the entire structure a quality of luminescence that made it visible from great distances on clear days, a beacon of civilization in the wild mountain landscape. Towers rose at intervals along the walls, slender and graceful rather than the squat defensive structures that characterized medieval fortifications, topped with delicate spires that reached toward the sky as if in aspiration rather than defiance. The windows were tall and arched, their glass treated with enchantments that made them stronger than steel while remaining perfectly transparent, allowing natural light to flood the interior spaces while providing views of the spectacular mountain scenery that surrounded the school on all sides. The entrance to Beauxbatons was through massive doors of carved oak, their surfaces decorated with intricate patterns that told stories from magical history and legend, scenes of great wizards and witches performing remarkable feats, of magical creatures in their natural habitats, of the founding of the school itself. The doors opened into a grand entrance hall where the aesthetic philosophy of the school was immediately apparent to any visitor, where Hogwarts' entrance hall was impressive but somewhat austere, dominated by stone and the suits of armor that lined the walls. Beauxbatons' entrance hall was warm and welcoming, its walls covered in tapestries that moved with subtle enchantments, depicting pastoral scenes and elegant gatherings that created an atmosphere of cultured sophistication. The floor was of polished marble in patterns of ivory and pale blue, so perfectly maintained that it reflected like still water, and from the ceiling hung chandeliers of crystal and gold that filled the space with warm light even on the gloomiest days. Throughout the palace, magical golden lamps provided illumination that was softer and more flattering than the torches and candles that lit most magical buildings. These lamps had been created through enchantments that were closely guarded secrets of the school, magic that caused specially prepared glass to emit a steady golden glow without any flame or oil, light that never flickered or dimmed, and that could be adjusted with a simple gesture to provide exactly the illumination needed for any task. The effect of these lamps was to make every room in the palace feel warm and inviting, to cast everyone in the most becoming light, to create an atmosphere that encouraged contemplation and artistic endeavor, rather than the rough practicality that characterized some other magical institutions. The gardens of Beauxbatons were legendary throughout the wizarding world, famous enough that even those who had never visited the school had heard tales of their beauty and the magic that sustained them. The gardens occupied the valley floor around the palace and climbed partway up the surrounding slopes, acres of carefully planned and meticulously maintained grounds where both magical and mundane plants grew in profusion. The layout had been designed according to principles of classical garden architecture, with formal pathways and geometric beds near the palace, gradually giving way to more naturalistic plantings that blended into the wild mountain landscape beyond. In spring, the gardens exploded with color as thousands of bulbs bloomed simultaneously, carpeting entire hillsides with flowers whose colors had been magically enhanced to achieve shades never seen in nature. In summer, roses climbed the palace walls and filled the air with perfume, their blooms the size of dinner plates and ranging in color from purest white to deepest crimson. In autumn, the trees that lined the pathways turned shades of gold and copper that seemed to glow with internal fire, and the gardens were filled with late-blooming flowers that had been bred to withstand the first frosts. Even in winter, when snow covered the ground and ice formed on the fountains, the gardens retained their beauty, the bare branches of trees forming intricate patterns against the sky, and evergreen hedges providing structure and color throughout the dormant season. At the heart of the gardens stood the fountain that had become one of Beauxbatons' most celebrated features, a magical construction whose waters were said to possess remarkable properties that went far beyond mere decoration. The fountain had been created during the school's early centuries by a headmistress whose name was recorded as Madame Bellefontaine, a witch whose mastery of water magic had been unparalleled in her generation. She had constructed the fountain as both artwork and practical resource, using enchantments that drew on the natural springs that ran beneath the mountains, and that purified and enhanced the water through a series of magical processes that remained only partially understood even by contemporary experts who had studied the fountain extensively. The water that flowed from the fountain's elaborate arrangement of pools and cascades was crystal clear and remarkably cold, emerging from the mountain depths at a constant temperature regardless of the season above ground. The healing properties attributed to the fountain's water had been documented over centuries of use by students and staff, who reported that drinking from the fountain or bathing in its pools accelerated the healing of minor injuries, reduced fatigue after strenuous magical work, and generally promoted a sense of well-being and vitality that persisted long after exposure to the water ended. The beautifying properties were more subtle and perhaps more controversial, as beauty was subjective and difficult to measure objectively, but those who used the fountain's water regularly claimed that it improved their complexion, added luster to their hair, and generally enhanced their appearance in ways that were noticeable, if not dramatic. Whether these effects were entirely magical or partly psychological was debated by magical theorists, but the fountain's popularity remained undiminished regardless of the mechanism behind its effects. The possible contributions of Nicolas Flamel to Beauxbatons' physical grandeur added another layer to the school's history and mystique. Flamel, the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone, and consequently one of the wealthiest wizards in history, had attended Beauxbatons during his youth in the 14th century, long before he achieved the alchemical breakthrough that would make him famous and functionally immortal. His time at the school had been formative in his development as an alchemist, providing him with the theoretical foundation and practical skills that he would later build upon to achieve his masterwork. After his success with the Philosopher's Stone, Flamel had remained connected to the school, visiting occasionally to lecture on alchemical theory, and reportedly making substantial financial donations that helped fund expansions and improvements to the facilities. Some of the palace's most beautiful features were believed to have been funded by Flamel's generosity. The library wing, with its soaring vaulted ceiling and walls lined floor to ceiling with books in leather bindings of every color, was said to have been built entirely from a single donation he made in the 15th century. The observatory tower, where students studied astronomy and the relationship between celestial movements and alchemical processes, bore a plaque acknowledging his patronage. Even the golden lamps that illuminated the entire palace were rumored to incorporate alchemical principles that Flamel had shared with the school's administration, though the exact nature of his contribution was kept confidential to protect the secret of their creation. His ongoing support had helped establish Beauxbatons as one of the most physically impressive magical schools in the world, a place where students could study in surroundings that reflected the highest aspirations of magical architecture and design. The school's coat of arms was itself a work of art, embodying the elegance and refinement that characterized everything about Beauxbatons. The design featured two golden wands crossed over one another in an X shape, each wand depicted with precise detail that showed the grain of the wood and the subtle taper from handle to tip. From the point where the wands crossed, 3 stars emerged, rendered in silver against the blue background of the shield. The stars were arranged vertically, rising upward as if launched by the wands beneath them, symbolizing the idea that magical education elevated students toward excellence and enlightenment. The entire coat of arms was surrounded by a decorative border of silver scrollwork, intricate patterns that spoke of the craftsmanship and attention to detail that was expected of anyone associated with the school. The motto, though not as widely known as Hogwarts' Dragon Warning, reflected values that were central to Beauxbatons' educational philosophy, though the exact Latin phrase has been kept within the school community and not widely disseminated to those outside it. The leadership of Beauxbatons had passed through many hands over the school's 7 centuries of operation, each headmaster or headmistress leaving their own mark on the institution while maintaining the core values and approaches that had defined it from the beginning. The current headmistress, Madame Olympe Maxime, represented perhaps the most remarkable tenure in the school's modern history, bringing to the position a combination of personal charisma, administrative skill, and physical presence that made her impossible to overlook or forget. Maxime was a half-giant, standing at least 8 feet tall and proportioned accordingly, her giant heritage evident in her size and strength, but not dominant enough to overshadow her refinement and sophistication. She dressed impeccably in robes of fine silk and velvet, favoring colors that complemented her olive complexion and dark hair, which she wore in elaborate styles that required considerable magical assistance to maintain given its volume and texture. Despite her giant blood, which carried unfortunate stigma in many parts of the wizarding world, due to the reputation of full giants for violence and lack of self-control, Maxime conducted herself with such grace and poise that she commanded respect even from those who might otherwise have harbored prejudices about her heritage. She had been educated at Beauxbatons herself as a young witch, excelling in her studies despite the challenges posed by her unusual size and the whispers that followed her through the corridors. Her magical abilities were formidable, particularly in the area of charms and transfiguration, and she had won numerous academic honors before graduating and eventually returning to teach at her alma mater. Her rise through the faculty ranks to eventually become headmistress demonstrated both her capabilities and the school's commitment to judging people on their merits rather than their bloodlines, a refreshing contrast to the pure blood prejudices that dominated some other magical institutions. As headmistress, Maxime maintained high standards for both students and staff, while creating an atmosphere that was demanding but not oppressive, challenging but not cruel. She believed that excellence was achieved through a combination of rigorous expectations and genuine support, that students performed best when they were pushed to extend themselves, but also provided with the resources and encouragement they needed to meet those challenges. Her relationship with the student body was complex, combining the necessary distance of authority with moments of genuine warmth that reminded students she had once sat where they sat, struggled with the same challenges they faced, and succeeded through dedication and hard work rather than any natural advantages that her physical strength might have provided in other contexts. The student uniform at Beauxbatons was distinctive and immediately recognizable, marking those who wore it as members of one of Europe's most prestigious magical institutions. The robes were made of fine silk in a pale blue that captured something of the quality of a clear sky just after sunrise, a color that was flattering to nearly every complexion, and that stood out beautifully against the golden stone of the palace and the green of the gardens. The silk was not ordinary fabric, but magically treated material that was as durable as heavy wool despite its delicate appearance, resistant to stains and tears and capable of adjusting its warmth properties to keep the wearer comfortable in both summer heat and winter cold. The robes were cut in a style that emphasized elegance and grace of movement, with sleeves that were fitted at the shoulder but flared toward the wrist and skirts that fell in graceful folds to the ground. Each robe was custom fitted to its wearer, adjusted by the school's staff of tailors who used measurement charms to ensure perfect fit, and then made any necessary alterations by hand, combining magical and mundane techniques to achieve results that purely magical construction could not match. Accompanying the robes was a hat of the same pale blue silk, styled differently for formal occasions versus everyday wear, but always maintaining the color scheme that identified the wearer as a Beauxbatons student. The everyday hats were simple and practical, designed to stay securely in place during outdoor activities and Quidditch matches while still maintaining an element of style. The formal hats were more elaborate, with broader brims and decorative elements that included ribbons and occasionally small enchantments that made them float slightly above the wearer's head, requiring no physical support, but hovering in place through magic that demonstrated both the school's technical capabilities and its flair for dramatic presentation. The emphasis on physical appearance and proper presentation at Beauxbatons extended beyond just the uniforms to encompass every aspect of how students carried themselves and interacted with others. Manners and deportment were not mere suggestions but essential components of a Beauxbatons education, considered as important as spellcasting ability or theoretical knowledge in preparing students for success in the wider wizarding world. Students were taught how to enter and exit rooms gracefully, how to sit and stand with proper posture, how to greet others with the appropriate level of formality given the social context, and how to participate in conversations without dominating or disappearing into the background. These lessons in etiquette were not presented as arbitrary rules imposed for their own sake, but as practical skills that would serve students throughout their lives, making it easier for them to navigate social situations, make positive impressions on potential employers or romantic partners, and generally move through the world with confidence and poise. The exceptional manners demonstrated by Beauxbatons students were noticed and remarked upon by visitors to the school and by those who encountered Beauxbatons students at international events and competitions. During the Tri-Wizard tournament held at Hogwarts in the 1990s, the Beauxbatons delegation had impressed their hosts with their coordinated entrance, the grace with which they performed even simple actions like sitting down for a meal, and their general bearing which communicated sophistication without arrogance. Even students from Hogwarts, who were initially inclined to mock what they perceived as pretentiousness, found themselves somewhat awed by the polish and refinement that Beauxbatons students displayed consistently, making them realize that there were aspects of magical education beyond spellcasting ability and academic achievement. The curriculum at Beauxbatons covered the standard subjects that any comprehensive magical education required, including transfiguration, charms, potions, defense against the dark arts, herbology, astronomy, and history of magic. However, the approach to these subjects and the emphasis placed on different aspects of magical study reflected the school's particular educational philosophy and the cultural context of French wizarding society. Beauxbatons placed exceptional focus on subjects and techniques that emphasized control, precision, and aesthetic considerations alongside practical effectiveness. A Beauxbatons student learning a transfiguration spell would be expected not just to successfully transform the target object, but to do so smoothly and elegantly, with wand movements that were economical and graceful, rather than wild gesticulation that might get the job done but looked clumsy in execution. Elemental magic received particular emphasis in the Beauxbatons curriculum, reflecting both the school's location in the mountains, where the classical elements of earth, air, fire, and water were all present in dramatic forms, and the French magical tradition's historical interest in understanding and manipulating these fundamental forces. Students studied the theoretical principles underlying elemental magic in their early years, learning how magical energy could be shaped to influence natural forces, how different elements interacted with each other in ways that could be exploited or that needed to be carefully managed, and how elemental magic related to other branches of magical study like transfiguration and charms. The practical applications of elemental magic were introduced gradually, starting with simple exercises like heating water without a wand or creating small breezes indoors, and progressing to more complex and powerful effects like calling rain from clear skies or creating barriers of compressed air that could deflect physical objects. Enchantment work, distinct from the broader category of charms in ways that were sometimes difficult for students from other magical traditions to fully grasp, was another area where Beauxbatons students developed exceptional skill and sophistication. Enchantment focused on imbuing objects with lasting magical properties rather than applying temporary effects, creating items that would retain their magical characteristics indefinitely, or at least until the enchantment was deliberately removed or worn away through long use. The discipline required not just the ability to cast the appropriate spells, but a deep understanding of the relationship between magic and matter, knowledge of how different materials accepted and held enchantments, and the patience to work through processes that sometimes took days or weeks to complete properly. Beauxbatons students learned to create enchanted jewelry that could protect the wearer from minor curses, clothing that adjusted its own temperature to keep the wearer comfortable, mirrors that showed the viewer their most flattering angles, and countless other practical applications of permanent magical modification. Healing magic was approached with particular seriousness at Beauxbatons, reflecting the French wizarding community's strong tradition of magical medicine and the presence of several prestigious magical hospitals and healing institutions throughout France. Students who showed aptitude and interest in healing were encouraged to pursue specialized studies that went beyond the basic first aid that was taught to all students as part of their general magical education. Advanced healing classes covered the magical treatment of spell damage, the use of potions and poultices in combination with healing charms to address complex conditions, the diagnosis of magical maladies that might present with symptoms similar to mundane illnesses, but required entirely different treatments, and the ethical considerations that healers faced when deciding how to allocate their abilities and whether to use experimental treatments that might help, but might also cause harm. Many Beauxbatons graduates who pursued careers in magical medicine were sought after by hospitals and private practices throughout Europe, valued for their technical skills and for the professional manner and bedside etiquette that their Beauxbatons education had instilled. The emphasis on theory alongside practical application was another distinguishing feature of Beauxbatons' academic program, reflecting a belief that true mastery of magic required understanding not just what to do, but why it worked, what principles underlay successful spellcasting, and how theoretical knowledge could be applied creatively to solve novel problems or develop new applications of existing spells. Students were expected to spend considerable time in the library researching the historical development of different branches of magic, reading primary sources written by famous witches and wizards who had pioneered various techniques, and writing essays that demonstrated not just that they had memorized information, but that they could analyze it critically and synthesize ideas from multiple sources into coherent arguments. This theoretical focus sometimes frustrated students who wanted to spend more time with practical spellcasting, but it produced graduates who had a depth of understanding that served them well in careers requiring innovation or advanced research. Wandwork at Beauxbatons was taught with attention to the aesthetic dimension of spellcasting that was less emphasized at some other schools where the primary concern was effectiveness regardless of appearance. Students learned that the movements of the wand were not arbitrary gestures but contained meaning and intention, that different paths through the air would produce subtly different effects even when the incantation was identical, and that elegant, controlled wand movements were not just more pleasing to watch, but actually more effective in channeling magical energy precisely where it needed to go. The discipline required to master Beauxbatons' wandwork carried over into other areas of magic and life, teaching students the value of self-control and the satisfaction that came from performing any task with grace and precision rather than merely adequate competence. The dining hall at Beauxbatons reflected the school's commitment to elegance and refinement in every aspect of student life, creating an environment where even the daily routine of eating meals became an opportunity for cultural education and aesthetic appreciation. The hall itself was designed to evoke the great ballrooms of French palaces, with a high ceiling painted with murals depicting scenes from magical history and classical mythology, walls panelled in pale wood carved with delicate patterns, and tall windows draped with curtains of velvet in the school's signature pale blue. The floor was of polished marble, and enormous chandeliers hung from the ceiling, their crystal pendants catching and refracting the light from magical flames that burned without heat or smoke. The effect, particularly when all the chandeliers were lit for formal dinners, was of entering a space that existed slightly outside of ordinary reality, a room where beauty had been given physical form, and where merely being present elevated one's mood and aspirations. The tables in the dining hall were not the longhouse tables that characterized Hogwarts, but smaller round tables that seated 8 to 10 students each, an arrangement that encouraged more intimate conversation and allowed students from different years to interact more easily than the house system permitted. The tables were set with fine china and crystal, napkins folded into elaborate shapes that required both manual dexterity and minor levitation charms to achieve, silverware polished to mirror's brightness, and centerpieces of fresh flowers from the school's gardens that were replaced daily to ensure they remained in perfect condition. Students were expected to use proper table manners at all times, a requirement that was enforced not through harsh punishment, but through peer pressure, and the understanding that dining at Beauxbatons was practice for the formal occasions they would encounter later in life, where their ability to navigate a complex meal with grace and confidence might influence important, personal, and professional outcomes. The food served at Beauxbatons was, unsurprisingly given French magical culture's reverence for culinary excellence of the highest quality, and prepared with attention to both taste and presentation that reflected the best traditions of French cuisine. The school employed house elves in its kitchens like most magical institutions, but these house elves had been trained in classical French cooking techniques and worked under the supervision of a master chef who was himself a wizard with the ability to use magic to enhance flavors, create impossible textures, and present dishes in ways that no purely Muggle kitchen could duplicate. Breakfast might include fresh croissants that were impossibly flaky and light, pain au chocolat, with chocolate that had been enchanted to stay at the perfect temperature, fresh fruit from the greenhouses where growth charms allowed tropical species to flourish despite the mountain climate, and coffee or hot chocolate served in delicate cups that kept beverages at ideal drinking temperature indefinitely. Lunch and dinner featured multiple courses, with menus that changed daily and reflected both seasonal availability and the chef's creative inspirations. Soups and salads were followed by fish courses, then meat or poultry, then cheese, and finally desserts that were often works of art in themselves, constructions of spun sugar and chocolate and cream that seemed too beautiful to eat but tasted even better than they looked. The house elves would present each course with a flourish, appearing suddenly at the tables with covered dishes that were unveiled simultaneously throughout the hall, creating moments of collective appreciation for the food before anyone began eating. Students learned not just to consume food but to appreciate it, to notice the subtle flavors and textures, to understand how different components of a dish work together, and to discuss what they were eating with the same attention and vocabulary that they applied to analyzing complex spells or debating points of magical theory. Art, music, and magical etiquette were all integrated into the Beauxbatons curriculum in ways that would have been unusual at more practically focused institutions, but that reflected the French wizarding community's belief that magic was only one aspect of a well-rounded education. Students were expected to have at least basic competence in drawing and painting, skills that had practical applications in illustrating potion ingredients or documenting the appearance of magical creatures, but that were also valued for their own sake as means of creative expression and ways of training the eye to observe details carefully. More advanced art classes were available as electives for students who showed particular talent or interest, covering everything from magical portraiture, where the subjects would move and speak, to the creation of tapestries that depicted entire narratives and changed their scenes over time. Music education included both theory and practice, with students learning to read notation and understand the mathematical relationships between different notes and chords, as well as receiving instruction on at least one instrument of their choosing. The school maintained an orchestra that performed at formal occasions and a choir that sang during certain ceremonies, and participation in these musical groups was considered prestigious and desirable. Magical music had properties beyond mere aesthetic pleasure, with certain combinations of notes and rhythms capable of influencing emotions, enhancing the effectiveness of spells cast in accompaniment, or even affecting the physical world directly through vibrations that resonated with the fundamental frequencies at which matter organized itself. The lessons in magical etiquette went beyond simple table manners to encompass the complex web of social expectations and obligations that governed interactions within wizarding high society. Students learned how to properly introduce themselves and others, taking into account factors like age, social status, and the formal or informal nature of the situation. They studied the traditional forms of greeting used in different magical cultures, understanding that what was considered polite in France might give offense in other countries, and that international magical cooperation required cultural sensitivity and adaptability. they practiced writing letters for various purposes, from business correspondence to social invitations to formal complaints, learning the conventions and formulas that gave each type of letter its appropriate tone and ensured the message would be received as intended. The international reputation of Beauxbatons had been built over centuries through the accomplishments of its graduates and the consistent quality of education it provided, but it was reinforced and extended by the school's participation in international events and its willingness to cooperate with other magical institutions and governments. The school maintained exchange programs with several other European magical schools, allowing students to spend a term or a year studying abroad and bringing students from other countries to experience Beauxbatons' approach to magical education. These exchanges were valuable for all participants, exposing students to different teaching methods and magical traditions, helping them develop language skills and cultural competency, and creating networks of relationships that would serve them throughout their careers. The cooperation between Beauxbatons and the French Ministry of Magic was particularly close and mutually beneficial, with the school serving as a major source of qualified candidates for ministry positions, and the ministry in turn providing resources and support for the school's educational mission. Many professors at Beauxbatons held concurrent positions with the ministry, serving as consultants on magical policy or contributing their expertise to specific projects while maintaining their teaching responsibilities. This connection between the school and the government helped ensure that Beauxbatons' curriculum remained relevant to the actual needs of the French wizarding community, preparing students for careers in government service, law enforcement, magical research, or any of the other fields that required both magical ability and the kind of refined judgment and cultural sophistication that a Beauxbatons education provided. Throughout European wizarding society, Beauxbatons graduates were known for their competence and polish, their ability to navigate complex social situations, and to represent themselves and their institutions with grace and effectiveness. They held positions in the International Confederation of Wizards, served as ambassadors for their countries, led major magical research institutions, operated successful businesses, and generally filled roles that required not just magical ability, but also the kind of refinement and cultural awareness that was central to their education. The sight of the pale blue robes and the knowledge that someone had been educated at Beauxbatons carried with it certain expectations about that person's manners, education, and general approach to life, expectations that were usually met and that reinforced the school's reputation with each new generation of graduates. The Tri-Wizard tournament represented one of the most significant opportunities for Beauxbatons to demonstrate its excellence on an international stage, bringing together students from 3 of Europe's most prestigious magical schools to compete in challenges that tested not just magical ability, but courage, intelligence, and moral character. Beauxbatons had been selected as one of the 3 permanent participating schools, along with Hogwarts and Durmstrang, a recognition of its status as one of the continent's premier magical institutions and of the quality of students it produced. The tournament had been discontinued for many years due to the death toll it exacted on young champions who faced challenges that proved beyond their abilities to survive, but its revival in the 1990s created new opportunities for the schools to showcase their students and their educational philosophies. The arrival of the Beauxbatons delegation at Hogwarts for the 1994 to 1995 tournament had been deliberately staged to make an impression, demonstrating the school's flair for dramatic presentation and its command of impressive magic. The delegation had travelled in a massive powder blue carriage the size of a large house, an enchanted vehicle that was far larger on the inside than its external dimensions could possibly accommodate, comfortably holding the dozen students who had been selected to accompany their champion to Hogwarts, along with Madame Maxime, and several staff members who would serve as judges and support for their student. The carriage was pulled through the air by a team of 12 Abraxan horses, enormous winged creatures that were larger than elephants and whose palomino coats seemed to glow with internal light. The sight of this carriage descending from the sky, pulled by massive winged horses whose hooves struck sparks from the air, had been spectacular enough to leave the assembled Hogwarts students staring in awe. The students who emerged from the carriage had been carefully selected to represent Beauxbatons at its best, each one exemplifying different aspects of what a Beauxbaton's education could produce. They moved with the coordinated grace of dancers, their entrance clearly choreographed to maximize visual impact, and they performed a short demonstration of magical ability that included conjuring ribbons of flame that danced through the air without burning anything, and a synchronized series of butterflies made of light that fluttered throughout the Great Hall before vanishing in a shower of sparks. The performance was not just showing off, though it certainly impressed the Hogwarts students who watched, but a demonstration of the kind of controlled, aesthetic magic that Beauxbatons emphasized. Magic that was beautiful and precise, and that made even difficult spells look effortless. The champion, selected by the Goblet of Fire to represent Beauxbaton in the tournament, was Fleur Delacour, a 6th-year student whose Vila ancestry gave her an otherworldly beauty that made her stand out even among the generally attractive Beauxbatons delegation. Fleur embodied many of the qualities that Beauxbatons sought to develop in its students. She was highly intelligent and academically accomplished, having excelled in her studies across multiple subjects and demonstrated particular skill in charms and transfiguration. Her wand technique was textbook perfect, economical, and precise, producing effects that were both powerful and controlled. Her manners were impeccable, and she carried herself with a confidence that came from knowing she had been well prepared for whatever challenges she might face. Yet, she also showed the limitations that could come from the Beauxbatons' emphasis on refinement and control, occasionally appearing somewhat dismissive of approaches that were less elegant than those she had been taught, though she learned over the course of the tournament to appreciate that effectiveness could take many forms, and that Hogwarts' more rough and ready style had its own strengths. The performance of Fleur and the Beauxbatons delegation during the tournament had been somewhat mixed, demonstrating both the strengths of their education and certain limitations that came from their particular approach to magic. Fleur had performed admirably in the first task, using her knowledge of magical creatures and her impressive charm work to handle the challenge with more grace than some of her fellow champions managed. The second task had proven more difficult, as the underwater environment and the time pressure of the challenge did not play to her strengths, but she had shown courage in attempting it despite the disadvantages she faced. The final task in the maze had ended earlier than she might have wished, but her overall performance had been respectable and had reflected well on her school, even though she did not ultimately win the tournament. Beyond Fleur's individual participation, the presence of the Beauxbatons delegation at Hogwarts for an entire school year had created opportunities for cultural exchange and mutual learning that were valuable for students from both schools. Beauxbatons students attended classes at Hogwarts and shared their perspectives on how different subjects were taught at their own school, sometimes surprising Hogwarts professors with alternative approaches or techniques that had not been part of British magical education. Hogwarts students in turn had opportunities to interact with peers from a different magical culture, learning about the French wizarding world and the different values and priorities that shaped magical education in France. Friendships were formed that would last beyond the tournament year, and romantic relationships developed between students from different schools, connections that would help bridge the gaps between magical communities that had sometimes existed in relative isolation from each other. The co-educational nature of Beauxbatons, though it was officially part of the school's structure and not something that required particular notice or comment within French magical society, was sometimes subject to misconceptions from those whose knowledge of the school came primarily from seeing the all-female delegation that had attended the Triwizard tournament. The decision to send only female students to represent Beauxbatons at the tournament had been made for reasons that had to do with the particular students who had been available that year, and Madame Maxime's judgment about which Bane individuals would best represent the school, not because Beauxbatons restricted its enrollment to witches. In fact, the school had always accepted both male and female students, educating them together and holding them to the same high standards regardless of gender, an approach that reflected the French magical community's generally more egalitarian attitudes, compared to some other magical cultures where gender roles were more rigidly defined. Male graduates of Beauxbatons had gone on to distinguished careers in every field of magical endeavor, from the highest levels of the French Ministry of Magic to groundbreaking magical research to international Quidditch championships. The assumption that Beauxbatons was an all-female institution said more about the biases of those making the assumption than about the actual nature of the school. And those who visited Beauxbatons, or who had more extensive knowledge of French magical education, were well aware that the school educated witches and wizards equally, and expected the same levels of achievement from all students regardless of their gender. The ongoing legacy of Beauxbatons continued to evolve as each new generation of students passed through its doors and carried its values and approaches out into the wider wizarding world. The school had maintained its core identity over 7 centuries, while also adapting to changing circumstances and incorporating new knowledge and techniques as magical understanding developed. The emphasis on elegance and refinement remained central, as did the belief that cultural sophistication and aesthetic sensibility were as important as raw magical power in creating witches and wizards who could make positive contributions to their communities. But the school had also recognized the need to prepare students for a world that was more interconnected and more complex than the one the founders had known, incorporating international perspectives and modern magical innovations, while maintaining the traditions that had made Beauxbatons special. In the far reaches of northern Europe, where winter darkness stretches for months, and the aurora borealis paints the sky with curtains of ethereal light, where mountains rise like teeth from frozen earth and lakes turn to solid ice thick enough to bear the weight of castles, there exists a school whose very location is kept secret through methods that go beyond mere concealment charms. Durmstrang Institute stands somewhere in this harsh landscape, hidden not just from Muggle eyes, but from the casual observation of the magical community itself, protected by layers of secrecy that reflect both practical security concerns and a philosophical commitment to isolation and self-sufficiency that has characterized the school since its founding in the Middle Ages. Those who visit Durmstrang, and visitors are rare and carefully vetted, must submit to having their memories modified before they leave. Charm work that removes all knowledge of how they traveled to reach the school, what landmarks they passed, what direction they flew or walked, every detail that might allow them to find the location again, or to communicate it to others, either deliberately or accidentally. The secrecy surrounding Durmstrang's location was not merely paranoia, but practical necessity, born from the school's controversial approach to magical education and its troubled history with authorities who believed that some forms of knowledge were too dangerous to be taught to young witches and wizards, regardless of the educational value that such instruction might provide. By keeping its location unknown, Durmstrang maintained autonomy that schools whose positions were publicly known could never achieve. Freedom to make curricular decisions without interference from ministries of magic or international magical organizations. who might object to certain aspects of the education being provided. The secrecy also protected the school and its students from potential attacks by those who viewed Durmstrang's willingness to teach the dark arts as evidence that it was fundamentally corrupted and dangerous, a breeding ground for future dark wizards who would threaten the stability and security of the entire wizarding world. The few accounts that had been shared by visitors willing to discuss their experiences despite the memory modifications they had undergone suggested that Durmstrang occupied a setting of stark and terrible beauty, a landscape that was simultaneously magnificent and hostile to human habitation. The school grounds were described as vast and sprawling, encompassing not just the castle itself but extensive outdoor areas where students trained in all weather conditions, learning to function effectively. Even when snow fell so thick it was difficult to see more than a few feet ahead, or when temperatures dropped so low that warming charms were essential for survival. The views from the school were spectacular in their desolation, mountains rising in every direction with peaks that remained snow-covered even in summer, valleys carved by ancient glaciers where nothing grew but the hardiest lichens and mosses, and skies that were sometimes so clear the stars seemed close enough to touch, and other times so filled with roiling clouds that day and night became difficult to distinguish. Most remarkable among the features that visitors remembered despite the memory charms, or perhaps because their visual impact was so powerful that it resisted even magical attempts at erasure, was the great dark spectral ship that was moored on a mountain lake behind the school. This vessel was no ordinary sailing ship, but something ancient and mysterious. Its origins lost to history or deliberately concealed, its construction suggesting magic that predated the school itself, and that might have been incorporated into Durmstrang's design, rather than created specifically for the institution. The ship appeared to be made of wood so dark it was nearly black, its hull rising from the still waters of the lake, like a natural extension of the mountains that surrounded it. The masts stood bare most of the year, their rigging intact but supporting no sails, creating a skeleton silhouette against the sky that was visible from many parts of the school, and that served as a constant reminder of the institution's connection to the sea and to the harsh northern cultures that had produced the first warriors and explorers who had sailed such vessels centuries ago. In summer, when the brief warm season arrived and the lake's water temperature rose enough to make swimming possible without immediately succumbing to hypothermia, students would dive from the ship's deck into the deep cold water below, a tradition that tested courage and endurance, while also serving as relief from the physical demands of the training they underwent. The dive from the ship's rail to the lake surface was considerable, high enough that proper form was essential to avoid painful impact with the water, and the shock of the cold water, even in summer, was intense enough that students learned to control their breathing and their body's panic response through repeated exposure. Those who dove from the ship's highest points, the crow's nest or the tips of the masts, were celebrated for their bravery and earned respect from their peers that translated into social status within the school's hierarchical student culture. The founding of Durmstrang was attributed to Nerida Vulcanova, a Bulgarian witch of formidable magical power and iron will who had lived during the Middle Ages when magical education was still finding its institutional forms and when different approaches to teaching magic competed for dominance across Europe. Vulcanova had believed that magical education should be rigorous and demanding, that students needed to be pushed to their limits and beyond if they were to develop the strength and resilience necessary to survive in a world that was often hostile to those with magical abilities. She rejected the softness that she saw in other educational philosophies, the coddling of students, and the reluctance to expose them to the harsher realities of magical conflict and the depths of what magic could achieve when wielded without restraint or conventional moral limitations. Her school would be different, a place where the strong would be made stronger and the weak would either rise to meet the challenges set before them or would fail and be sent away to find easier paths through life. The castle that Volchanova constructed reflected her philosophy in its architecture and layout, designed more as a fortress and training ground than as a comfortable home where students might feel safe and nurtured. The walls were thick stone, capable of withstanding both mundane siege weapons and magical assault, built to endure for centuries with minimal maintenance in a climate that was harsh on any structure. The windows were narrow slits that admitted minimal light, but provided excellent defensive positions for anyone inside the castle who needed to repel attackers. The interior spaces were austere and functional, lacking the decorative elements and aesthetic touches that characterize schools like Beauxbatons, designed instead to keep students focused on their studies and training without the distraction of comfort or beauty. Even the heating system, essential in a climate where winter temperatures could be deadly, was deliberately kept at minimal levels, providing enough warmth to prevent frostbite, but not enough to allow students to grow soft or to forget that they were being prepared for a world that would offer no mercy to those who were not strong enough to survive its challenges. Volchanova led the school successfully for many years, building its reputation and establishing the traditions and approaches that would define Durmstrang long after her death. She was known as a demanding but fair leader, harsh in her expectations but consistent in applying the same standards to everyone regardless of their family connections or natural abilities. Those who met her standards earned genuine respect and recognition, while those who failed were given additional opportunities to prove themselves, but were ultimately removed from the school if they could not demonstrate the necessary capabilities and dedication. Under her leadership, Durmstrang produced graduates who went on to positions of power and influence throughout the wizarding world, particularly in Eastern Europe, where the school's reputation was strongest, but also in more distant lands where Durmstrang's unique educational approach was valued by those who understood that magical conflict required warriors as much as scholars. The mysterious death of Nerida Volchanova created a crisis for the school and raised questions that were never satisfactorily answered, despite extensive investigation by various magical authorities who took interest in the case. She disappeared during what should have been a routine journey to visit another magical institution, vanishing somewhere between Durmstrang and her destination without any trace of magical conflict or any evidence of what had happened to her. Her body was never found, and the circumstances of her disappearance suggested either an ambush by enemies, powerful enough to overcome one of the most formidable witches of her generation, or some accident so complete that it left no physical evidence behind. The mystery of her fate became part of Durmstrang's lore, a reminder that even the strongest and most careful could fall victim to forces they had not anticipated or prepared for adequately. The succession following Volchanova's disappearance brought Harfang Munter to the position of headmaster, a wizard whose approach to magical education would establish patterns and priorities that would define Durmstrang for centuries. Munter had been educated at Durmstrang himself under Volchanova's leadership, and he shared her belief in the importance of strength and resilience. But he brought his own particular emphasis to the school's mission, where Volchanova had been concerned primarily with producing witches and wizards who could survive and thrive in a dangerous world. Munter was focused more specifically on martial magic, the spells and techniques that were used in magical combat, the strategies and tactics that determined victory or defeat when force was required to resolve conflicts that could not be settled through negotiation or compromise. Under Munter's leadership, the curriculum at Durmstrang shifted to emphasize combat-relevant magic over subjects that were more theoretical or that had primarily peaceful applications. Students spent extensive time learning offensive spells, curses that could disable or kill opponents, hexes that caused pain or confusion or fear, jinxes that created tactical advantages by disrupting enemies' ability to function effectively. They studied defensive magic as well, but the emphasis was on defense that allowed for immediate counterattack rather than purely protective measures that might keep them safe, but did nothing to eliminate threats. They learned to duel not as a sport governed by rules and conventions, but as preparation for real combat where the only rule was survival and where any technique that worked was legitimate regardless of whether it would be approved by those who had never faced genuine threats to their lives. Physical conditioning received attention at Durmstrang that was unusual for magical schools, where the tendency was to focus almost entirely on magical abilities and to treat the body primarily as a vessel for carrying one's magical core rather than as a weapon and tool in its own right. Munter understood that magical combat often involved physical elements, that maintaining concentration required stamina, and that casting spells while exhausted or injured was far more difficult than doing so while fresh and healthy. Students ran and climbed and practiced hand-to-hand combat techniques that would allow them to defend themselves or subdue opponents if they were disarmed, or if circumstances prevented effective spellcasting. They learned to function on minimal sleep, to maintain focus despite hunger or cold or pain, to push through exhaustion and keep fighting when their bodies screamed for rest. The training was brutal and left students perpetually sore and tired, but it produced graduates who could continue functioning in situations that would incapacitate witches and wizards from schools where physical training was an afterthought or ignored entirely. The most controversial aspect of Durmstrang's curriculum under Munter's leadership, and continuing through subsequent administrations, was the decision to openly teach the dark arts rather than restricting instruction to defense against them. This decision was justified by several arguments that had merit even if they made many in the international magical community deeply uncomfortable. First, understanding how dark magic worked was essential for defending against it effectively, and the best way to understand how spells functioned was to learn to cast them oneself, rather than relying on theoretical knowledge that could not capture the visceral reality of channeling dark magic through one's own wand and magical core. Second, the designation of certain magic as dark was culturally contingent and historically variable, with different magical communities drawing lines in different places, and with spells that were forbidden in some countries being openly used in others, without any apparent descent into evil or corruption. Third, power was neutral, and it was the intent behind its use that determined whether actions were good or evil, not the specific techniques employed to achieve results. Students at Durmstrang learned to cast the unforgivable curses, those 3 spells that were banned in most magical jurisdictions, and whose use carried automatic life sentences in Azkaban for those caught employing them in Britain. The Imperious Curse that allowed total control over another person's actions was taught as a tool for interrogation and for neutralizing threats without killing when that served tactical purposes. The Cruciatus Curse that caused indescribable pain was presented as a means of extracting information from uncooperative sources, or of punishing enemies in ways that left them broken but alive as examples to others who might consider opposing one's will. The Killing Curse that caused instant death was treated as the most efficient method for eliminating enemies who were too dangerous to be left alive or who could not be contained through other means. The instruction was purely technical, focusing on the wand movements and mental states required to cast these curses successfully, avoiding moral discussions of whether such spells should ever be used, and under what circumstances their employment might be justified or condemned. Beyond the unforgivable curses, the dark arts curriculum covered a vast array of magic that was restricted or forbidden in other magical communities, but that Durmstrang treated as legitimate subjects for study and mastery. Students learned curses that caused wounds that would not heal through normal magical or mundane means, requiring specialized counter-curses that were themselves closely guarded secrets. They studied magic that could drain life force from victims, leaving them weakened and aged while transferring vitality to the caster, techniques that were viewed as among the vilest forms of dark magic in other traditions, but that Durmstrang taught as advanced life extension methods, with unfortunate but necessary costs. They practiced creating inferi, corpses animated through dark magic to serve as guards or soldiers, magic that was banned in most jurisdictions both because of the violation it represented to the dead and because of the dangers posed by reanimated bodies that might escape their creator's control and begin attacking indiscriminately. The education in dark arts was not presented as encouragement to use such magic casually or for petty purposes, but rather as preparation for a world where enemies would not hesitate to employ such techniques and where survival might depend on understanding dark magic well enough to counter it or to use it preemptively when circumstances demanded such measures. Students were cautioned about the psychological effects of casting certain spells repeatedly, warned that extended use of dark magic could change one's personality and values in ways that were difficult to reverse, advised to use such techniques sparingly and only when the stakes justified the personal costs involved. But ultimately, the decision about how and when to employ the knowledge they gained was left to individual students and their own moral compasses, with the school taking the position that education should provide tools and understanding rather than imposing external moral frameworks that might not be appropriate for all situations or cultural contexts. Transfiguration and potions were still taught at Durmstrang, as these subjects were fundamental to any comprehensive magical education, but even these more conventional areas of study were approached with an emphasis on combat applications rather than the broader uses that might be emphasized at other schools. Transfiguration lessons focused on transforming objects into weapons or barriers, on conjuring creatures that could fight alongside the caster, or creating obstacles that would impede enemies while allowing allies to pass freely. Human transfiguration received particular attention, both in terms of changing one's own appearance for infiltration or disguise purposes, and in terms of transforming enemies into animals or objects that could then be easily captured or destroyed. The theoretical understanding of how transfiguration worked was important but secondary to practical ability to perform transformations quickly and under pressure, in situations where hesitation or imprecision could result in death. Potions instruction emphasized brews that had immediate tactical value rather than the full range of potions that might be covered in a more general curriculum. Students learned to create poisons and antidotes in equal measure, understanding that both offensive and defensive capabilities were necessary for survival in a world where poisoning was a common assassination method. They studied potions that enhanced physical strength or speed for limited periods, allowing temporary superhuman capabilities that could tip the balance in combat situations. They brewed elixirs that suppressed pain or fear, mental states that could interfere with effective fighting and that needed to be controlled if one was to function optimally in battle. The emphasis was always on practical application and reliability, on creating potions that would work consistently in field conditions rather than only in the controlled environment of a well-equipped laboratory. The student body at Durmstrang was smaller than at some other major magical schools, a result both of the selective admission standards that limited enrollment to those who showed both magical aptitude and the psychological characteristics necessary to thrive in such a demanding environment, and of the high attrition rate, as students who could not meet the school's standards were expelled or withdrew voluntarily when they concluded the education was not worth the physical and psychological costs it extracted. Those who remained formed a tight-knit community bonded by shared hardship and mutual respect, understanding that their classmates had all demonstrated the same strength and dedication that they themselves had shown. The hierarchies within the student body were based primarily on demonstrated ability and achievement, rather than family connections or wealth. Though pure-blood status carried weight at Durmstrang as it did at many European magical institutions, reflecting cultural prejudices that ran deep in wizarding society and that the school did little to challenge or counteract. Discipline at Durmstrang was enforced through methods that were harsh even by the standards of other magical schools, where corporal punishment and public humiliation were still considered acceptable consequences for rule violations. Students who failed to meet expectations or who violated the school's codes of conduct faced physical punishment that might include running long distances in harsh weather while carrying heavy loads, performing grueling physical labor, or enduring minor hexes cast by professors who were skilled at causing significant pain without creating permanent injury. The punishments were designed not just to deter future misbehavior, but to test character and to strengthen resolve, operating on the theory that students would emerge from such experiences more resilient and more committed to avoiding the failures that had led to punishment in the first place. The approach was controversial and had led to international criticism of Durmstrang from those who believed such methods were abusive and counterproductive, but the school maintained that its graduates' success in their chosen fields vindicated the harshness of their education. The uniforms worn by Durmstrang students reflected both the practical demands of the northern climate and the school's emphasis on martial values over aesthetic refinement. The standard outfit consisted of heavy fur cloaks and fur hats that provided essential protection against cold that could kill exposed skin in minutes during the worst winter weather. Beneath the furs, students wore robes of blood red, a color that was chosen both for its visibility against snow and ice and for its symbolic association with courage and sacrifice, the willingness to shed blood in pursuit of one's goals. The red robes became synonymous with Durmstrang in the international magical community, instantly identifying anyone who wore them as having been educated at an institution that held very different values from the mainstream of European magical education. The robes were practical and durable rather than stylish, designed to withstand rough treatment and harsh conditions rather than to impress observers with their elegance or refinement. The reputation that Durmstrang had acquired over centuries of operation was complex and contradictory, reflecting both genuine achievements and troubling associations that the school had never fully escaped or attempted to disavow. On one hand, Durmstrang graduates were recognized as among the most formidable combat wizards in the world, feared and respected for their abilities, and their willingness to use those abilities without the hesitation or moral qualms that might limit witches and wizards from other educational backgrounds. They held positions in various magical governments, military and law enforcement organizations, served as bodyguards for important officials who needed protection that went beyond what ordinary security could provide, worked as curse breakers and dark wizard hunters whose jobs required deep understanding of the very magic they were supposed to be combating. Their technical skills and their psychological toughness made them valuable employees for anyone who needed difficult magical work performed without excessive concern for the ethical complications that might arise. On the other hand, Durmstrang's willingness to teach the dark arts and its production of graduates who were comfortable using such magic had led to associations with dark wizards and their movements that damaged the school's reputation and made it a subject of suspicion and concern among those who believed that studying dark magic inevitably led to corruption and evil. The school's history included several notorious alumni who had gone on to become dark wizards of significant power and destructive capability, individuals who had used their Durmstrang education to pursue goals that threatened the stability and safety of entire magical communities. The most famous or infamous of these alumni was Gellert Grindelwald, whose name would become synonymous with dark wizardry and whose reign of terror in the mid-20th century would nearly destroy the European magical world and would cement Durmstrang's reputation as a school that could produce monsters as easily as it produced mere powerful wizards. Gellert Grindelwald had attended Durmstrang as a young wizard in the late 19th century, arriving at the school with exceptional magical abilities and an intellect that quickly marked him as extraordinary, even among the generally capable student body. He excelled in his studies, demonstrating particular aptitude for transfiguration and for the dark arts instruction that Durmstrang provided, mastering spells and techniques that most students struggled with and showing creativity in combining different forms of magic to achieve effects that were greater than the sum of their individual components. But his brilliance was matched by ambition that knew no bounds, and by a fundamental belief that magical people were superior to non-magical humans and should rule over them rather than hiding from them, a philosophy that would later be encapsulated in his slogan, "For the greater good," and that would justify atrocities committed in the name of remaking the world according to his vision. Even at Durmstrang, where dark magic was taught openly, and where students were given considerable freedom to explore the limits of what magic could achieve, Grindelwald's experiments eventually crossed lines that the school was not willing to accept. The exact nature of the twisted magic that led to his expulsion was never made fully public, but accounts suggested it involved attempting to create or modify living creatures through magic that was both dark and experimental, combining elements of transfiguration and curse work and possibly necromancy in ways that produced results that were neither entirely alive nor entirely dead, creatures that suffered from their existence and that posed dangers even to their creator. The headmaster at the time had made the decision to expel Grindelwald, not because of moral objections to dark magic itself, but because the students' work had become destabilizing and dangerous to the school community, threatening to draw unwanted attention from magical authorities who might use such extreme violations as justification for closing Durmstrang entirely or imposing external oversight that would compromise its independence. Grindelwald's subsequent career as a dark wizard would validate the concerns that had led to his expulsion, while also creating lasting damage to Durmstrang's reputation that the school had never fully overcome. His rise to power in the early 20th century, his recruitment of followers who shared his vision of magical supremacy, his attacks on both magical and non-magical communities, and his eventual imprisonment after a legendary duel with Albus Dumbledore, all became part of magical history that everyone learned, and that was inextricably connected to Durmstrang as the institution that had educated him, even if it had ultimately rejected him. Critics of Durmstrang pointed to Grindelwald as proof that teaching the dark arts was fundamentally dangerous and irresponsible, that exposure to such magic corrupted students and led inevitably to evil regardless of the safeguards that schools might put in place. Defenders of Durmstrang argued that Grindelwald had been an anomaly, that thousands of students had received similar education without becoming dark wizards, and that blaming the school for one graduate's choices was as illogical as blaming any school for the criminal actions of any of its alumni. The tenure of Igor Karkaroff as headmaster of Durmstrang in the late 20th century represented another chapter in the school's troubled relationship with dark wizardry and added new layers to its reputation as an institution that was, at best, morally ambiguous, and at worst actively complicit in the spread of dark magic and dark ideologies. Karkaroff had been a Death Eater, one of Lord Voldemort's followers, during the Dark Wizard's first rise to power in Britain, participating in raids and attacks that had resulted in numerous deaths and that had spread terror throughout the British wizarding community. After Voldemort's first defeat, Karkaroff had been captured by Aurors and had avoided imprisonment in Azkaban only by providing names of other Death Eaters in exchange for his freedom, betraying his former associates with an eagerness that suggested self-preservation was his primary loyalty, rather than any ideological commitment to either dark or light. Despite, or perhaps because of his history as a Death Eater and informant, Karkaroff had managed to secure the position of headmaster at Durmstrang, either because the school's governors believed his practical experience with the dark arts made him qualified to teach them, or because his connections and influence in Eastern European wizarding society were valuable regardless of his moral character. His leadership of the school had reinforced all the worst aspects of Durmstrang's culture, while adding new elements of fear and intimidation that went beyond what even the school's harsh traditions normally encompassed. Karkaroff promoted an atmosphere where students competed not just for academic achievement but for his personal favor, where those who pleased him received advantages and protections, while those who disappointed him faced consequences that extended beyond normal disciplinary measures into persecution that bordered on abuse. Under Karkaroff's administration, the dark arts curriculum became even more central to Durmstrang's identity, with theoretical and practical instruction that some observers believed crossed the line from education into active recruitment for dark causes. Students were encouraged to view non-magical humans with contempt, to see themselves as members of a superior class whose power gave them the right to dominance over the weak and the mundane. Pure blood supremacy, which had always been present in Durmstrang's culture but had previously been somewhat muted, compared to the more explicit emphasis on strength and capability, became more openly expressed and more firmly entrenched, with Muggle-born students facing discrimination and hostility that made their time at the school even more difficult than it already was for everyone. The overall effect was to create an environment that was not just rigorous and demanding but actively toxic, where darkness was celebrated rather than merely studied, and where the line between education and indoctrination became increasingly difficult to identify. Many parents who had been proud to send their children to Durmstrang, viewing it as the premier institution for preparing young witches and wizards for positions of power and influence, withdrew their students during Karkaroff's tenure when it became clear that the school under his leadership had become something other than what it had traditionally been. The exodus of students weakened the school financially and reputationally, though Karkaroff seemed unconcerned about the long-term consequences of his approach, perhaps because he was focused primarily on consolidating his own power and influence rather than on the institutional health of Durmstrang. His eventual flight from the school after Lord Voldemort's return to power, abandoning his position and going into hiding because he knew that his betrayal of fellow Death Eaters years earlier would not be forgotten or forgiven, left Durmstrang leaderless at a crucial moment and further damaged its reputation among those who believed that the headmaster's cowardice reflected something fundamentally corrupted about the institution itself. The recovery of Durmstrang's reputation after Karkaroff's disgraceful departure was a slow process that required new leadership committed to preserving the school's traditional strengths while distancing it from the Prusiv associations with Death Eaters and Voldemort's ideology that had become so prominent during the Karkaroff years. The school had to demonstrate that its approach to teaching the dark arts was genuinely educational rather than propagandistic, that understanding dark magic did not require embracing dark values, and that Durmstrang graduates could serve the broader magical community rather than merely seeking power for its own sake. The task was made more difficult by the fact that some of the criticisms leveled against Durmstrang were not entirely unfair, that the school's culture did emphasize strength and power in ways that could easily tip into valorization of dominance and cruelty, and that the lack of moral framework in its curriculum meant students were left to develop their own ethical systems without much guidance or challenge from the institution that was shaping their capabilities. Despite all the controversies and troubled associations, Durmstrang maintained its position as one of Europe's major magical schools and continued to attract students whose families valued the education it provided or who themselves were drawn to its emphasis on martial magic and its willingness to teach subjects that were forbidden or restricted elsewhere. The school's reputation for rigor and its production of graduates who were formidable in combat remained intact, and for those who needed such capabilities, whether for legitimate law enforcement purposes or for more ambiguous ends, Durmstrang continued to be the obvious choice for magical education. The question of whether a school that taught the dark arts openly could ever be fully trusted, or whether it would always represent a potential threat to the stability of the magical world remained unresolved, a philosophical and practical debate that continued whenever discussions of Durmstrang arose in international magical forums. The participation of Durmstrang in the Triwizard Tournament during the 1990s provided an opportunity for the wider magical community to observe the school and its students directly, to see what kind of witches and wizards emerged from such an education, and to judge for themselves whether the concerns about Durmstrang were justified, or whether they were based primarily on prejudice and misunderstanding. The arrival of the Durmstrang delegation at Hogwarts had been dramatic in a very different way from Beauxbaton's elegant entrance, emphasizing power and intimidation rather than beauty and refinement. The students had emerged from their ship, which had sailed across the Black Lake after materializing from apparently empty water, and had marched into the Great Hall with military precision, their blood-red robes and fur cloaks, making them look more like an invading force than visiting students come for academic competition. Victor Krum, the Durmstrang champion selected by the Goblet of Fire, embodied many of the characteristics that Durmstrang sought to develop in its students, while also demonstrating some of the limitations and problems that came with the school's particular approach to education. Krum was an extraordinarily talented wizard whose abilities had made him one of the youngest players ever selected for a national Quidditch team, and whose performance in that arena had earned him international fame while he was still a student. His magical skills extended beyond flying and catching snitches to include impressive combat magic and a level of physical conditioning that was unusual for wizards, who typically relied entirely on magic, rather than developing their bodies as weapons and tools. He was taciturn and serious, showing little interest in the social aspects of the tournament or in forming friendships with students from the other schools, focused instead on the competition itself and on performing in ways that would bring honor to Durmstrang. But Krum also displayed some of the harder edges that Durmstrang education could produce, a certain coldness in his interactions with others, and an apparent comfort with using intimidation and force to achieve his goals, that sometimes crossed lines that students from other schools recognized, but that he seemed unaware existed. His approach to the tournament tasks was efficient and effective, but also somewhat brutal, solving problems through overwhelming force rather than creativity or cleverness, demonstrating power, but not necessarily wisdom or restraint. The overall impression he made was of someone who was highly capable, but who lacked certain social graces and moral sensibilities that other students took for granted, raising questions about what was lost when education focused so intensely on developing magical power and combat abilities while paying less attention to character development and ethical reasoning. The Durmstrang students who accompanied Krum to Hogwarts showed similar patterns, impressive in their magical abilities and their physical presence, but somewhat difficult to integrate into the social life of the school because of cultural differences and communication barriers that went beyond mere language. They tended to keep to themselves, training separately and maintaining their own routines rather than participating in the general student activities at Hogwarts. Their interactions with Hogwarts students were often marked by a certain disdain or superiority, suggesting they viewed their own education as superior and their own capabilities as greater than those of witches and wizards from schools that did not teach the dark arts or emphasize martial magic to the same degree. Whether these attitudes were individual personality traits or whether they reflected something systematic about Durmstrang's culture and the values it instilled in students was unclear, but they certainly reinforced concerns about whether the school was producing well-rounded individuals prepared to function cooperatively in international magical society, or whether it was creating specialists whose narrow focus on Hove, power and combat made them effective, but potentially dangerous. The respect that Durmstrang commanded, despite, or perhaps because of its controversial nature, reflected a recognition that the school served purposes and met needs that other institutions did not address as directly. In a world where dark wizards existed and where magical conflicts sometimes escalated into violence that could only be answered with violence, there was value in having witches and wizards who understood dark magic thoroughly and who were psychologically prepared to use force when necessary, rather than being paralyzed by moral qualms or lack of preparation. The Aurors and Hit wizards who fought against dark wizards needed training that went beyond what most schools provided, and many of them sought additional instruction from Durmstrang graduates or studied at the school themselves if they could gain admission. The question was whether the benefits of such education outweighed the risks of producing individuals who might themselves turn to dark purposes, and that calculation varied depending on who was making it and what their own values and experiences had been. As you continue drifting through this journey of magical schools, young witch or wizard, let your mind venture into the cold northern reaches where Durmstrang stands in its fortress of ice and stone. Picture the great dark ship on its mountain lake, silent and waiting, holding secrets from ages past. Imagine training in snow that falls so thick it obscures the world beyond a few feet, learning to cast spells with hands that are numb from cold, developing the strength and resilience that comes only from being tested beyond what seems endurable, and finding that endurance stretches further than you believed possible. Feel the weight of the blood-red robes and the warmth of the fur cloaks, protection against cold that is physical but also symbolic of the hardness that Durmstrang students must develop to survive their education and to thrive in the roles they will assume after graduation. The school is harsh because the world is harsh, unforgiving because reality shows no mercy to the weak or unprepared, demanding because anything less than perfection can mean the difference between life and death when magic is used in earnest, rather than in the controlled environment of a classroom, where mistakes carry no lasting consequences. Across the vast Atlantic Ocean, on a continent that the ancient European wizards had known nothing about, until the age of exploration brought magical and non-magical peoples into contact with indigenous cultures that possessed their own rich traditions of enchantment and power, there stands a castle that represents the fulfillment of dreams born from persecution and loss. Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry rises from the highest peak of Mount Greylock in Massachusetts, concealed from non-magical observation by enchantments so powerful and comprehensive that sometimes they manifest as physical phenomena, wreaths of misty cloud that cling to the mountain's summit, and that cause even persistent hikers to turn back with sudden certainty that they have more important business elsewhere. The school that occupies this remote and beautiful location was born not from the collective vision of multiple founders working in harmony like Hogwarts, but from the determination of a single witch who had lost everything she loved and, who rebuilt her life in the new world by creating something that would nurture and protect others as she herself had never been nurtured or protected. Isolde Sayer's story began in Ireland during the 17th century, in a pure-blood family whose lineage traced back through centuries of magical ancestry to Salazar Slytherin himself, that controversial founder of Hogwarts, whose views on blood purity and muggle-born wizards had eventually driven him to abandon the school he had helped create. The Sayer family took pride in their Slytherin connection and in the pure-blood status that they maintained through careful marriage arrangements and rigid adherence to traditions that separated magical families from the non-magical population that surrounded them. Isolde grew up hearing stories of her famous ancestor, tales that emphasized his power and cunning while glossing over or reinterpreting the conflicts that had led to his break with the other Hogwarts founders. Her parents, William and Rhiannac Sayer, loved their daughter and provided her with early magical education that prepared her for eventual attendance at Hogwarts, teaching her the spells and theories that would allow her to excel once her formal schooling began. But Isolde's childhood was shattered when her parents were murdered by her own aunt, Gormlaith Gaunt, a dark witch whose obsession with pure blood supremacy and whose fury at what she saw as her brother's betrayal of their family's values had driven her to commit fratricide and to claim custody of her orphaned niece. Gormlaith was a practitioner of the dark arts who viewed love and mercy as weaknesses that pure bloods could not afford, believing that their superiority to other humans required them to be hard and ruthless, to eliminate threats without hesitation or regret, and to maintain their bloodline's purity through whatever means necessary, including the murder of family members who compromised those standards. She took Isolde not out of any genuine affection for the girl, but out of determination to raise her properly, to undo whatever damage William and Rhiannac had done through their softer approach to child rearing, and to ensure that at least one member of the next generation would uphold the Gaunt family's commitment to pure blood ideology and dark magic. The years Isolde spent under Gormlaith's control were characterized by isolation and psychological abuse, though her aunt never physically harmed her in ways that would leave permanent marks or interfere with her magical development. Gormlaith's method was to keep Isolde completely cut off from the outside world, preventing her from attending Hogwarts or having any contact with other young witches and wizards who might influence her away from the path her aunt had determined for her. She taught Isolde magic personally, providing instruction that was technically comprehensive but that was presented through the lens of Gormlaith's dark worldview, emphasizing power and control and the natural right of magical people to dominate others. She told Isolde repeatedly that her parents had been weak and that their deaths were the inevitable consequence of that weakness, that love was a trap that made people vulnerable to exploitation, and that the only safety lay in being so powerful and so feared that no one would dare threaten you. But despite Gormlaith's efforts to shape her niece into a replica of herself, something in Isolde resisted the indoctrination, some core of her parents' love and values that had been planted deep enough that her aunt's poison could not reach it to corrupt it completely. Isolde learned the magic Gormlaith taught her, and became highly skilled despite the circumstances of her education. But she never fully accepted the philosophy that accompanied that instruction. She hid her doubts and her disagreements, understanding instinctively that revealing them would only lead to harsher treatment and more intensive efforts to break her will, and she waited for an opportunity to escape that she feared might never come, but that she continued to hope for, because the alternative was accepting that she would spend her entire life as Gormlaith's prisoner and eventual successor in the practice of dark magic and the spreading of pure blood ideology. The opportunity for escape came when Isolde was in her early 20s, old enough to have accumulated substantial magical knowledge and skill, but young enough that Gormlaith still viewed her with some degree of condescension, not yet recognizing that her niece had become a formidable witch in her own right. Through careful observation and patient gathering of information over many years, Isolde had learned about the ships that sailed from European ports to the New World, carrying both magical and non-magical passengers seeking new opportunities in lands that were still being explored and settled. She stole Gormlaith's wand, an object of considerable power that had been in the Gaunt family for generations, and that her aunt valued above almost anything else. Understanding that taking the wand would not only provide her with a powerful magical tool, but would also enrage Gormlaith in ways that would hopefully cloud her judgment and make pursuit less effective. Then she fled, using magic to conceal her trail and to secure passage on a ship bound for America, leaving behind everything she had known and everyone she had ever had any connection to, in exchange for the slim hope of freedom in a land where Gormlaith's influence did not extend. The voyage across the Atlantic was difficult and dangerous, crowded conditions and inadequate supplies, creating suffering for passengers who had no choice but to endure, because turning back was impossible once the journey had begun. Isolde kept to herself as much as the cramped quarters allowed, maintaining the disguise spells that concealed her true appearance, and avoiding magical displays that might reveal her nature to the non-magical passengers who made up the majority of those aboard. She spent the long weeks of the crossing thinking about what she would do when she reached the New World, planning how she would build a life in a place where no one knew her history, and where she could finally be free from Gormlaith's control, and from the weight of family expectations that had crushed her parents and threatened to crush her as well. The dream that began to form during that voyage was simple at its core, a vision of safety and education, a place where young witches and wizards could learn magic in an environment that nurtured rather than oppressed them, where different approaches and philosophies could coexist rather than requiring absolute adherence to a single ideology. The new world that Isolde encountered when she finally arrived was nothing like the civilized magical community she had known in Ireland and heard about in stories of other European countries. The indigenous peoples who had inhabited the continent for thousands of years before European contact possessed their own magical traditions that were entirely different from the wand-based magic that European wizards practiced, working with nature and spirit in ways that European magical theory struggled to categorize or understand. Some indigenous magical practitioners were welcoming to the European magical refugees who began arriving in small numbers, curious about their different techniques and willing to share knowledge and learn from the exchanges. Others were hostile, viewing the newcomers as invaders whose arrival would bring nothing but trouble for indigenous communities, both magical and non-magical, a prediction that history would prove tragically accurate as European settlement expanded and displaced native populations through violence and disease and broken treaties. Isolde's rescue of two young indigenous boys from a dangerous magical creature began a transformation in her life that would eventually lead to the founding of Ilvermorny. The boys, who had been orphaned and were living in difficult circumstances, responded to Isolde's kindness with trust and affection that she had not experienced since her parents' deaths. She found herself becoming attached to them despite her aunt's teachings that emotional connections were weaknesses to be avoided, discovering that caring for them gave her life purpose and meaning that solitary survival could never provide. She adopted the boys as her sons, an act that required her to establish some semblance of a permanent home, rather than continuing the nomadic existence she had been living since her arrival in America. The meeting with James Stewart represented another turning point in Isolde's journey from refugee to founder, an encounter that would lead to a partnership that bridged the divide between magical and non-magical worlds in ways that were unusual for that era, when separation and secrecy were the normal pattern of interaction, or rather lack of, interaction between the two communities. Steward was a non-magical man, a muggle in the terminology that Isolde had grown up with, though that term was not commonly used in the New World where different vocabulary was developing for the same concepts. He had his own tragic history, his own reasons for seeking a fresh start in a land far from where he had been born, and he possessed qualities of character that Isolde had been taught did not exist in non-magical people, but that she could not deny when confronted with direct evidence that contradicted her indoctrination. The relationship that developed between Isolde and James was complicated by the vast differences in their backgrounds and by the magical nature that she initially concealed from him, fearing that revelation would destroy whatever connection was forming between them. But eventually, honesty became necessary, and James's reaction to learning that magic was real and that the woman he had come to care for was a witch determined whether their relationship could continue or whether it would end with the kind of betrayal and loss that had characterized so much of Isolde's life. His acceptance of her magical nature, his wonder at what she could do rather than fear or disgust, and his genuine desire to understand and support her, despite not possessing magical abilities himself, all contributed to Isolde's decision to build a permanent life with him, to stop running and hiding, and to create something positive in this new land, where old prejudices and old hatreds need not define what was possible. The cottage that James built and that Isolde enchanted with protective magic became the seed from which Ilvermorny would eventually grow, though neither of them envisioned that outcome when they were simply trying to create a safe home where they could raise their adopted sons and live in peace. The cottage was modest by the standards of magical dwellings in Europe, where centuries of accumulated wealth and magical enhancement had produced mansions and estates that were marvels of magical architecture, but it was substantial and solid, constructed with James's considerable skill as a builder, and enhanced with Isolde's protective charms that would alert them to approaching danger, and that would make the structure far more resistant to both mundane and magical damage than its simple appearance suggested. The location James chose on Mount Greylock provided natural protection through its remoteness and its commanding views of the surrounding landscape, while the mountain itself seemed to possess some quality of wild magic that resonated with Isolde's abilities and that made her spellwork more powerful and more stable than it had been in other locations. The teaching began informally, with Isolde instructing her two adopted sons in magic as they grew old enough to begin manifesting their own abilities, and as their questions about the strange things that happened around them required answers that only magical explanation could provide. She taught them, as her parents had taught her before Gormlaith's interference, with love and patience rather than fear and intimidation, discovering in the process that she had a genuine gift for education and that she found satisfaction in helping young minds grasp complex concepts and develop their capabilities. James, despite lacking magic himself, contributed to the boys' education in other ways, teaching them practical skills of building and farming and survival in the wilderness, demonstrating that non-magical knowledge had its own value and that the two types of understanding could complement each other rather than existing in separate spheres that never touched. Word of Isolde's willingness to teach magic to children spread slowly through the small and scattered magical community that existed in the region, carried by those who observed her son's development and who recognized that what she was providing was something that did not exist elsewhere in the New World. There were individual witches and wizards living in isolation or in small family groups throughout the continent, many of them refugees from persecution in Europe or indigenous magical practitioners whose traditional ways of life had been disrupted by European colonization. But there was no organized magical education comparable to what Hogwarts and the other European schools provided. Young witches and wizards learned from their parents, if they were fortunate enough to have magical parents who survived long enough to teach them, or they struggled to understand and control their abilities on their own if they were muggle-born or orphaned, often with tragic results when accidental magic caused harm, or when lack of training led to exposure that brought danger to themselves and their families. The families who began bringing their children to Isolde and James, asking if they might be included in the informal school that had developed around the teaching of the two adopted sons, represented a cross-section of the early American magical community that was far more diverse than what existed in Europe. Some were European magical refugees like Isolde herself, purebloods who had fled persecution or political conflicts, or simply the suffocating weight of tradition and expectation that characterized old-world magical society. Others were indigenous magical practitioners who recognized that their traditional ways were under threat and who wanted their children to learn European-style magic to supplement their native traditions, giving them tools that might help them survive in a world that was being transformed by colonization. Still others were Muggle-born children from non-magical families who had been manifesting strange abilities that terrified their parents, young witches and wizards who desperately needed education and support, but who had nowhere else to turn. Isolde's decision to welcome all of these children, regardless of their backgrounds or the nature of their magical heritage, represented a conscious rejection of everything Gormlaith had taught her about blood purity and magical superiority. The philosophy that would define Ilvermorny was being born in these early years, an approach to magical education that emphasized inclusivity and opportunity over ancestry and tradition, that valued individual potential over family connections, and that recognized that magic manifested across all populations, and that all magical children deserved the chance to develop their abilities under proper guidance. This inclusive philosophy was not without its critics, even within the small American magical community, where some European purebloods maintained the prejudices they had brought from the old world, and where some indigenous practitioners were suspicious of European-style magical education and its potential to supplant or corrupt traditional practices. But Isolde held firm to her vision despite opposition and despite the additional work that accommodating such a diverse student body required. The cottage expanded as the number of students grew, magical and mundane construction, working together to create additional space for teaching and eventually for boarding students whose families lived too far away for daily travel. James demonstrated remarkable adaptability for a non-magical person, suddenly immersed in a magical environment, working alongside Isolde's enchantments to create structures that were both practically sound and magically enhanced. His carpentry and her charm work combining to produce results that neither could have achieved alone. The expansion was gradual and organic rather than following any grand plan, each addition responding to immediate needs rather than some comprehensive architectural vision. But the result had its own charm and character, a sprawling structure that grew naturally from the original cottage like a tree, adding rings year by year. The four houses that became central to Ilvermorny's identity emerged from a discussion between Isolde and James about how to organize students as their numbers grew beyond what could be managed as a single group. Isolde had grown up hearing about the Hogwarts house system through her parents' stories, and later through Gormlaith's bitter commentary about how Slytherin's vision had been betrayed by the other founders. And she recognized that dividing students into smaller communities could provide them with sense of belonging and identity within the larger school structure. But she did not want to simply replicate the Hogwarts system, which carried too many associations with the old world and with conflicts that had nothing to do with the new world and its magical community. Instead, she proposed creating houses that reflected American magical traditions and creatures, symbols that would connect students to the land where they were living and learning, rather than to distant European heritage. Thunderbird represented the soul and was named for the great magical bird native to North America, a creature of enormous power that could create storms with the beating of its wings, and whose appearance in the sky was considered an omen of great significance by many indigenous cultures. Isolde associated Thunderbird with adventurers, those students whose spirits yearned for exploration and discovery, who were drawn to the unknown and who would push boundaries and expand horizons. The house would value courage, but a different type than Gryffindor's, charging into danger, bravery, more a willingness to venture into uncertain territory and to embrace whatever challenges and wonders might be found there. Wampus represented the body and was named for a magical cat-like creature that was fiercely protective of its territory, and that possessed both great strength and surprising speed despite its size. James had encountered a wampus during his early days in America, and the experience had left him with deep respect for the creature's combination of power and precision. The house associated with Wampus would welcome warriors, students whose magic expressed itself through physical manifestation and who approached challenges with direct action and personal courage, those who would stand their ground and fight when fighting was required, rather than seeking alternatives to confrontation. Horned Serpent represented the mind and was named for a magical river-dwelling creature whose horns possessed powerful magical properties, and that was said to possess great wisdom and the ability to communicate with worthy individuals. Isolde herself had encountered a horned serpent during her early days in America, and the creature had given her one of its horns, a gift of tremendous value that she incorporated into the wand she created to replace Gormlaith's stolen wand when she finally felt secure enough to discard that tainted object. The house associated with Horned Serpent would attract scholars, students whose primary interest was in understanding magic rather than simply using it, who asked questions constantly, and who would push the boundaries of magical knowledge through research and experimentation. Pukwudgie represented the heart and was named for small, humanoid magical creatures that lived in forests and that served as healers and protectors when they chose to involve themselves in human affairs, though they could also be dangerous to those who offended them or threatened what they guarded. The name came from indigenous traditions, and Isolde had learned about Pukwudgies from her adopted sons and from indigenous magical practitioners who shared their knowledge despite having reasons to be wary of European-style magic. The house associated with Pukwudgie would welcome healers, students whose magic was primarily directed toward helping others, who possessed empathy and compassion, and who would serve their communities through care and protection, rather than through combat or discovery or scholarship. The sorting ceremony at Ilvermorny developed into something unique in magical education, different from the Sorting Hat's private conversations at Hogwarts, and more participatory than the assignment methods used at other schools. James Stewart, despite lacking magical abilities himself, proved to have remarkable talent for carving, and he created 4 wooden statues representing the house creatures, enchanting them with Isolde's help so that they would respond to students during the sorting process. The statues stood in the entrance hall, and students being sorted would stand before them, while the 4 house representations indicated their interest through various means. Thunderbird would beat its wings, creating gusts of wind that could be felt throughout the hall. Wampus would roar, a sound that seemed impossibly loud coming from a wooden statue. Horned Serpent's crystal, embedded in its forehead, would light up with an inner glow. Pukwudgie would raise its arrow, pointing directly at the student being sorted. The complication that made Ilvermorny's sorting distinctive was that more than one statue might respond to a particular student, multiple houses, claiming the same individual, and creating a situation where choice became necessary. When multiple houses wanted a student, That student was given the privilege of selecting which house they would join, making the sorting partially a matter of external judgment through the statue's responses, but also a matter of personal decision and self-understanding. This approach to sorting reflected Ilvermorny's philosophy that identity was not entirely determined by others' perceptions, but involved self-determination and personal choice. That students should have agency in deciding who they would become, even while receiving guidance about where their natural inclinations and abilities might lead them. The growth of Ilvermorny from that original cottage school to a castle that rivaled European institutions in size and sophistication was a process that took decades and that required resources and support that went beyond what Isolde and James could provide alone. The magical community in America remained small and scattered compared to the concentrated populations in Europe, but it was growing as immigration brought more magical families to the New World, and as the Muggle-born population increased alongside the growth of the non-magical American population. Families who were grateful for the education their children had received at Ilvermorny contributed what they could to support the school's expansion, donating money and materials and labor, helping to construct new buildings, and to enhance existing structures with protective enchantments and comfort charms that made the growing campus more livable for students who now boarded there full-time, rather than attending as day students. By the 19th century, Ilvermorny's reputation had spread beyond North America, reaching Europe and the other continents where magical communities were discussing the new world and the new magical institutions that were developing there. The school was recognized by the International Confederation of Wizards as one of the great magical schools, an acknowledgement that it had achieved a level of quality and stability that placed it alongside Hogwarts and Beauxbatons and the other established institutions, despite being centuries younger than most of them. The recognition brought prestige but also scrutiny, with European magical authorities interested in whether American magical education was maintaining proper standards and whether the inclusive philosophy that characterized Ilvermorny was producing graduates who were as capable as those from more traditional and selective schools. By the 1920s, Ilvermorny was considered one of the finest magical schools in the entire world, a dramatic achievement for an institution that had begun as one woman teaching her adopted sons in a cottage on a remote mountain. The student body had grown to include young witches and wizards from across North America, from Canada in the north to Mexico in the south, from the Atlantic coast to the Pacific, a geographic range that was enormous compared to the relatively compact areas served by European schools. The diversity of the student population, in terms of magical heritage, cultural background, and indigenous versus immigrant traditions, created both challenges and opportunities, requiring staff who could navigate complex cultural sensitivities while maintaining consistent educational standards across very different contexts. The physical campus had been transformed into a granite castle that bore some superficial resemblance to Hogwarts in its use of stone construction and its castle-like appearance, but that reflected American architectural sensibilities and magical traditions rather than simply replicating European models. The castle stood at the highest point of Mount Greylock, visible from great distances to those with magical sight, but hidden from non-magical observation by the powerful enchantments that created the characteristic wreath of mist around the summit. The stone used in construction had been quarried from the mountain itself, giving the castle a quality of belonging to the landscape rather than being imposed upon it, as if it had grown from the mountain as naturally as the trees that covered the lower slopes. The current headmaster, Agilbert Fontaine, represented continuity with Ilvermorny's history, while also bringing new perspectives shaped by the challenges of 20th century magical education. Fontaine was a direct descendant of one of the 12 original Aurors who had founded the Magical Congress of the United States of America, known as MACUSA, the magical government that had been established in the late 18th century to provide organization and protection for the scattered American magical community. His family had been involved in American magical governance and law enforcement for generations, giving him perspectives on how magical education related to the broader needs of magical society and how schools could prepare students for careers in government service, law enforcement, magical research, and the many other fields that required well-trained witches and wizards. Under Fontaine's leadership, Ilvermorny maintained its commitment to the inclusive philosophy that Isolde Sayer had established, while also adapting to changing circumstances and new challenges that the founders could not have anticipated. The relationship between the magical and non-magical communities in America had become increasingly complex as the country developed and as the Statute of Secrecy required ever more sophisticated concealment methods to hide the plates. Magical world from non-magical observation. The school had to prepare students not just to perform magic, but to navigate the complicated legal and social structures that governed when and where and how magic could be used, understanding that violations of secrecy laws could bring severe penalties and could threaten the safety of entire magical communities. The story of Isolde and James's long life together became part of Ilvermorny's founding mythology, a tale that was told to each new generation of students and that embodied the values the school sought to instill. They had lived past 100 years of age, unusual even for magical people who typically enjoyed longer lifespans than their non-magical counterparts, but who rarely reached such advanced ages. They had witnessed the transformation of their simple cottage into a magnificent castle, had seen their handful of students grow into hundreds and eventually thousands, had watched the institution they created become recognized throughout the world as a symbol of what American magical education represented at its best. They died knowing that their work would continue, that the dream born from Isolde's escape from oppression and her determination to create something better had been realized beyond anything she could have imagined during those dark years under Gormlaith's control. The cottage where it all began was preserved within the castle grounds, protected by powerful preservation charms that kept it exactly as it had been during those early years when Isolde and James taught their adopted sons and the first few other students who joined them. Students at Ilvermorny were taken to visit the cottage during their first year, walking through the small rooms where the school's founders had lived and worked, seeing the simple furniture and the few personal possessions that had been left in place, connecting themselves to the history and the values that had shaped the institution they were now part of. The cottage served as a reminder that great things could grow from small beginnings, that individual determination and commitment to ideals could transform not just one life, but countless lives across generations, and that the work of building a better magical community was never finished, but was passed from each generation to the next. The curriculum at Ilvermorny covered the standard subjects that any comprehensive magical education required, the same basic areas of magical study that were taught at schools throughout the world because certain knowledge was fundamental regardless of cultural context or national traditions. Transfiguration taught students to alter the physical properties of objects and living things, starting with simple transformations and progressing to the incredibly complex magic of human transformation. Charms covered the addition of properties to objects without fundamentally changing their nature, practical magic that had endless applications in daily life. Potions combined ingredients according to precise formulas to create mixtures with magical effects. Defense against the dark arts prepared students to protect themselves from hostile magic and dangerous creatures. Essential knowledge in a world where threats could come from many directions. But the specific approach to these subjects and the emphasis placed on different aspects of magical study reflected American magical culture and Ilvermorny's particular educational philosophy. Where European schools might emphasize tradition and established methods, Ilvermorny encouraged innovation and experimentation, valuing students who found new ways to achieve magical effects or who combined different branches of magic in novel ways. The American magical tradition was younger and less bound by centuries of accumulated precedent, creating space for creativity and risk-taking that was sometimes constrained at older institutions, where the weight of tradition was heavier and where deviation from established methods was viewed with suspicion rather than enthusiasm. The incorporation of indigenous magical practices into the curriculum represented one of Ilvermorny's most distinctive features, an acknowledgement that European-style wand magic was not the only valid approach to magical manipulation, and that indigenous traditions that had developed over thousands of years on the North American continent possessed their own value and sophistication. Some indigenous magical practitioners had initially been reluctant to share their knowledge with a school that was primarily European in its structure and methods, concerned that their traditions would be appropriated without understanding or respect. But over time, trust had been built through relationships between individual teachers and families, and through Ilvermorny's demonstrated commitment to preserving and honoring indigenous magical heritage, rather than simply absorbing it into European frameworks. Students at Ilvermorny learned wandless magic techniques that came from indigenous traditions, understanding that while wands were powerful tools that focused and amplified magical energy, they were not strictly necessary for accomplished magical practitioners who had trained in other methods. The wandless magic was different from European wandless techniques, which were typically viewed as inferior alternatives to be used only when a wand was unavailable, and instead was presented as a complete magical system with its own logic and its own areas of particular strength. Students who mastered both wand-based and wandless approaches found that the combination gave them flexibility and redundancy, the ability to continue functioning magically even if disarmed, and a deeper understanding of how magic worked at fundamental levels. The wand-making tradition at Ilvermorny was another point of pride and distinction, carrying particular significance because it represented James Stewart's contribution to magical education despite his own lack of magical abilities. James had taught himself to craft wands through observation of Isolt's work, and through his own natural skill at woodworking, and his intuitive understanding of how different materials possessed different properties. He had become one of the premier wand makers in North America, creating instruments that were sought after not just by Ilvermorny students, but by adult witches and wizards throughout the continent who wanted wands made by someone who understood American magical traditions and American magical woods. The wands James created were distinctive in several ways that reflected both his Muggle perspective and his incorporation of indigenous magical understanding. He used woods native to North America, rather than relying entirely on the European species that traditional wand makers preferred, discovering through experimentation that American trees possessed their own magical properties that were just as powerful as their European counterparts, though sometimes manifesting differently. He incorporated materials from American magical creatures as wand cores, using thunderbird tail feathers and wampus cat hair and horned serpent horns, alongside the traditional European cores of phoenix feather and dragon heartstring and unicorn hair. The result was a distinctive American wand-making tradition that produced instruments perfectly suited to American magical practice and American witches and wizards. The emphasis on magical ethics at Ilvermorny was more explicit and more central to the curriculum than at most other schools, reflecting the American magical community's particular history and concerns. The contact between European magical immigrants and indigenous magical communities had raised complex questions about cultural appropriation and respectful engagement with traditions that were not one's own. The relationship between magical and non-magical people in America had been shaped by different historical experiences than in Europe, where centuries of witch hunts and persecution had created deep separation and mutual suspicion, versus America, where some magical people like James Stewart had been fully integrated into magical families, and where the rigid separation that characterized European magical society was sometimes viewed as unnecessarily harsh. The Statute of Secrecy and its American interpretation through Rappaport's law had created particularly stringent restrictions on magical Muggle interaction in the United States, regulations that went beyond what was required in most other countries, and that reflected specific historical incidents where breaches of secrecy had led to violence and persecution. Students at Ilvermorny had to learn not just how to perform magic, but when it was legally and ethically appropriate to do so, understanding that the freedom to use their abilities was constrained by responsibilities to protect both themselves and the broader magical community from exposure and its consequences. The balance between individual liberty and collective security was a constant theme in American magical education, preparing students for the complex ethical decisions they would face throughout their lives. The architecture of Ilvermorny reflected American aesthetics and practical considerations rather than simply replicating European castle designs. Though the basic form of a castle built from stone gave it superficial similarity to Hogwarts and other European schools, the American castle was less Gothic and medieval in feeling, lacking the thousands of years of history that gave European castles their particular atmosphere of accumulated magic and ancient purpose. Instead, Ilvermorny felt newer and more optimistic, its spaces designed for current needs rather than having evolved over centuries through countless modifications and additions. The Great Hall was impressive but less formal than its European counterparts. The dormitories were comfortable but practical, rather than attempting to evoke particular historical periods, and throughout the castle there was a sense of function taking precedence over tradition. The grounds surrounding the castle were extensive and included diverse environments for different types of magical study and practice. Forest areas provided habitats for magical creatures native to North America and offered spaces for care of magical creatures classes and for students who wanted to explore and observe wildlife in relatively natural settings. Open fields allowed for Quidditch practice and for other flying activities, while greenhouses enabled herbology classes to cultivate both North American magical plants and imported species from other continents that required careful environmental control to survive in Massachusetts climate. The mountain setting provided spectacular views and diverse terrain, but also created challenges for construction and for students navigating between different parts of the campus, particularly during winter when snow and ice made outdoor movement difficult and sometimes dangerous. The protective enchantments that concealed Ilvermorny from non-magical observation and that defended the school against potential threats were among the most sophisticated magic anywhere in the magical world. Necessarily so, because the school's prominent position on a well-known mountain peak meant that it required more powerful concealment than schools in more remote or naturally protected locations. The wreath of mist that sometimes surrounded Mount Greylock's summit was the visible manifestation of charms that manipulated weather patterns and atmospheric conditions to obscure the castle, while other enchantments worked on observers' minds to redirect their attention or to create overwhelming certainty that climbing any higher up the mountain would be impossible or dangerous. The defensive wards could identify approaching individuals and determine whether they were authorized visitors, curious, non-magical hikers who needed to be gently turned away, or potential threats that required more aggressive response. Travel to Ilvermorny at the beginning and end of each school year involved a variety of methods that reflected the diversity of the student body and the enormous distances many students lived from the school. Some students traveled by broomstick, flying from their homes if the distance was manageable for such travel and if weather conditions were favorable. Others used enchanted vehicles, automobiles that had been modified to fly or to travel through magical dimensions that shortened the apparent distance between locations. Some students traveled on the backs of magical creatures that their families had relationships with, enormous birds, or other flying beasts capable of carrying human passengers across hundreds of miles. A few students used portkeys, objects enchanted to transport anyone touching them to predetermined destinations, though the use of portkeys was heavily regulated by Macusa and required special authorization. The cultural blend that characterized Ilvermorny created both richness and complexity, as students from different backgrounds brought different assumptions and different approaches to magic and to life generally. European immigrant families maintained many of the traditions and prejudices they had brought from the Old World, though often in attenuated forms, as the practical necessities of life in America and the influence of American values slowly eroded pure blood supremacy attitudes and other beliefs that depended on rigid social hierarchies. Indigenous magical practitioners who sent their children to Ilvermorny hoped they would gain European-style magical education without losing connection to traditional practices and worldviews, a balance that was difficult to maintain and that required active effort from both families and the school. Muggle-born students came from increasingly diverse non-magical backgrounds as American non-magical population became more multicultural, bringing perspectives shaped by their families' varied experiences and creating a student body that was diverse, not just in magical heritage but in cultural background and social class. The four-house system worked somewhat differently at Ilvermorny than at Hogwarts, though the basic structure of competition and cooperation between houses was similar. The houses at Ilvermorny were less rigidly associated with particular personality traits or values, perhaps because the sorting process involved student choice, and because American culture generally emphasized individual identity over group membership more than European culture did. Students took pride in their houses and competed enthusiastically for house points and recognition, but the rivalries were generally friendlier and less bitter than those between Hogwarts houses, where centuries of accumulated history had created deep divisions and sometimes genuine hostility. The values that Ilvermorny sought to instill in its students reflected broader American cultural ideals, alongside the specific priorities of magical education. Equality and opportunity were emphasized more heavily than they might be at schools in more stratified societies, with explicit messaging that magical ability was what mattered rather than family background or pure blood status. Innovation and problem solving were valued over rote memorization and adherence to traditional methods, encouraging students to think creatively and to find new approaches rather than simply replicating what had been done before. Unity despite diversity was promoted as an ideal. Recognition that the magical community included people from many different backgrounds who needed to work together for common goals, even while maintaining their distinct identities and traditions. The relationship between Ilvermorny and Macusa was generally positive and cooperative, though not without occasional tensions when educational priorities and governmental concerns came into conflict. The Magical Congress depended on Ilvermorny to supply qualified candidates for government positions, particularly for the Aurora Department and other law enforcement roles that required extensive magical training and the kind of character development that good schools provided. The school in turn benefited from Macusa's support and protection, relying on the magical government to handle external threats and to maintain the broader security environment that allowed education to proceed without constant fear of attack or exposure. But there were occasional disagreements about curriculum content, particularly regarding how much students should be taught about controversial subjects like the history of magical Muggle relations or the complex politics of indigenous magical communities and their treatment by European magical immigrants and Makusa itself. The legacy of inclusivity that Isolde Sayer had established became even more significant as American magical society grew and as questions of identity and belonging became more complex with each passing generation. Students whose grandparents had been indigenous magical practitioners and European magical immigrants found themselves navigating multiple traditions and trying to synthesize different approaches into coherent, personal, magical identities. Muggle-born students whose families came from cultures with no European heritage brought entirely new perspectives to magical education, sometimes challenging assumptions that had been taken for granted by those who came from European magical backgrounds. The mixing of traditions and the constant negotiation of what American magical identity meant, in contrast to European magical identity, created vitality and creativity, but also occasional confusion and conflict that required patience, mediation, and willingness to accept that not all questions had clear answers. The graduates of Ilvermorny went on to positions throughout American magical society and increasingly to international positions as American magical influence grew to match the non-magical United States' growing international prominence. They served in Makusa as law enforcement officers and administrators, worked as healers at magical hospitals, conducted research at magical universities and private institutions, operated businesses both mundane and magical, and generally filled every role that magical society required. The distinctive blend of practical American problem-solving, respect for diverse traditions, and comfort with innovation that characterized Ilvermorny graduates made them valuable employees and colleagues, though their sometimes casual attitude toward tradition and their willingness to challenge established methods occasionally created friction with European magical institutions, where respect for established practices was more deeply ingrained. In the heart of the Amazon rainforest, where the green canopy stretches unbroken to every horizon, and where the air itself seems to pulse with life and magic more ancient than human civilization, there stands a temple that predates the arrival of Europeans to South America by centuries uncounted. Castelo Bruxo occupies a space in northern Brazil, where the rainforest is at its most dense, and where the boundaries between the natural and supernatural become impossible to distinguish. A place where magic flows as freely as the great rivers that wind through the jungle, and where the distinction between what is alive and what is merely enchanted seems arbitrary and meaningless. The school that serves magical students from across the entire South American continent is hidden, not through deliberate concealment charms layered over mundane reality, but through the jungle itself, which protects what it considers sacred, and which reveals its secrets only to those who approach with proper respect and understanding. To non-magical eyes, the structure that houses Castelo Bruxo appears as nothing more than ancient ruins, crumbling walls covered in vines and moss, broken columns lying half-buried in soil that has accumulated over what must be centuries of abandonment. The enchantments that create this illusion are woven so deeply into the fabric of the place that they might be considered part of its fundamental nature rather than spells cast upon it. Magic that emerges from the location itself, rather than being imposed by witches and wizards who merely happen to inhabit it. Non-magical people who stumble upon the ruins, rare as such encounters, are given the remoteness of the location and the subtle influences that guide travelers away from areas that should remain undisturbed, feel overwhelming certainty that there is nothing of interest here, that these are merely the remains of some forgotten indigenous settlement whose builders departed long ago and whose stones hold no secrets worth investigating. But to magical sight, the truth reveals itself in all its golden magnificence. The temple rises from the jungle floor in a massive square of golden stone that glows with internal light, even in the depths of night, when no sun penetrates the canopy, and when the only illumination should come from bioluminescent fungi and the distant stars obscured by layers of leaves. The stone itself is unlike anything found naturally in this region or perhaps anywhere on Earth, a material that was either created through magic or that was transported from some distant location where geology operates according to different principles. The golden color is not merely surface treatment or the effect of particular minerals in the rock, but seems to emanate from deep within each block, as if the stones themselves contain captured sunlight that they release gradually, endlessly, keeping the entire structure bathed in warm radiance that makes the surrounding jungle seem darker by contrast. The architecture of Castello Bruxo reflects indigenous styles that developed over millennia before European contact brought different aesthetic sensibilities and different approaches to constructing permanent structures. The temple form, with its massive base supporting structures that rise in step tiers toward a flat summit, echoes the pyramids and temples that various South American cultures built for religious and astronomical purposes, places where Earth reached towards sky, and where humanity attempted to bridge the gap between mundane existence and divine or cosmic forces. But this temple was built by and for magical purposes, incorporating enchantments into its very structure in ways that mundane temples never could achieve, creating a building that is simultaneously architecture and artifact, shelter and magical device, whose full purposes and capabilities remain partially mysterious, even to those who have studied it for decades. The walls of the temple appear solid and permanent, massive blocks fitted together with precision that requires no mortar because the stones themselves have been shaped to interlock perfectly, but they also breathe in ways that stone should not. The walls expand and contract with subtle rhythm that matches the breathing of the rainforest around them, inhaling when cool rain falls and exhaling when tropical sun breaks through the canopy to warm the golden surfaces. This breathing serves multiple purposes, allowing the structure to adapt to temperature changes and moisture fluctuations that would crack and crumble ordinary stone, providing ventilation to interior spaces that might otherwise become stifling in the humid tropical climate, and creating a sense that the temple is alive, a participant in the ecosystem rather than an intrusion into it. The corridors within Castellabruxo adapt and change based on the needs of those moving through them and on the requirements of the jungle that surrounds and interpenetrates the structure. Hallways that led to classrooms yesterday might open onto gardens today, while spaces that were solid wall last week might have transformed into archways leading to courtyards where classes are held under open sky with rain falling, but somehow never touching students or their materials. The adaptation is not random or chaotic, but follows its own logic that reflects understanding of how the school functions and what its inhabitants need, though that understanding seems to operate at levels below or beyond conscious thought, as if the temple possesses awareness that is not quite sentience, but that is more than the simple responsiveness of well-crafted magical objects. The founding of Castello Bruxo predates European colonization by approximately 500 years, placing its establishment sometime in the 10th or 11th century by European reckoning, though indigenous timekeeping systems organized history according to different frameworks, and the exact correspondence between their calendars and European ones remains a subject of debate among magical historians. The school emerged during a period when various South American magical cultures were reaching heights of sophistication and power, developing traditions and techniques that were entirely independent of European magical development, and that in some areas exceeded what European witches and wizards would achieve for centuries to come. The founders, whose individual names have been lost to time or preserved only in oral traditions that remain closely guarded within certain indigenous magical communities, brought together knowledge and practices from multiple cultures, creating an institution that would serve magical education needs across diverse populations and vast geographic ranges. The decision to locate the school deep within the Amazon rainforest was strategic and symbolic, reflecting understanding that the jungle represented both protection and power source that would sustain the institution through whatever challenges might arise. The rainforest's sheer size and difficulty of penetration provided natural barriers against any enemies who might seek to attack the school or interfere with its operation, making military assault virtually impossible for anyone who was not intimately familiar with jungle navigation and survival. The incredible biodiversity of the Amazon, with more species of plants and animals concentrated in small areas than existed in entire continents elsewhere, created living laboratory for studying magical flora and fauna, and for developing the herbological and magizoological expertise that would become Castellabruxo's particular strength and reputation. But beyond practical considerations, the jungle location reflected philosophical understanding of the relationship between magic and nature that was central to indigenous South American magical traditions. European magic tended to view nature as something to be controlled and manipulated, raw material to be shaped according to human will and human purposes, an approach that produced powerful results, but that also created separation between magical practitioners and the natural world they worked with. Indigenous traditions approached magic differently, seeing it as participation in natural processes rather than domination of them, as partnership with the forces and entities that animated the world, rather than commanding them to serve human ends. The temple built within the jungle rather than imposed upon it, growing from the ecosystem as naturally as the trees, and adapted to work with the rainforest rather than against it, embodied this alternative understanding of what magic could be and how magical education might function. The protective spirits, known as Kaipora, who guard Castello Bruxo and watch over its students, represent another distinctive feature of the school, beings whose relationship to the institution goes beyond simple employment or even magical binding to something approaching symbiosis or family connection. The Kaipora are small creatures, standing perhaps 3 feet tall when upright, covered in reddish-brown fur that provides camouflage in the forest shadows, and that seems to shift color subtly to match whatever background they stand against. Their faces are almost human, but not quite, with features that are compressed and exaggerated in ways that make them simultaneously comical and slightly unsettling. Large eyes that reflect light like animals' eyes, and that can see in darkness where human vision fails completely, mouths that can smile with genuine warmth or bare teeth, in expressions of threat that leave no doubt about their capacity for violence when circumstances require it. The nature of the Kaipora as spirit beings, rather than simply unusual magical creatures, places them in categories that European magical taxonomy struggles to accommodate, entities that are not quite alive in the biological sense, but that are far more than ghosts or memories given form through magical energy. They exist in the spaces between clear classifications, possessing physical bodies that can interact with the material world, but also capable of disappearing into trees or earth or shadow when they choose, able to communicate through speech or gesture, but also through means that bypass language entirely to convey meaning directly into the minds of those they interact with. Their connection to the forest is so fundamental that separating a Kaipora from the jungle for any extended period would likely result in its weakening or even death, though this has never been tested because the Kaipora themselves show no interest in leaving, and because attempting to force them would be both cruel and futile given their abilities to simply vanish when they wish to avoid something. The relationship between the Kaipora and the students of Castellabruxo is complex and multi-layered, combining protection with discipline and genuine affection with willingness to allow natural consequences to teach lessons that verbal instruction cannot convey. The Kaipora watch over students constantly, invisible observers who track every movement through the jungle grounds and who intervene when genuine danger threatens, but who also allow students to make mistakes and face consequences, when those consequences will teach important lessons without causing permanent harm. A student who ventures into areas of the jungle that have been declared off-limits will find themselves suddenly turned around, walking in circles until they emerge back at the temple's entrance, confused but unharmed. A student who attempts to capture or harm a creature without proper reason will find their spell redirected or their intentions somehow thwarted, learning that the jungle's inhabitants deserve respect rather than being treated as resources to be exploited. But the Kaipora are also mischievous in ways that go beyond mere discipline, possessing senses of humor that manifest in pranks and tricks that can range from mildly annoying to genuinely frustrating depending on the severity of whatever offense prompted their attention. A student who has been disrespectful to the jungle or to its creatures might find their belongings mysteriously relocated, spending hours searching for books or clothing that have been hidden in increasingly improbable locations. A student who has ignored warnings about dangerous plants might discover that their hair has temporarily taken on bright colors that match the warning coloration of the plant they carelessly handled, a harmless enchantment that will wear off in a few days but that serves as both reminder and minor punishment for inattention. The tricks are never truly harmful, but they can be embarrassing, and the knowledge that the Kaipora are always watching and always ready to respond to misbehavior creates a form of behavioral regulation that is more effective than any human disciplinary system could be. Over time, students at Castellabruxo learn to recognize individual Kaipora and to develop relationships with them that go beyond the simple guardian and guarded dynamic. The Kaipora have distinct personalities, preferences, and quirks, and they respond differently to different students, based on factors that are not always obvious to human observers. Some students find that Kaipora are drawn to them, appearing frequently and offering guidance that goes beyond what they provide to others, while other students might go weeks without seeing a Kaipora, despite knowing they are present and watching. Earning a Kaipora's trust and friendship is considered a significant achievement at Castellabruxo, validation that a student has learned to approach the jungle and its inhabitants with appropriate respect and understanding, and those students who manage to befriend Kaipora often gain insights into jungle magic and natural harmony that cannot be learned through classroom instruction alone. The bright green robes worn by Castellabruxo students are decorated with patterns that incorporate yellow lines, red rings, and blue triangles, geometric designs that have specific meanings within indigenous South American traditions, and that identify the wearer as belonging to the school's community. The green of the robes matches the overwhelming green of the rainforest canopy, providing some degree of camouflage when students are working outdoors, but also symbolizing their connection to and participation in the jungle ecosystem that surrounds them. The yellow lines represent the sun that provides energy for all life in the rainforest, the photosynthesis that powers the entire food web, and that makes the incredible biodiversity of the jungle possible. The red rings symbolize blood and life force, the vital energy that flows through all living things and that connects every organism in webs of predation and symbiosis. The blue triangles represent water, the rain that falls in enormous quantities throughout the year and the rivers that drain the Amazon basin, carrying nutrients and connecting distant regions of the forest into integrated whole. The practical design of the robes reflects understanding of the challenges posed by tropical rainforest climate, where heat and humidity can make clothing uncomfortable, and where sudden rainstorms can drench anything not protected by waterproofing charms. The fabric is light and breathable, allowing air circulation that helps prevent overheating while still providing coverage that protects against insects and thorny plants, and the countless other minor hazards that jungle environments present. The robes are enchanted with permanent water-repelling charms that cause rain to bead up and roll off rather than soaking into the fabric, keeping students dry even during the heaviest downpours, while also preventing the growth of mold and mildew that would otherwise be inevitable in such humid conditions. Additional enchantments discourage insects from landing on or biting through the fabric, a protection that is essential in an environment where mosquitoes and other biting insects carry diseases, and where some species possess venom or other defensive mechanisms that can cause considerable pain or allergic reactions. The curriculum at Castellabruxo naturally emphasizes subjects that draw upon the extraordinary natural resources of the Amazon rainforest and that prepare students for careers working with magical creatures and magical plants rather than in urban magical communities or government positions. Herbology at Castellabruxo is not the contained greenhouse study that characterizes the subject at schools like Hogwarts, where plants are cultivated in controlled environments and where students interact with them in carefully supervised circumstances designed to minimize danger while maximizing educational value. Instead, herbology at Castellabruxo means venturing into the rainforest itself, learning to identify and understand plants in their natural habitats, studying the complex relationships between different species, and understanding how magical plants fit into broader ecological webs that include both magical and non-magical organisms. The Amazon rainforest contains more plant species than any other ecosystem on Earth, with estimates suggesting that tens of thousands of species exist within the basin, and that many have never been catalogued or studied by either magical or non-magical botanists. Among this incredible diversity are plants whose magical properties range from subtle to overwhelming, species that have been used by indigenous magical practitioners for thousands of years, and others that remain unknown, even to local magical communities because they grow only in specific microclimates or because their properties only manifest under certain conditions. Students at Castellabruxo spend years learning to navigate this botanical complexity, developing the observational skills and the intuitive understanding that allow them to recognize potentially valuable or dangerous plants, even when encountering species they have never seen before. The practical applications of Amazonian herbology are vast and economically significant, making Castellabruxo graduates highly sought after by potion makers, healers, and magical researchers throughout the world. Ingredients that are common in the Amazon but rare or impossible to obtain elsewhere command high prices in international markets, creating opportunities for those who know where to find them and how to harvest them sustainably without depleting wild populations or disrupting the ecosystems they are part of. Some plants produce compounds that can be used in healing potions to treat diseases or injuries that resist other forms of magical or mundane medicine. Others contain substances that enhance magical abilities temporarily, or that allow the creation of potions with effects that cannot be achieved through European magical botany alone. Still others possess defensive or offensive properties that make them valuable for protective magic, or for creating deterrence against intruders or threats. But the study of Amazonian plants is not purely utilitarian or focused only on extracting value for human purposes. Students at Castellobruxo learn to understand plants as living beings with their own needs and their own roles in the ecosystem, developing relationships with the botanical world that go beyond simple resource extraction to something approaching partnership or at least respectful coexistence. They learn which plants should never be harvested because their populations are too small or because their ecological roles are too important to risk disrupting. They learn how to harvest from abundant species in ways that do not damage the parent plants and that actually promote their health and reproduction. They learn to recognize when a plant is stressed or diseased, and to understand what that might indicate about broader environmental conditions that could affect entire regions of the forest. Magizoology at Castellobruxo similarly benefits from the incredible diversity of the Amazon rainforest, where magical creatures exist in numbers and varieties that exceed what can be found in any other single location on Earth. The creatures range from the spectacular to the subtle, from enormous serpents whose scales gleam with iridescent enchantment, to tiny insects whose magic manifests only in specific circumstances, but whose effects can be profound. Some of these creatures are known to the international magical community, having been documented by magizoologists who ventured into the Amazon to study species that existed nowhere else. Others remain known only to local magical practitioners who guard their knowledge carefully, understanding that some creatures would be endangered if their existence and properties became widely known to wizards and witches who might seek to capture or exploit them. The study of magical creatures at Castellobruxo emphasizes observation and understanding, rather than capture and control, reflecting the same philosophical approach to nature that characterizes the school's herbology program. Students learn to move through the jungle in ways that minimize disturbance to the creatures they study, developing the patience to spend hours or days watching animals in their natural behaviors, rather than expecting to walk up to creatures and interact with them immediately. They learn to read signs that indicate creature, presence, and activity, understanding what different types of markings or damage to vegetation might reveal about what species live in an area and what they have been doing. They learn to distinguish between creatures that are genuinely dangerous and should be avoided versus those that are merely defensive and will leave humans alone if not threatened. And they develop the judgment to know when studying a creature is worth the risks involved, and when discretion suggests finding safer subjects for observation. The magical creatures of the Amazon include species that have been adapted to every possible niche within the rainforest ecosystem, occupying roles from apex predators to decomposers and filling every position between those extremes. In the canopy, far above the forest floor where sunlight actually penetrates and where a whole different world exists that ground-dwelling humans rarely access, there are birds whose songs can cast charms or curses, and whose feathers are prized for wand-making and potion ingredients. Monkeys with the ability to turn invisible move through the trees, their presence revealed only by the shaking of branches and the fruits that seem to disappear from trees by themselves. Insects with bioluminescent magic create displays at night that rival anything human witches and wizards can produce with lumos charms. On the forest floor and in the understory where most human activity occurs, the creature diversity is equally impressive, though perhaps less immediately visible. Jaguars whose spotted coats contain natural disillusionment magic that makes them nearly impossible to detect until they move. Hunt prey that includes both magical and non-magical species. Giant anteaters whose long snouts can detect magical residue and whose claws can tear through all but the most powerful protective wards. Despite having no apparent magical abilities themselves, wander through territories that span miles of jungle. Frogs whose skin secretes compounds with powerful magical properties have been used by indigenous practitioners for vision quests and healing ceremonies for thousands of years. Their toxins capable of altering consciousness in ways that reveal truths or grant temporary abilities that fade when the compounds are metabolized. In the rivers and streams that wind through the rainforest, aquatic magical creatures thrive in waters that range from crystal clear to murky with sediment, from nearly still to rushing rapids that can sweep away anything not strong enough to resist their force. Dolphins, whose intelligence rivals or exceeds that of humans, swim through flooded forests during the rainy season, communicating with each other through sounds that have magical properties and that can affect the moods and perceptions of anyone who hears them. Fish that can generate powerful electrical fields use their abilities not just for navigation and hunting, but also for communication and for manipulating the magical currents that flow through water as surely as they flow through earth and air. Caimans, whose scales resist most offensive spells, bask on riverbanks, ancient reptilian predators that have survived largely unchanged for millions of years because their combination of physical capabilities and magical resistance makes them nearly perfect for their ecological role. Potion making at Castelobruxo draws heavily on the incredible diversity of ingredients available in the Amazon, incorporating plants, animal parts, and minerals that are unknown to European potion makers, or that are so rare in other parts of the world that they are used only in the most advanced or specialized brews. The abundance of rare ingredients allows students to gain hands-on experience with potions that would be theoretical exercises at schools where the necessary components cannot be obtained, developing practical skills and intuitive understanding of how different ingredients interact and how substitutions might be made when ideal components are unavailable. The tradition of potion making in South American magical communities predates European contact and incorporates techniques and theoretical frameworks that are different from European approaches, leading to brews that achieve similar effects through different mechanisms or that produce effects that European potions cannot replicate. The integration of indigenous magical traditions into Castelobruxo's curriculum represents both the school's greatest strength and one of its ongoing challenges, as balancing respect for traditional knowledge with the practical requirements of formal education requires constant negotiation and adjustment. Indigenous magical practices were, and in many cases, still are, oral traditions, knowledge passed from master to apprentice through direct teaching and practical demonstration, rather than through written texts and standardized curricula. The experiential and contextual nature of this knowledge does not always translate well into classroom instruction, where the tendency is to systematize and standardize in ways that may strip away nuance and context that are essential to proper understanding and application. Some indigenous magical practitioners have been willing to share their knowledge with Castelobruxo, seeing the school as a way to preserve traditions that might otherwise be lost as younger generations are drawn away from traditional lifestyles by the pressures and attractions of modernization. They serve as teachers and consultants, working with the school's staff to develop curricula that honor traditional knowledge, while also making it accessible to students from various backgrounds who may not have grown up immersed in indigenous cultures. But this sharing is always on terms set by the indigenous practitioners themselves, with clear boundaries around what can be taught to outsiders and what must remain within indigenous communities, what can be written down and what must be learned through direct transmission, what applications of the knowledge are appropriate, and what would constitute misuse or betrayal of the trust involved in the sharing. Other indigenous magical practitioners remain skeptical or opposed to Castelobruxo's existence and operation viewing it as fundamentally a European-style institution that cannot truly honor indigenous traditions regardless of its stated intentions. They point to the ways that traditional knowledge has been appropriated and commodified throughout history, taken from indigenous communities without proper compensation or credit, and used in ways that benefit outsiders, while providing nothing to the communities that developed and preserved that knowledge over generations. They worry that teaching indigenous magic to students who come from European magical backgrounds or from urban South American magical communities that have lost connection to indigenous roots will lead to dilution and corruption of traditional practices, transformation of sacred knowledge into mere techniques that can be bought and sold without understanding of their deeper meanings and contexts. Castelobruxo's administration has attempted to navigate these concerns through policies that emphasize respect and reciprocity, ensuring that indigenous teachers are fairly compensated and that their authority over their own knowledge traditions is recognized and protected. Students are taught explicitly about the sources of the knowledge they receive and about their responsibilities to use that knowledge appropriately and to give credit where credit is due. Partnerships with indigenous magical communities are structured to provide benefits beyond mere financial payment, including support for preservation of languages and traditional practices, assistance with threats to indigenous lands and resources, and advocacy within broader South American magical society for recognition of indigenous rights and sovereignty. The student body at Castelobruxo is drawn from across the South American continent, representing enormous geographic diversity and corresponding cultural and linguistic variety. Students come from Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, Peru, Chile, Venezuela, and every other South American country, traveling distances that can span thousands of miles from their homes to the school. The diversity creates rich opportunities for cultural exchange and for students to learn from peers whose backgrounds and experiences are very different from their own. But it also creates challenges in terms of communication and shared cultural references that cannot be assumed when students come from such varied contexts. The linguistic situation at Castelobruxo is complex, with Portuguese being the primary language of instruction because of the school's location in Brazil, but with Spanish also widely spoken because of its prevalence across much of South America. Indigenous languages, including Quechua, Guarani, and hundreds of others, are spoken by some students and staff, creating a multilingual environment where translation charms are frequently necessary for effective communication. The school views this linguistic diversity as an asset rather than a problem, encouraging students to learn multiple languages and to understand that different languages carry different ways of thinking about and understanding magic. Some spells work better in certain languages than in others, not because of any inherent superiority of those languages, but because the sounds and structures of different tongues interact with magical energy in distinct ways that can be exploited for specific purposes. The magical governments of South American countries maintain relationships with Castelobruxo that are generally positive and mutually supportive, though the specific nature of those relationships varies depending on each country's particular political situation and magical community structure. Brazil's magical government has the closest relationship with the school, given its location within Brazilian territory, providing funding and political support in exchange for access to the school's expertise on Amazonian magical creatures and plants, and for a steady supply of well-trained graduates who can fill positions in government, service. Argentina, Colombia, and other countries with large magical populations also maintain official connections with the school, sending students and sometimes providing financial support while benefiting from the training those students receive. The prestige associated with graduating from Castelobruxo extends beyond South America, with the school's reputation for excellence in natural magic, making its graduates sought after by institutions and employers throughout the world. European universities and research institutions recruit Castellabruxo graduates for positions studying magical creatures and plants, valuing their hands-on experience and their knowledge of species that European magical zoologists and botanists have only encountered through descriptions in books. Potion makers and healers seek out Castellabruxo-trained professionals who understand Amazonian ingredients and who can create brews that European-trained potion makers cannot replicate. Conservation organizations working to protect endangered magical species and habitats rely heavily on Castellabruxo graduates, whose training emphasize sustainable interaction with magical ecosystems rather than exploitation of them for human benefit alone. The relationship between Castellabruxo and its environment is symbiotic in ways that go beyond metaphor to approach literal truth, the school and the jungle existing in mutual dependence that shapes both. The temple's magical infrastructure draws power from the jungle itself, tapping into the enormous flows of life energy that course through the rainforest, and using that power to sustain enchantments and to provide the magical resources needed for education. But the relationship is not parasitic extraction, and the school returns as much as it takes through careful stewardship of the forest and through magical interventions that protect against threats that the jungle could not handle through natural processes alone. Students and staff work to identify and remove magical pollutants that might accumulate from industrial activity in distant regions and drift through magical currents to affect the Amazon. They monitor creature populations and intervene when necessary to prevent extinctions or to address imbalances that might cascade through the ecosystem. They maintain wards that protect against dark magic and malevolent entities that might see the jungle's power as something to corrupt or control for evil purposes. The possible future appearance of Castellabruxo in the Fantastic Beasts film series created anticipation among those familiar with the school's history and reputation, as seeing the Golden Temple and the surrounding jungle brought to visual life would provide glimpses of South American magical culture that had received limited attention in previous explorations of the wizarding world. The potential connection through historical meetings between Armando Dippet and Headmistress Benedita Dorado suggested narrative opportunities for exploring relationships between different magical schools and for demonstrating how international magical cooperation functioned during the period covered by the films. Whether these possibilities were realized would depend on creative decisions made by filmmakers and on the larger narrative arcs they were pursuing. But the foundation existed for meaningful inclusion of South American magical traditions and institutions if those directions were chosen. On a volcanic island in the far reaches of the Pacific Ocean, where the boundary between sea and sky blurs into horizons that stretch forever in every direction, and where the very earth trembles with the memory of fire that formed it, there rises a palace that seems to have been carved from a single enormous piece of jade. Mahutokoro occupies the topmost point of the volcanic island of Minami Iwo Jima, a location that is officially uninhabited, according to non-magical records, and that appears on most maps as nothing more than a tiny speck of land, too remote and too inhospitable to warrant human settlement. But to those with magical sight and the ability to perceive what is hidden from ordinary observation, the island reveals itself as home to one of the world's most beautiful and most rigorously disciplined magical schools, an institution whose history stretches back into antiquity and whose graduates have shaped Japanese magical culture for longer than reliable records have existed. The Palace of Mahutokoro is constructed from mutton fat jade, a particular variety of the precious stone that possesses a warm, slightly translucent quality that seems to glow with internal light. even when no external illumination falls upon it. The jade was not quarried from any single location, but was gathered piece by precious piece over centuries. Some blocks mined from mountains in mainland Asia, where jade deposits have been worked for thousands of years. Others recovered from the ocean floor, where volcanic activity and geological processes had created concentrations of the stone in forms that were both pure and magically resonant. The process of gathering sufficient jade to construct an entire palace must have taken generations and required resources that suggested either enormous wealth or connections that allowed access to jade sources that were normally restricted or unknown to ordinary magical communities. The construction technique used to assemble these jade blocks into a coherent structure remains partially mysterious even to contemporary magical architects who have studied the palace extensively. The blocks fit together with precision that requires no mortar or magical bonding agents, each piece shaped to interface perfectly with its neighbors, in ways that create structural integrity through geometry rather than through adhesives or enchantments. The jade itself has been treated through processes that may combine purely magical enhancement with techniques borrowed from non-magical lapidary arts, giving it strength that exceeds what natural jade could possess, while maintaining the translucent quality and the gentle luminescence that makes the entire palace seem to glow from within. At night, when viewed from the sea or from the air, the palace appears as a beacon of soft green-white light that sits at the island's summit like a crown or a lantern, visible for miles across the dark waters. The location atop the volcanic peak provides both practical advantages and symbolic resonance that speaks to the school's philosophy and values. The elevation offers commanding views in every direction, allowing observers to see approaching visitors from vast distances and providing early warning of any threats that might approach by sea or air. The remoteness ensures that the school operates without interference from non-magical authorities or from the broader magical community, maintaining autonomy and the ability to set its own standards and methods without external oversight that might compromise the rigorous discipline that characterizes Mahotokoro's approach to magical education. The volcanic nature of the island itself creates an environment where magical energy flows with particular strength and clarity. The combination of fire and earth, and the meeting of land and ocean-producing conditions that are ideal for certain types of advanced magical study and practice. The antiquity of Mahotokoro places it among the oldest, continuously operating magical schools in the world, with some accounts suggesting it may be the oldest of all, though the lack of written records from the school's earliest centuries makes such claims difficult to verify with certainty. The Japanese magical tradition has always emphasized oral transmission and direct teacher-to-student relationships over written documentation, reflecting philosophical commitments that value personal connection and embodied knowledge over abstract information that can be extracted from context and transmitted without understanding. The school's age is estimated based on references in other historical sources, mentions in Chinese and Korean magical texts that describe Japanese magical practices and institutions, archaeological evidence from the island itself that suggests continuous human magical activity for more than a millennium, and the testimony of magical portraits and ghosts whose memories extend back through centuries, but whose chronological precision is limited by the ways that long existence erodes distinctions between different time periods. The student body at Mahotokoro is described as the smallest of the 11 great wizarding schools, a reflection both of Japan's relatively modest population compared to continents like Africa or North America, and of the school's highly selective admission standards that limit enrollment to those who demonstrate not just magical ability, but also the psychological characteristics and family situations that suggest they will thrive under Mahotokoro's demanding educational approach. The small size creates an intimate educational environment where every student is known personally to the faculty, and where individualized attention and instruction are possible in ways that would be difficult or impossible at larger institutions. But the small size also creates its own pressures, as students cannot disappear into anonymous crowds, and every action and achievement or failure is visible to everyone else in the community. The admission process at Mahotokoro begins when children reach the age of 7, notably younger than the typical starting age at European schools where 11 is standard. The early start reflects Japanese magical philosophy about the optimal timing for beginning formal magical education, understanding that certain foundational skills and habits of mind are most easily developed during childhood, and that waiting until adolescence makes some aspects of magical training more difficult than they need to be. At 7, children's brains retain the plasticity that allows rapid learning of complex patterns and skills. Their personalities are still forming in ways that make it easier to instill values and approaches that will become fundamental to their identities, and they have developed sufficient self-control and ability to focus that formal instruction becomes practical even if their attention spans remain shorter than those of older students. The initial years from 7 to 11 are spent as day students rather than boarders, an arrangement that recognizes the importance of family connections and home environment for young children, while still providing structured magical education that supplements whatever training parents provide. Each day, students are transported from their homes to the school and back again by magical means that are themselves part of the educational experience, and that introduce children to aspects of the magical world they might not otherwise encounter. The transportation is provided by a flock of giant storm petrels, enormous seabirds whose wingspans can exceed 20 feet, and whose magical nature allows them to carry human passengers safely across distances that would take hours or days to traverse by conventional flight. The storm petrels that serve Mahotokoro have been companions to the school for as long as anyone can remember, their relationship with the institution predating most of the current buildings, and possibly predating even the Jade Palace itself, if the school existed in earlier forms, before the current structure was completed. These birds are not pets or servants, but partners who have chosen to work with the school, magical creatures whose intelligence approaches or possibly exceeds human levels, and whose motivations for maintaining their relationship with Mahotokoro remain their own. They seem to take genuine pleasure in carrying young students, treating each trip as opportunity for play and education rather than as mere transportation duty. The birds will sometimes take indirect routes that provide students with views of interesting magical phenomena or creatures, flying past sea serpents basking on the surface or through clouds where air elementals dance, providing informal lessons in magizoology and meteorological magic, alongside the simple service of getting children to school. For young students making these daily flights, the experience creates powerful memories and associations that shape their entire relationship with Mahotokoro and with magic generally. The sensation of flight on the back of a giant bird, wind rushing past and ocean spreading below, the palace appearing in the distance and growing larger as they approach, becomes tied inextricably to their sense of what it means to be a magical student and to belong to this particular institution. The trust required to climb onto a bird's back and allow it to carry you across miles of open ocean teaches lessons about faith and courage that no classroom instruction could replicate. The daily rhythm of departure and return, the transition between home life and school life, marked by these liminal flights across the boundary between land and sea, create structure that helps young children manage the demands of their education while maintaining connections to family and non-magical aspects of their lives. The transition to boarding status at age 11 marks a significant shift in students' lives and in their relationship with Mahotokoro, representing their readiness to take on greater independence and to immerse themselves more fully in magical study without the daily return to home that provided emotional safety and connection to life outside school. The decision about when individual students are ready to board is made through consultation between school officials, parents, and the students themselves, recognizing that maturity and readiness for independence develop at different rates, and that forcing students to board before they are psychologically prepared would undermine rather than enhance their education. Most students transition to boarding at 11 as planned, but accommodations are made for those who need additional time as day students, or conversely for those who are ready to board earlier than the standard age. The boarding arrangements at Mahotokoro reflect the school's emphasis on discipline and order, with dormitories organized to promote both community and individual responsibility. Students are assigned to rooms based on year and house affiliations that develop during their time at school. Though the Japanese system of houses operates differently from the European model and emphasizes different values and different ways of creating smaller communities within the larger student body. The rooms themselves are simple and elegant, furnished with low beds and minimal decoration, in keeping with aesthetic principles that value negative space and restraint over abundance and ornamentation. Each student has a small area that is entirely their own, space where personal belongings can be kept and where some degree of privacy can be maintained, even while living in close proximity to others. The enchanted robes that students receive upon arrival at Mahotokoro represent one of the school's most distinctive and celebrated features. Magical garments that grow and change in ways that track the students' physical and educational development throughout their years at the institution. The robes are created through enchantment processes that are closely guarded secrets of the school, magic that has been refined over centuries to achieve effects that combine practical utility with symbolic meaning, and that create garments whose properties go far beyond what ordinary magical clothing can accomplish. Each robe is individually crafted for its recipient, attuned to that specific student's magical signature in ways that make the garment uniquely theirs, and that prevent anyone else from wearing it or using it improperly. The growth enchantment ensures that the robes expand in size as the student grows physically, eliminating the need for constant replacements. As children pass through the rapid physical development of adolescence, the magic responds to the wearer's body in real time, adjusting not just overall size but proportions and fit to maintain comfort and proper appearance regardless of how the student's shape changes. A student who experiences a sudden growth spurt will find their robes lengthening overnight to maintain appropriate coverage, while a student whose growth is more gradual will notice the changes only in retrospect when comparing their current appearance to photographs or memories from earlier years. The color-changing property of the robes serves as visible indicator of academic progress and magical mastery, creating a system where every student's level of achievement is immediately apparent to anyone who sees them. The robes begin as faint pink when students first arrive, a color that is deliberately soft and unassuming, reflecting the reality that young magical students are just beginning their journeys and have vast amounts still to learn. As students master the curriculum and advance in their studies, the robes gradually shift through a spectrum of colors that become increasingly vibrant and saturated, passing through shades of coral and salmon and rose as early learning objectives are achieved and foundational skills are mastered. The progression continues through orange and gold as students reach intermediate levels of competency, their robes announcing to the world that they have moved beyond basics and are engaging with more complex and sophisticated magic. The golden color that represents complete mastery of all subjects is rare and precious, achieved only by students who excel in every area of study and who demonstrate not just knowledge, but true understanding and creative application of what they have learned. Students who achieve golden robes are celebrated and honored, their accomplishment recognized as representing years of dedicated effort and natural ability, working together to produce results that set them apart from ordinary competent practitioners. But the color-changing enchantment includes another aspect that is far less celebrated, a warning system that serves both practical and moral purposes in ways that reflect Japanese magical culture's particular approach to questions of appropriate magical practice and social responsibility. If a student's robes turn white, this transformation indicates that they have violated the Japanese wizard's code, either by practicing what European magical traditions would call dark arts, or by breaking the international statute of secrecy that requires magical communities to remain hidden from non-magical observation. The white color is described as a terrible disgrace, a mark of shame that is visible to everyone, and that carries immediate and severe consequences, including expulsion from the school and trial at the Japanese Ministry for Magic. The severity of this system reflects cultural values that place enormous weight on honor, reputation, and conformity to social expectations, understanding that individual actions reflect not just on the actor, but on their entire family, and on the communities and institutions they belong to. A student whose robes turn white brings shame not just upon themselves, but upon their parents, their extended family, their home region, and Mahotakoro itself. The social consequences of such disgrace can be devastating, affecting employment prospects, marriage opportunities, and every aspect of future life in ways that extend far beyond whatever legal penalties might be imposed by the ministry. The threat of white robes serves as powerful deterrent against forbidden magical experimentation and against casual violations of secrecy laws, creating behavioral controls that are more effective than external surveillance or punishment could ever be. The question of how the robes detect violations and what exactly triggers the transformation to white has been debated by magical theorists and ethicists, raising concerns about false positives, about whether the magic can distinguish between violations that are serious versus technical, and about what happens if a student is forced to use dark magic in self-defense or breaks secrecy laws accidentally rather than through deliberate choice. The school maintains that the enchantments are sophisticated enough to recognize intent and context, that they respond only to genuine violations rather than to mistakes or to situations where the student had no real choice. But the lack of transparency about how the magic actually works and the absence of any appeal process once robes have turned white creates anxiety among students who understand that one mistake or one moment of poor judgment could destroy their entire future. The wand tradition at Mahotakoro shows strong preference for cherry wood, a material that is abundant in Japan and that has been used in Japanese magical practice for thousands of years before wands as Europeans understand them became standard tools for magical focus and amplification. Cherry wood is prized for its beautiful grain patterns, for the way it ages and develops character over time, for its combination of flexibility and strength that makes it ideal for the precise control that Japanese magical techniques emphasize. The trees from which wandwood is harvested are often themselves magically significant, specimens that have been cultivated for centuries in temple grounds or in forests that are protected as sacred spaces. Trees that have absorbed magical energy from their environments and from the rituals and practices that have taken place in their presence. The wand cores used in Japanese wand making tend toward materials from creatures native to East Asia rather than the European favorites of phoenix feather, dragon heartstring, and unicorn hair. cores might include feathers from magical birds that live in Japanese mountains, scales from magical serpents that inhabit rivers and lakes, whiskers from magical cats that have served as temple guardians, or other materials whose properties are known to Japanese wand makers, but which have not been widely studied by European magical researchers. The combination of cherry wood and Asian magical creature cores produces wands that are particularly well suited to the types of magic emphasized in Japanese magical education, instruments that excel at precision work and at techniques that require fine control rather than raw power. The academic reputation of Mahotokoro extends far beyond Japan, with the school recognized internationally for producing graduates whose theoretical knowledge and practical abilities place them among the elite of the magical world. The curriculum is demanding in ways that reflect Japanese educational culture's emphasis on mastery through repetition and practice, expecting students to work problems until they can execute them perfectly, rather than moving on once they have achieved mere competence. A spell is not considered learned when the student can cast it successfully most of the time, but only when they can cast it perfectly every time regardless of circumstances or distractions. This standard of mastery requires hours of practice that would seem excessive by European or American standards, but it produces graduates whose technical abilities are extraordinarily reliable and consistent. The focus on astronomy at Mahotokoro reflects both practical considerations about the school's location and deeper philosophical commitments about the relationship between terrestrial magic and cosmic forces. The island's position in the middle of the ocean, far from light pollution that plagues more populated areas, provides exceptional conditions for astronomical observation. The clarity of the night sky and the unobstructed horizons in every direction allow students to observe celestial phenomena with precision that would be impossible at landlocked schools or at institutions closer to cities. The volcanic peak's elevation raises observers above much of the atmospheric interference that can obscure fine details, while the complete darkness that surrounds the island once the sun sets creates conditions that are ideal for studying faint objects and subtle phenomena that might be invisible in locations where ambient light interferes with blind observation. But beyond mere practical advantages, the emphasis on astronomy reflects Japanese magical philosophy's understanding that magic is influenced by celestial movements and alignments in ways that go far beyond simple astrology or divination. The positions of planets and stars affect the flow of magical energy through the world, creating variations in the power and character of spells cast at different times. The phases of the moon influence certain types of magic in ways that are predictable and that can be exploited by practitioners who understand the patterns. Solar activity and stellar configurations that recur on various cycles from daily to centuries long affect everything from the growth rates of magical plants to the behavior of magical creatures to the stability of complex enchantments that depend on environmental magical conditions. Students at Mahotokoro spend hundreds of hours observing and charting celestial movements, learning to recognize patterns and to predict how cosmic configurations will influence magical practice. They study the magical theory that explains these influences, understanding the mechanisms through which distant celestial bodies affect magical energy on Earth, even though they are separated by distances that light takes years or centuries to traverse. They learn to incorporate astronomical timing into their spellwork, understanding when conditions favor particular types of magic, and when attempting certain spells would be futile or dangerous because cosmic circumstances are unfavorable. The depth of astronomical knowledge that Mahotokoro graduates possess makes them valuable consultants for complex magical projects that require precise timing, and their ability to predict optimal conditions for various magical activities gives them advantages in fields ranging from potion making to enchantment work to the casting of long-term protective spells. The reputation for Quidditch excellence that Mahotokoro has built over generations reflects a different aspect of the school's educational philosophy. The understanding that physical skill and coordination are important supplements to theoretical knowledge, and that competition provides opportunities to develop character and resilience in ways that pure academic work cannot replicate. The Japanese approach to Quidditch emphasizes teamwork and strategy over individual heroics, with elaborate set plays and coordinated movements that require perfect timing and communication. Players are drilled endlessly in fundamentals, practicing basic passes and positioning until they become automatic, building a foundation of technical skill that allows for creative innovation when opportunities arise during actual matches. The school teams practice year-round rather than just during the competitive season, maintaining conditioning and refining techniques through constant repetition that mirrors the academic approach to magical study. Players are expected to study recordings of their performances, analyzing what worked and what did not, identifying patterns in their own behavior and in opponents' tactics that might be exploited in future matches. The intensity of training produces players whose technical abilities and tactical understanding are exceptional, and many Mahotokoro graduates go on to play professionally for Japanese national teams or for international clubs that value their discipline and their ability to execute complex strategies under pressure. The cultural emphasis on honor and discipline that permeates every aspect of life at Mahotokoro creates an environment that is simultaneously nurturing and demanding, supportive and unforgiving. Students are held to high standards, not through harsh punishment for failures, but through social expectations and internalized values that make disappointing teachers, parents, or peers feel like personal failure that must be corrected through increased effort and dedication. The goal is not to terrorize students or to make them fear making mistakes, but to cultivate internal motivation and self-discipline that will carry them through challenges and that will guide their behavior even when external oversight is absent. The personal conduct expectations extend far beyond academic performance to encompass every aspect of how students present themselves and interact with others. Politeness and respect in all interactions are not suggestions but requirements, with specific forms of address and behavior appropriate to different social situations and relationships. Students learn the complex web of obligations and proprieties that govern Japanese social life, understanding how to show proper deference to those senior to them while maintaining their own dignity, how to offer and accept help without creating uncomfortable obligations, how to navigate conflicts without causing loss of face for any party involved. These social skills are considered as essential as magical abilities for anyone who wants to function successfully in Japanese magical society, and their cultivation is given serious attention throughout students' years at school. The relationship between Mahotokoro and the Japanese Ministry of Magic is close and mutually supportive, characterized by regular communication and cooperation that serves both institutions' interests. The ministry depends on Mahotokoro to supply well-trained graduates who can fill positions in government service, particularly in departments that require advanced magical abilities, and the kind of discipline and reliability that the school's graduates are known for. The school in turn benefits from ministry support and protection, receiving funding that supplements tuition and donations, political backing when international questions arise about Japanese magical education practices, and access to ministry resources and expertise that enhance the school's educational capabilities. The immediate and severe consequences for violations of magical law or ethical codes that the white robe system represents are backed by ministry enforcement mechanisms that ensure expelled students face not just loss of educational opportunities but potential criminal penalties depending on the severity of their violations. The coordination between school and government creates a system where antisocial behavior is addressed swiftly and decisively, with little tolerance for those who demonstrate that they cannot or will not follow the rules that govern magical society. Critics of this approach argue that it is too harsh and that it does not allow for rehabilitation or for recognition that young people make mistakes as part of their development. But defenders maintain that the clarity and consistency of consequences actually makes the system more fair than approaches where punishment is arbitrary or where some violators escape consequences through social connections or luck. The smallest student body among the 11 great schools creates both advantages and limitations that shape the Mahotokoro experience in distinctive ways. The intimacy allows for personalized attention and for educational approaches that would be impossible with larger numbers of students, with faculty able to know each student individually and to tailor instruction to their particular needs and abilities. But the small size also means limited diversity in perspectives and experiences, with students primarily encountering others from similar Japanese magical backgrounds rather than being exposed to the international mix that characterizes larger schools. The insular quality can be comfortable for students who fit well within Japanese magical culture's expectations, but it can also be suffocating for those whose personalities or interests do not align with the dominant patterns. The fact that Mahotokoro is the only known school in Asia creates interesting questions about how magical students from other Asian countries receive their education, and whether there might be other institutions that serve those populations, but that have not been included in the official list of 11 great schools recognized by the International Confederation of Wizards. China's enormous magical population would seem to require educational institutions beyond what individual families or small private schools could provide, suggesting either that Mahotokoro accepts students from throughout East Asia or that there are Chinese magical schools that operate independently without seeking international recognition. Southeast Asian countries with their own rich magical traditions might similarly have educational institutions that serve local needs without participating in the international system that defines what counts as an official magical school. The possibility that some Asian students might attend Koldovstorets in Russia rather than or in addition to Mahotokoro reflects practical considerations about geography and accessibility, with parts of Northern and Central Asia being closer to the Russian school than to the Japanese one. But cultural and linguistic differences between Japanese and Russian magical traditions might make Koldovstorets an uncomfortable choice for students from Asian backgrounds, creating pressure to either travel the longer distance to Mahotokoro or to pursue education through alternative means that do not involve attending any of the 11 officially recognized schools. The clarity of purpose that defines Mahotokoro's approach to magical education creates an institution that knows exactly what it is trying to accomplish, and that pursues those goals with single-minded focus that produces remarkable results. But that also creates rigidity and lack of flexibility. The school does not attempt to be all things to all students or to accommodate every possible approach to magical learning, but instead offers one very specific and highly refined path that works extraordinarily well for students who are suited to it, but that may be unsuitable or even harmful for those whose learning styles or personalities do not align with the school's methods and expectations. The result is an institution that produces graduates who are exceptionally capable in certain ways, but that may lack the broad perspectives and adaptability that come from more diverse educational experiences. The luminous design of the Jade Palace reflects and reinforces the inner clarity that the school seeks to cultivate in its students, The understanding that magical mastery requires not just knowledge and skill, but mental discipline and emotional control that allow practitioners to maintain focus and precision even under difficult circumstances. The soft green-white glow of the jade creates an environment that is simultaneously calming and energizing, promoting the state of relaxed alertness that is ideal for learning and practice. The beauty of the architecture serves not just aesthetic purposes, but pedagogical ones, demonstrating through physical form the principles of harmony and balance that students are expected to develop in their magical work. The emphasis on magical control and precision that characterizes every aspect of Mahotakoro's curriculum produces graduates who are masters of technique, capable of executing complex spells with reliability that approaches perfection, and that makes them valuable in any situation where precision matters more than raw power or creative innovation. But the focus on control can also produce practitioners who are less comfortable with improvisation or with magical styles that emphasize spontaneity and emotional expression over technical precision. The recognition of this limitation has led some Japanese magical theorists to advocate for greater diversity in educational approaches and for supplementing Mahotakoro's traditional methods with alternatives that might develop different aspects of students' capabilities. As sleep draws you deeper into its embrace, young wizard, let your consciousness float across the Pacific to rest upon that volcanic island where jade glows softly in the darkness. Picture yourself in robes that shift from pink toward gold as you master each lesson, each color change marking progress that is visible to everyone around you and that motivates continued effort and dedication. Imagine standing in the astronomical observatory as night falls, watching stars emerge from the darkening sky, while your teacher points to constellations and explains how their positions influence the magic you will practice tomorrow. Feel the discipline and the honor that permeate every interaction, the understanding that your actions reflect not just on yourself, but on your family and your school and your entire community. See yourself diving from the great storm petrels back into ocean waters, the shock of cold awakening every nerve while teaching lessons about courage and trust that no classroom could convey. The palace glows above you like a beacon, calling you home to rest, promising that tomorrow will bring new opportunities to refine your skills and to move one shade closer to the golden robes that represent mastery and the fulfillment of every expectation that has shaped your journey from the moment you first flew to school on the back of a magical bird whose wings carried you toward your destiny. In the heart of East Africa, where ancient mountains rise toward clouds that seem close enough to touch, and where the very air carries weight of mysteries that predate human memory, there stands the largest wizarding school in the entire world. Uagadou occupies a location in the Rwenzori Mountains of Uganda, a range that has been known since antiquity as the Mountains of the Moon, a name that speaks to their otherworldly quality and to the sense that these peaks exist in some liminal space between earth and sky, between the mundane and the magical, between what is known and what remains forever mysterious, despite centuries of human observation and exploration. The school is carved directly into the mountainside, not built upon the rock but emerging from it, as if the mountain itself had dreamed an educational institution into being, and then manifested that dream through stone and magic, working together in ways that make distinguishing between natural formation and deliberate construction impossible. The edifice that houses Uagadou is described as stunning, even by those who have visited the most magnificent magical structures throughout the world. Architecture that combines the grandeur of natural geological formations with the precision and purpose of human design, enhanced through magical means. The exterior appears as if massive portions of the mountain's face have been carved away to create walls and towers and courtyards, stone removed not through crude excavation, but through techniques that shaped rock as if it were clay, flowing and reforming it into configurations that served educational purposes while maintaining harmony with the mountain's overall structure and character. The surfaces are smooth in some places and deliberately textured in others, creating patterns that may be decorative or that may serve purposes related to the flow of magical energy through the structure or to the astronomical observations that are central to African magical traditions. The mist that surrounds Ouagadougou, and that sometimes grows so thick the school appears to float in mid-air, disconnected from any earthly foundation, serves multiple purposes, both practical and symbolic. The mist provides concealment from non-magical observation far more effectively than would be possible through purely magical means, creating natural camouflage that hides the scale and nature of the carved structure from anyone approaching from below or from distant vantage points where the mountain might be visible. The moisture that the mist carries nourishes the plants that grow throughout the school's courtyards and gardens, species that have adapted to high-altitude conditions and that would struggle to survive without the constant humidity that the mist provides. But beyond these practical functions, the mist creates an atmosphere of mystery and otherworldliness that is appropriate for an institution dedicated to magical education, reminding everyone who approaches that they are entering space where normal rules do not apply, and where the boundaries between possible and impossible are more fluid than in the mundane world below. The age of Ouagadougou is estimated at approximately 1,000 years, making it contemporary with Hogwarts and placing its founding in an era when magical education was beginning to formalize into institutional structures that could survive beyond the lifetimes of individual teachers and that could preserve and transmit knowledge across generations. The founding came during a period of great flowering in African magical traditions, when kingdoms and city-states throughout the continent were reaching levels of sophistication in governance and culture that would not be matched in Europe for centuries, when mathematical and astronomical knowledge in African centers of learning exceeded what was available anywhere else in the world, and when magical practices that had been transmitted orally for millennia were being systematized and recorded in forms that allowed for their preservation and wider dissemination. The founders of Ouagadougou, whose names have been preserved in various forms depending on which linguistic and cultural tradition is telling the story, came from different regions of Africa and brought together magical practices and philosophies that represented the continent's diversity. Some were from kingdoms along the Nile, where connections to ancient Egyptian magical traditions remained strong despite millennia of cultural change and population movement. Others came from West African empires where metalworking had reached levels of sophistication that incorporated magical enhancement of materials, and where the traditions of griots and storytellers preserved historical and magical knowledge through elaborate oral performances. Still others represented Southern African magical traditions that emphasized connection to ancestors and to the land, understanding magic as relationship rather than as tool or weapon to be wielded according to individual will. The diversity of the founding traditions created an institution that was syncretic from its inception, blending different approaches to magic into new forms that were distinctly African, while also being something new that transcended any single cultural source. The educational philosophy that emerged emphasized holistic understanding over narrow specialization, viewing magic as one aspect of a larger web of knowledge that included astronomy, mathematics, philosophy, and practical skills necessary for community survival and flourishing. Students were expected to develop not just magical abilities but also character and wisdom, understanding that power without judgment was dangerous, and that the purpose of education was not merely to create capable practitioners, but to form whole human beings who would use their abilities in service of their communities. The status of Ouagadougou as the only African school to withstand the test of time over the centuries reflects both the strength of its founding and the challenges that African magical communities have faced through periods of dramatic historical change. Other magical schools were founded throughout Africa over the 1,000 years since Ouagadou's establishment. Institutions that served regional needs and that reflected local magical traditions and languages. Some of these schools flourished for centuries before eventually closing due to changes in population patterns, shifts in political power, or loss of the resources and support necessary to maintain educational institutions. Others were destroyed through conflict, whether wars between African kingdoms and empires, or the violence of colonization that disrupted every aspect of African life, including magical education and practice. The survival of Ouagadougou through all these upheavals speaks to advantages that came from its remote mountain location, from the strength of its magical protections, from its connections to multiple African magical traditions that provided resilience when any single tradition might have been vulnerable, and from the dedication of generations of staff and supporters who understood the school's importance and who made the sacrifices necessary to ensure its continuity. The school served as repository for magical knowledge that might otherwise have been lost during periods when oral transmission was disrupted, and when younger generations were prevented from receiving proper education in traditional practices. It maintained networks that connected magical communities across vast distances, providing communication and coordination that helped African magical peoples support each other and resist threats that might have overwhelmed isolated communities. The result of this history and this endurance is that Ouagadougou is recognized not just as one of the 11 great magical schools, but as the largest in terms of student population, serving magical children from across the enormous African continent. The student body represents extraordinary diversity in terms of ethnicity, language, cultural background, and magical tradition, creating an educational environment that is simultaneously unified through shared experience of studying at Ouagadougou and fractured along lines that reflect the enormous complexity of African identity and history. Students come from desert regions and rainforests, from ancient cities and rural villages, from cultures that have maintained continuity for thousands of years, and from populations that have been displaced and scattered by conflicts and economic pressures. The acceptance method employed by Ouagadougou stands as one of the most distinctive and memorable aspects of the school's operation, a process that is described as the most magical and most personally significant way that any student receives notification of their admission to a magical school. The dream messengers who carry these notifications are beings whose exact nature remains somewhat mysterious even to those who have encountered them, entities that may be spirits or may be magical constructs created through enchantments so sophisticated that they approximate life, or that may represent some third category that exists between those poles. The messengers appear to children in their sleep, manifesting in dreams with clarity and vividness that distinguishes them from ordinary dream imagery, and that ensures the encounter is remembered upon waking even by children whose dream recall is normally poor or non-existent. The appearance of the dream messenger is tailored to each individual child in ways that reflect their cultural background and personal psychology, taking forms that will be recognizable and meaningful rather than frightening or confusing. A child from a culture that venerates ancestors might encounter the messenger as a respected elder or as a historical figure known through stories and songs. A child from a region where animal spirits play important roles in religious and magical practice might see the messenger as a creature whose qualities resonate with their own emerging identity and abilities. The messenger does not simply announce admission, but engages in conversation or interaction that provides the child with first glimpse of what magical education will entail, and that begins establishing the relationship between student and school that will shape coming years. The inscribed stone that the dream messenger leaves as token serves multiple purposes beyond simple proof that the encounter was real rather than mere fantasy. The stone is a connection to the school, a physical link that carries traces of Ouagadougou's magical signature, and that can be used in various ways throughout the student's education. It serves as focus for homesickness or anxiety, an object that can be held when facing challenges, and that provides reassurance through its connection to the institution and to the messenger who delivered it. Some students discover that the stone has additional properties that manifest as they develop their magical abilities, becoming tools for specific types of magic, or revealing inscriptions that were not initially visible, but that appear when the student is ready to understand their meanings. The uniqueness of this acceptance method, emphasized by the observation that no other school employs this particular approach to student selection, reflects both the sophistication of Ouagadougou's magic and its philosophical commitments about the relationship between dreaming and waking life, between individual consciousness and larger spiritual or magical realities. African magical traditions have always recognized dreams as spaces where important knowledge can be gained and where connections to ancestors, spirits, and cosmic forces can be experienced more directly than in waking life. Using dreams as the medium for first contact between school and student honors this understanding, while also creating an acceptance experience that is deeply personal and that begins the educational process even before the child sets foot in the mountain school. The emphasis on certain areas of magical study at Ouagadougou reflects both the strengths of African magical traditions and the particular resources and conditions that the school's location provides. Astronomy receives attention that rivals or exceeds what is devoted to the subject at any other magical school in the world, reflecting both practical advantages of the mountain location and theoretical commitments about the relationship between celestial phenomena and terrestrial magic. The elevation of the Rwenzori Mountains places observers above much of the atmospheric interference that can obscure astronomical observations, while the location near the equator provides access to celestial views that include objects visible from both northern and southern hemispheres, a completeness of perspective that is impossible from locations at higher latitudes. The open-air classrooms and observatories that dot the carved structure allow for astronomical instruction that moves seamlessly between theoretical discussion and practical observation, with students able to look up from texts or diagrams to see actual celestial objects and phenomena, rather than relying on representations or delayed observations. The clarity of the African night sky, free from light pollution in the remote mountain location, and benefiting from atmospheric conditions that minimize twinkling and distortion, allows students to see details and to track movements that would be invisible or ambiguous when viewed from less favorable locations. The result is that Ouagadougou graduates possess astronomical knowledge that is both comprehensive and based on direct observation, understanding gained through hundreds of hours of watching the sky, rather than merely reading about what others have seen. Alchemy receives similar emphasis, reflecting African magical traditions that have long recognized the connections between physical substances and magical energies, that have understood how metals and minerals and other materials can be transformed through processes that are simultaneously chemical and spiritual. The alchemical traditions taught at Ouagadougou incorporate knowledge that developed independently of European alchemy, working from different theoretical frameworks and sometimes reaching different conclusions about fundamental questions, while also arriving at similar practical techniques through convergent development. The emphasis is on understanding transformation as universal principle rather than on the narrow goal of creating gold or philosopher's stones, seeing alchemy as lens through which all change can be understood and through which practitioners can learn to facilitate or direct transformations in themselves and in the world around them. Self-transfiguration is perhaps the most celebrated area of Ouagadougou's curriculum, the magical practice that has become most closely associated with African wizarding traditions in the international magical community, and that represents capabilities that witches and wizards from other traditions struggle to match. The ability to transform oneself into animals or into other forms represents the pinnacle of transfiguration, magic, requiring not just technical skill in spellcasting, but deep understanding of the nature of identity and form, the relationship between consciousness and physical embodiment, and the ways that magical energy can be used to temporarily or permanently alter the fundamental structure of living beings. In European magical education, becoming an animagus is considered an advanced accomplishment that most witches and wizards never attempt, and that requires years of difficult and dangerous preparation involving complex potions and precise timing and the risk of permanent physical or psychological damage if anything goes wrong. At Ouagadougou, students begin learning the theoretical foundations of self-transfiguration in their early years, understanding the principles before they have the power or control to actually perform transformations. As they develop magically, and as their understanding deepens through study and practice, they progress to increasingly complex partial transformations, learning to alter specific aspects of their physical form while maintaining overall human structure and consciousness. A student might learn to enhance their sensory abilities by temporarily adopting the ears of a bat or the eyes of an eagle, gaining capabilities that human senses lack while maintaining enough human form to continue functioning normally. They might develop the ability to grow claws or fangs when threatened, defensive modifications that do not require full transformation but that provide protection that unarmed human form cannot match. The progression toward full animal transformation is carefully managed and individually paced, recognizing that students develop at different rates, and that pushing someone to attempt transformation before they are ready can result in disasters that might leave them trapped between forms, or that might cause psychological dissociation as human consciousness struggles to maintain coherence while inhabiting non-human body. But the careful preparation and the emphasis on understanding, rather than mere technical execution, means that Ouagadougou students who successfully complete the curriculum are capable of transformations that would be considered remarkable anywhere in the world, and that by the time they graduate, a substantial proportion have achieved full animagus transformation, at ages when European witches and wizards are just beginning to consider whether to attempt the process. The facility with self-transfiguration extends beyond simple animal forms to include transformations that European magical theory would consider impossible, or that would require magical techniques so advanced that only the most powerful practitioners could hope to achieve them. Students learn to transform themselves into mist or smoke, maintaining consciousness and the ability to perceive their surroundings, while existing in forms that have no solid substance and that can pass through spaces that would be impassable to corporeal beings. They practice becoming light or shadow, transformations that challenge fundamental assumptions about the relationship between physical matter and magical energy. These advanced forms are not achieved by all students, but are presented as possibilities for those with particular aptitude and dedication, demonstrations of what African magical traditions understand to be achievable through proper training and understanding. Wandless magic represents another area where Ouagadougou's curriculum differs dramatically from European magical education, and where African magical traditions demonstrate capabilities that challenge assumptions about the necessity of wands for effective magical practice. The European magical tradition has become so dependent on wands as focusing tools that many European witches and wizards struggle to perform even simple magic without them, viewing wandless casting as inferior alternative to be attempted only in emergencies when wands are unavailable. The wand tradition itself is recognized as primarily European invention that spread to other regions through colonization and cultural influence, but that was not universal across magical cultures before that spread occurred. African magical practitioners developed traditions of wandless casting that predate contact with European magic by thousands of years. Techniques that use gestures, spoken incantations, and manipulation of natural magical energies without requiring physical tools to focus or amplify the practitioner's power. The wandless magic taught at Ouagadougou is not viewed as inferior substitute for wand magic, but as complete system with its own logic and its own areas of particular strength, approaches that are sometimes more effective than wand-based techniques for certain types of magic, even when wands are available. Students learn to channel their magical energy through their entire bodies rather than concentrating it through a single tool, developing awareness of how magic flows through them and how different gestures and movements can shape that flow to achieve different effects. The practical advantages of wandless magic are numerous and significant. A witch or wizard who can cast effectively without a wand cannot be disarmed in the way that wand-dependent practitioners can be, maintaining their defensive and offensive capabilities, even if physical tools are taken from them. The wandless approach allows for more subtle magic that may be harder for observers to detect, because there are no obvious wand movements to signal that spells are being cast, providing tactical advantages in situations where stealth or deception are important. The development of wandless skills also deepens practitioners' understanding of how magic works at fundamental levels, forcing them to develop fine control and awareness that wand users can sometimes bypass through reliance on their tools to handle complexities of magical manipulation. But the wandless tradition is not presented as inherently superior to wand magic, any more than wand magic is presented as obviously better than wandless approaches. Ouagadougou recognizes that wands have genuine advantages as focusing tools, that they can allow practitioners to achieve power and precision that wandless magic struggles to match in certain contexts, and that the wand tradition's dominance in international magical practice means that understanding wand magic has practical value regardless of personal preferences. Students at Ouagadougou are taught wand-based techniques alongside wandless magic, learning both approaches and developing the judgment to recognize when each is most appropriate. The goal is to produce graduates who are flexible and capable rather than ideologically committed to one approach at the expense of others. The architecture of Ouagadougou reflects principles of magical design that differ from European castle tradition while serving similar purposes of creating space that is simultaneously functional and symbolic, practical and inspiring. The open-air courtyards that occupy spaces carved into the mountain or that extend from the main structure on terraces and platforms provide teaching and living spaces that maintain connection to the natural world rather than completely enclosing students within artificial environments. Classes often meet in courtyards where sky is visible overhead and where the sounds and smells of the mountain environment remain present, reminding students that magic is not separate from nature, but is expression of natural forces, and that their education should include awareness of the world beyond classroom walls. The celestial observatories represent some of the most sophisticated magical architecture anywhere in the world, spaces designed specifically for astronomical observation and for magical practices that depend on celestial alignments and that draw power from stellar and planetary influences. The observatories are positioned at various points throughout the carved structure, each offering different perspectives and each designed for observing particular regions of the sky or particular types of celestial phenomena. Some are equipped with magical instruments that enhance observation, devices that magnify distant objects or that filter light to reveal details that would otherwise be invisible. Others are deliberately kept free of any tools or enhancements, spaces where students learn to observe with unaided senses and to develop the kind of direct perceptual abilities that instruments can sometimes diminish. The harmony between the school's design and the surrounding mountain landscape reflects African philosophical understanding of the relationship between human creations and natural world, seeing them not as opposed or in tension, but as potentially complementary when proper respect and understanding guide human activity. The carved structure works with the mountain rather than against it, following natural contours and incorporating existing features rather than imposing geometric regularities that ignore the landscape's character. The result is architecture that feels organic, despite being clearly artificial, spaces that seem to have grown from the mountain through natural processes, even though every surface bears evidence of intentional design and careful execution. The flowing robes worn by Ouagadougou students are made from woven materials that respond to environmental conditions and to the magical energy of the wearer, adapting in ways that provide both practical advantages and aesthetic beauty. The fabrics are created through techniques that combine mundane weaving with magical enhancement, using fibers from plants that grow in various African climates and treating them with processes that make them responsive to temperature, humidity, and magical influences. In hot weather, the robes become lighter and more breathable, allowing air circulation that helps maintain comfort even in intense heat. When temperatures drop, particularly at night, at the high altitude of the mountain location, the same robes become thicker and more insulating, trapping warmth and protecting against cold that could otherwise be dangerous. The responsiveness to magical energy means that the robe's appearance changes based on the wearer's emotional state and magical activity, creating subtle visual indicators of what the student is experiencing or doing. During intense magical practice, or when emotions are running high, the robes might shimmer or seem to move in ways that have nothing to do with physical wind, displaying patterns or colors that reflect the type and intensity of magical energy flowing through the wearer. The effect is not dramatic enough to be distracting, but is noticeable to those who know what to look for, providing teachers and fellow students with information about each other's states without requiring verbal communication. The mastery of transfiguration and elemental magic that characterizes Ouagadougou graduates makes them particularly valuable in fields requiring sophisticated understanding of how magic can shape and transform the physical world. African witches and wizards trained at Ouagadougou have contributed significantly to international magical knowledge, publishing research and developing techniques that have influenced magical practice far beyond the African continent. Their expertise in self-transfiguration has advanced theoretical understanding of the relationship between consciousness and physical form, raising questions and providing insights that have philosophical implications extending far beyond practical magical applications. Their work with elemental magic has demonstrated capabilities that some European magical theorists had considered impossible, challenging assumptions and forcing re-evaluation of what magic can achieve. The role of Ouagadougou graduates in African magical society extends beyond their individual careers to include responsibilities for preserving and transmitting cultural knowledge, for mediating between different magical traditions and communities, for protecting endangered magical species and habitats, and for serving as leaders who can navigate the complex intersection of magical and non-magical worlds. Many graduates work with African magical governments, serving in roles that require both magical expertise and deep understanding of local cultures and histories. Others become teachers themselves, returning to Ouagadougou or working in smaller regional schools that serve specific communities, passing on knowledge and techniques they mastered during their own education. Still, others pursue careers in magical creature conservation or in the protection of magical sites and artifacts, work that requires combining magical abilities with knowledge of ecology, history, and the political complexities of post-colonial Africa. The alumni networks that connect Ouagadougou graduates create webs of relationships that span the continent and extend into international magical communities, providing resources and support that help graduates navigate challenges and that create opportunities for collaboration on projects requiring diverse expertise. Former students maintain connections to the school and to each other through various means, including regular gatherings, correspondence networks, and magical communications that allow for real-time conversation despite vast distances. The networks serve professional purposes by facilitating job opportunities and collaborative projects, but they also provide emotional and social support that helps graduates maintain connection to their educational experiences and to the communities that shape them. The relationship between Ouagadougou and the broader structure of international magical governance is complex and sometimes fraught with tensions that reflect colonial history and ongoing dynamics of power and representation. The International Confederation of Wizards formally recognizes Ouagadougou as one of the 11 great schools, acknowledging its importance and its contributions to magical education. But this recognition exists within a system that was created by European magical governments, and that reflects European assumptions about how magical society should be organized and governed. African magical communities have sometimes found themselves marginalized within this system, their perspectives and priorities given less weight than those of European magical powers, despite Africa's magical populations being larger and despite African magical traditions being older than European ones. Ouagadougou serves as important voice for African magical interests within international forums, providing a platform from which African perspectives can be articulated and advocated for in ways that might not otherwise be possible. The school's reputation and its production of graduates who achieve prominence in various fields give it credibility and influence that individual African magical governments might struggle to achieve on their own. But the burden of representation can also be overwhelming, with Ouagadougou expected to speak for enormously diverse African magical communities, whose interests and priorities sometimes conflict, and who resist being treated as monolithic block that can be represented by any single institution. The enduring magical heritage that Ouagadougou represents and preserves provides continuity through periods of dramatic change, maintaining connections to practices and understandings that might otherwise be lost as modernization and globalization transform African societies, both magical and non-magical. The school serves as living museum and active research institution simultaneously, preserving traditional knowledge while also adapting and developing new approaches that respond to contemporary needs and challenges. Students learn magical techniques that have been practiced for thousands of years, alongside cutting-edge innovations that push the boundaries of what magic can achieve, understanding that tradition and innovation are not opposed, but are complementary aspects of vital magical culture. The symbolic importance of Ouagadougou extends beyond its practical functions as educational institution to encompass its role as representation of African achievement and capability, tangible proof that African magical communities have created and sustained institutions that rival or exceed anything found elsewhere in the world. In contexts where African contributions to human civilization are often minimized or ignored, where colonial narratives continue to shape how history is understood and taught, the existence of the world's largest magical school in the heart of Africa serves as powerful counter-narrative. The school demonstrates that African magical traditions are not primitive or underdeveloped, but are sophisticated systems of knowledge and practice that have produced extraordinary results through thousands of years of development and refinement. Beyond the 7 great schools whose histories and characteristics have been documented with at least some degree of completeness, there exist other magical educational institutions whose details remain shrouded in mystery, protected by secrecy that is sometimes deliberate and sometimes simply the result of limited international contact and the tendency of magical communities to guard their knowledge carefully. The wizarding world's approach to cataloguing and recognizing magical schools has been shaped by European magical governance structures, particularly the International Confederation of Wizards, which established criteria for what constitutes an officially registered school and which maintains records of institutions that meet those standards. But the criteria themselves reflect certain assumptions about what magical education should look like, how it should be organized, and what purposes it should serve, assumptions that may not apply universally across all magical cultures, and that may result in perfectly legitimate educational institutions being excluded from official recognition, simply because they operate according to different models. The existence of 11 officially registered schools has been confirmed by the International Confederation of Wizards Educational Office, the body responsible for overseeing magical education on a global scale and for directing people to their nearest appropriate school when such guidance is needed. The number 11 represents those institutions that have sought registration and that have met whatever requirements the Confederation established for official recognition, but it does not necessarily represent the totality of magical education worldwide. The gaps in geographic coverage are immediately apparent when the 7 named schools are mapped alongside the 4 whose existence is acknowledged, but whose details remain unpublished. Vast regions of the world contain magical populations that must be receiving education through some means, yet no officially registered schools are known to serve those areas, suggesting either that education occurs through alternative structures that have not sought international recognition, or that schools exist, but have chosen to remain outside the formal system that the Confederation administers. Koldovstoret stands as perhaps the most frustrating case of a school that is known to exist and that holds official registration yet about which almost nothing has been publicly disclosed. The school serves the magical population of Russia, a country whose geographic expanse is so enormous that it spans 11 time zones and encompasses territory from Eastern Europe deep into Asia, nearly reaching the Pacific Ocean on its eastern border. The magical population of such a vast territory must be substantial, suggesting that Koldovstoretz would need to be a large institution capable of serving students from dramatically different cultural and climatic contexts, from the European-influenced regions near Moscow and St. Petersburg to the indigenous populations of Siberia, whose magical traditions developed independently of European influences and whose practices may have more in common with Asian or Arctic magical cultures than with the wand-based magic that dominates Western magical education. The name Koldovstoretz itself offers the only real clue to the school's character and purpose, deriving from Russian words that translate approximately as creator of magic or maker of witchcraft, depending on how the component parts are interpreted and combined. The etymology suggests an institution that emphasizes the active creation and manipulation of magical forces, rather than merely the study or contemplation of magic as theoretical subject, implying a practical focus that prioritizes capability and results over abstract understanding. But etymology alone cannot reveal what the school actually looks like, how its curriculum is structured, what methods it employs to educate students, or what philosophical approach guides its operations. The name hints at certain priorities but leaves almost everything of substance unknown. The decision by the author of the broader Harry Potter universe to include Koldovstorets in the official list of 11 registered schools, but to decline to publish additional information about it, represents an unusual choice that has generated considerable speculation and creative response from fans who want to imagine what Russian magical education might entail. The lack of official details has been interpreted variously as indicating that the school's operations are particularly secretive even by the standards of magical institutions, that its methods or curriculum include elements that would be controversial if widely known, that the author simply did not have time or interest to develop Russian magical culture in the same detail as other regions, or that leaving the school mysterious was a deliberate choice to preserve some aspects of the magical world as fundamentally unknowable and to resist the impulse to document and explain every detail of a fictional universe that is more interesting when it retains some mystery. The fan-created details that have emerged to fill the void left by official silence represent creative attempts to imagine what a Russian magical school might be like, while acknowledging that these details lack canonical authority and fames represent speculation rather than established fact. The proposed location on or beneath Lake Ladoga draws on the real geography of northwestern Russia, where this enormous freshwater lake has played important roles in Russian history and culture for more than a millennium. A school hidden within or beneath such a lake would face interesting magical and practical challenges related to the aquatic environment, requiring enchantments to create habitable spaces underwater or to carve chambers into bedrock beneath the lake, while preventing flooding and maintaining breathable air. The water itself might serve protective functions similar to the way the Black Lake protects Hogwarts, creating barriers that are difficult to cross without proper authorization, while also providing resources for students studying aquatic magical creatures or water-based magic. The speculation about house systems at Koldovstorets substituting courts for houses and using colors like coral, pink, turquoise, and amber represents an attempt to imagine how Russian magical culture might adapt the organizational structures that have proven effective at schools like Hogwarts, while giving them distinctively Russian character. The court terminology might reflect historical Russian governance structures, or might simply represent linguistic preference for different vocabulary. The chosen colors do not obviously connect to Russian cultural symbolism in ways that the Hogwarts house colors connect to their respective founders' values, suggesting either that the fan creators selected them arbitrarily, or that they represent meanings that are not immediately apparent to those unfamiliar with Russian magical traditions. The one canonical detail that exists about Koldovstorets beyond its name and registration status is simultaneously mundane and remarkable, revealing something about the school's character, while raising as many questions as it answers. Students at Koldovstorets play Quidditch while flying on entire uprooted trees rather than on broomsticks, a modification to the sport that suggests either tremendous magical strength on the part of Russian witches and wizards, or sophisticated levitation charms that make maneuvering such massive objects practical, despite their size and weight. The choice of trees over broomsticks might reflect cultural preferences rooted in Russian folklore and tradition, where forests have played central roles in stories and in the national imagination, where trees have been imbued with spiritual significance and have served as symbols of endurance and connection to the land. The practical implications of playing Quidditch on flying trees are considerable and suggest that the Russian version of the game must differ significantly from the standard form played elsewhere in the wizarding world. Trees are far larger and heavier than broomsticks, lacking the maneuverability and speed that make conventional Quidditch such a fast-paced and dynamic sport. Players mounted on trees would need to anticipate movements well in advance, since changing direction or speed would require overcoming substantially more inertia than broomstick riders face. The trees would also make collisions far more dangerous and potentially devastating, turning accidents that might result in minor injuries on broomsticks into events that could cause serious harm to players who find themselves caught between massive wooden trunks, traveling at high speeds. But the use of trees might also create opportunities for teamwork and strategy that standard Quidditch does not accommodate. If multiple players can mount a single large tree, the sport might involve coordinated actions by groups rather than being purely individual, with players working together to maneuver their shared platform while executing plays that require precise timing and communication. The greater mass and stability of trees compared to broomsticks might allow for different types of plays, perhaps enabling players to collide deliberately with opponents' trees to disrupt their movements, or to use the bulk of their mount as mobile barrier that blocks access to goal hoops or that protects their own keeper from opposing chasers. The detail about tree-based Quidditch also raises questions about where Coldovstoret students obtain their flying trees and how they maintain them. Uprooting entire trees presumably requires significant magical effort and presumably kills the trees in the process, unless Russian magic includes techniques for keeping uprooted trees alive, maintaining their bark and branches in healthy condition while they serve as flying vehicles. The logistics of storing dozens or hundreds of trees for student use would be substantial, requiring space that could accommodate their size and magical facilities that could maintain whatever enchantments keep them flying. The cultural and environmental implications of regularly uprooting trees for sporting purposes might create tensions with forest conservation efforts, or with traditions that view trees as sacred or that object to their casual destruction for recreational activities. Despite the mystery surrounding most aspects of Coldovstoritz, the school's students have been observed at international magical events, suggesting that the institution participates in the broader wizarding world, even if it maintains secrecy about internal operations and specific practices. The Russian students who appear at these events are described as traveling in tight-knit disciplined groups, maintaining cohesion, and following what appears to be established protocol for how to present themselves and interact with witches and wizards from other countries. The discipline might reflect military-style organization within the school, cultural values that emphasize collective identity over individualism, or simply careful preparation for international appearances by administrators who understand that their students' behavior will be interpreted as representing Russian magical culture generally. The fact that Coldovstoritz has never formally participated in the Tri-Wizard tournament, despite being one of the officially registered schools, is notable and potentially revealing, suggesting either that the school has chosen not to participate for reasons of its own, or that it has not been invited by the organizers who select which 3 schools will compete in each iteration of the tournament. The absence might indicate political tensions between Russian magical governance and the international bodies that administer the tournament, concerns about how Russian students' performance might be received given stereotypes or prejudices about Russian magic, or simply lack of interest in a competition that has historically been dominated by Western European schools, and that might seem irrelevant to Russian magical education's priorities and values. The speculation about whether students from other parts of Asia might attend Coldovstoritz reflects the geographic reality that vast portions of Central and Northern Asia have no identified magical schools, despite certainly possessing magical populations that require education. Kazakhstan, Mongolia, the various nations that emerged from the Soviet Union's dissolution in Central Asia, even parts of China that are closer to Russia than to Japan. All represent territories whose magical students might logically attend Russian magical schools if no local alternatives exist. But the cultural and linguistic differences between Russian and Asian populations, combined with historical tensions and ongoing political complexities in the region, might make Koldov's an uncomfortable or unwelcoming environment for Asian students, even if geographic convenience suggests they should attend. The existence of an Australian magical school has been confirmed by the author of the Harry Potter universe as part of the 11 officially registered institutions, but like Koldov's, it has never been named or described in any detail that would allow for understanding its character or operations. The confirmation itself is significant because it establishes that magical education exists to serve the populations of Australia, New Zealand, and potentially the broader South Pacific region, an area that encompasses enormous ocean distances, punctuated by island chains and archipelagos, where relatively small magical populations might be scattered across vast geographic expanse. The school's unnamed and undescribed status creates a blank space in the map of global magical education that invites speculation about how magical traditions developed in this region and how they were affected by European colonization. The indigenous magical traditions of Australia are among the oldest continuous magical practices anywhere in the world, developed by Aboriginal peoples whose connections to the land stretch back more than 60,000 years, according to archaeological evidence, and far longer according to traditional knowledge that understands time differently than Western, linear historical frameworks. The magical practices that emerged over such enormous spans of time would have been shaped by the unique characteristics of Australian geography and ecology, by the spiritual and cultural frameworks that Aboriginal peoples developed, and by the necessities of survival in environments that range from tropical rainforests to the vast arid interior where water is scarce and where knowledge of how to find resources becomes literally a matter of life and death. European colonization of Australia brought dramatic disruption to Aboriginal communities, both magical and non-magical, imposing foreign systems of governance and education, and attempting to suppress indigenous practices that were viewed as primitive or threatening to colonial order. The magical school that serves Australia today, whatever its name and wherever it is located, would necessarily exist within this complex and painful history, raising questions about whose traditions it preserves and teaches, how it relates to Aboriginal magical knowledge, and whether it has earned the right to teach practices that do not belong to European colonizers, and how it navigates the legacy of colonization that continues to affect every aspect of Australian society, including magical communities. The speculation about the school potentially drawing on Aboriginal magical traditions reflects hopes that Australian magical education might be more respectful and inclusive of Indigenous knowledge than non-magical Australian. Education has historically been that the magical school might represent a space where Aboriginal and European magical traditions could be taught alongside each other with genuine respect for both. The incorporation of Aboriginal practices would necessarily include deep engagement with concepts of connection to country, the understanding that land is not mere resource or property, but is living presence with which humans exist in reciprocal relationships, that ancestors remain present in the landscape and can be communicated with through proper protocols, that the dreaming or dreamtime represents a dimension of reality that coexists with everyday waking life and that contains stories and knowledge essential for understanding how the world works and how to live properly within it. The potential role of elemental weather magic in Australian magical education reflects the continent's dramatic weather patterns and the importance of understanding and predicting weather in environments where droughts, floods, bushfires, and cyclones represent existential threats to human communities. Aboriginal magical traditions include sophisticated understanding of meteorological patterns and techniques for reading subtle signs in the natural world that indicate coming weather changes, knowledge that was developed over tens of thousands of years of careful observation, and that proved essential for survival in climates that could be harsh and unforgiving. European magical weather prediction and manipulation would bring different theoretical frameworks and different techniques, potentially complementing Aboriginal knowledge or potentially conflicting with it depending on how the two systems relate to each other and whether their underlying assumptions about the nature of weather and the ethics of influencing it are compatible. The magic of Pacific Islander cultures that might be incorporated into the Australian school's curriculum would represent yet another set of traditions, distinct from both Aboriginal Australian and European practices, developed by peoples whose lives revolved around ocean navigation and who created some of the world's most sophisticated non-instrumental navigation techniques, reading stars and wave patterns and bird behaviors, to traverse enormous distances across open ocean to reach islands that were invisible beyond the horizon. The magical dimensions of Pacific Islander navigation remain largely unknown to European magical researchers, but they presumably involve techniques for sensing direction and distance through magical means, for communicating across vast oceanic spaces, for protecting voyagers from storms and dangerous sea creatures, and for finding resources on islands that might appear barren but that yield food and water to those who know how to look and ask properly. The question of whether the Australian school is a single large institution or a network of smaller regional schools reflects the practical challenges of serving a continent whose inhabited areas are separated by vast distances and whose magical populations are likely concentrated in cities along the coasts, while also including isolated communities in rural and remote regions. A single, central school would require students to travel enormous distances, either relocating for the school year or spending hours each day in magical transportation that would be exhausting and would limit the time available for actual education. But multiple regional schools would face challenges of standardization and resource allocation, ensuring that students in all locations receive comparable education despite potentially having access to very different facilities and faculty. The two additional schools whose existence is confirmed by the total of 11 registered institutions, but whose locations and characteristics are completely unknown, represent the greatest mysteries in the landscape of global, magical, education, blank spaces that could be filled with almost any imaginable content without contradicting established canon. The speculation about possible locations tends to focus on regions that are not obviously served by any of the named schools and that possess substantial populations that would require educational institutions. The Middle East represents one such region, home to ancient civilizations and magical traditions that developed independently and that influenced European magic through various historical contacts, including the Islamic Golden Age, when scholars working in Arabic preserved and expanded Greek and Roman knowledge, including magical texts and practices. A Middle Eastern magical school would presumably draw on traditions that include Persian, Arabic, Turkish, and potentially Hebraic magical practices, representing diverse cultural and religious frameworks that have sometimes existed in tension or conflict, but that have also experienced periods of synthesis and mutual influence. The magic would likely emphasize different branches of study than European schools prioritize, perhaps placing greater weight on alchemy given the Islamic world's historical contributions to chemistry, on astronomy, given the sophisticated observatories and astronomical instruments that Islamic civilizations developed, On mathematics, given the invention of algebra and the preservation and expansion of mathematical knowledge during periods when European mathematical learning had contracted. Southeast Asia represents another region whose magical populations are not clearly served by any named school, and where magical traditions would reflect the enormous cultural and religious diversity of the region, the influences of Hinduism and Buddhism and Islam alongside indigenous animist practices, the history of powerful kingdoms and empires that controlled maritime trade routes and that developed their own approaches to statecraft and cultural expression. Magical education in Southeast Asia might emphasize different relationships between humans and magical creatures, given the region's extraordinary biodiversity, might incorporate techniques developed for operating in tropical climates where humidity and temperature create different challenges and opportunities than temperate or cold regions, might reflect the importance of water and rivers and ocean, in a region where maritime connections have always been more important than land routes for long-distance communication and trade. Central Asia, the vast region stretching from the Caspian Sea to China and from Russia to the borders of South Asia, represents territory that has been historically significant as the crossroads where East met West, where trade routes connected Mediterranean civilizations with Chinese and Indian cultures, where empires rose and fell, and where diverse peoples interacted and influenced each other's cultures. The magical traditions of Central Asia would reflect this role as meeting place and transmission route, potentially synthesizing elements from European, Middle Eastern, South Asian, and East Asian magical practices into distinctive forms that cannot be easily categorized as belonging to any single tradition. The nomadic pastoral cultures that have dominated much of Central Asian history would have developed magical practices suited to their lifestyles. Portable magic that could be practiced without permanent infrastructure, techniques for working with horses and other livestock, methods for finding water and safe passage through terrain that could be treacherous for the unprepared. But the speculation about additional schools and their locations remains exactly that, speculation without canonical foundation, attempts by fans and by those who want to imagine a more complete magical world to fill in blanks that have been deliberately or accidentally left unfilled. The appeal of these unknown schools lies partly in their mystery, in the understanding that the magical world is larger and more diverse than what has been documented, that there are corners and cultures that remain unexplored, and that might contain wonders or terrors that would challenge assumptions about what magic is and what it can accomplish. The blank spaces on the map represent possibilities, invitations to imagine alternatives to the European-centered magical world that dominates the source material, opportunities to think about how magic might manifest in cultures whose values and priorities differ from Western frameworks. Beyond the officially registered schools, there exist numerous smaller institutions and alternative educational structures that serve magical communities throughout the world, reflecting the reality that the 11 great schools cannot possibly accommodate every magical child, and that many families and communities prefer approaches to education that differ from what large centralized institutions provide. The speculation about additional schools in Africa beyond Ouagadougou recognizes the continent's enormous size and diversity, the reality that a single school, even if it is the world's largest, cannot adequately serve populations separated by thousands of miles and by profound cultural and linguistic differences. Regional schools in Ethiopia or Nigeria or other African countries with substantial magical populations would provide education that is more closely connected to local traditions and that can be delivered in local languages by teachers who understand regional contexts and who can incorporate local knowledge into curricula. These smaller regional schools might operate without seeking registration with the International Confederation of Wizards, either because they do not meet the Confederation's criteria for official recognition, or because they choose to remain independent of a system that they view as reflecting colonial power dynamics and European assumptions about how education should be organized. The lack of official recognition does not necessarily indicate inferior education or lack of legitimacy, but might simply reflect different priorities and different relationships to international magical governance. A school that serves a specific indigenous community and that teaches traditional magical practices that have been preserved for centuries might have no interest in international recognition and might actively resist pressure to standardize its curriculum or to adopt European educational structures as the price of official status. The role of homeschooling in magical education has been explicitly acknowledged as the choice that the majority of magical families make worldwide, preferring to educate their children at home rather than sending them to formal schools, whether large centralized institutions or smaller regional establishments. The reasons for this preference vary depending on cultural context and individual family circumstances, but they include the desire to maintain close family bonds and to ensure children are raised with specific values and practices that parents fear might be diluted or contradicted by school environments. The practical difficulties of accessing schools that might be far from home and that might require separation from family for extended periods. The expense of tuition and associated costs that some families cannot afford, and sometimes the belief that magical education is inherently a family matter that should be kept within kinship networks rather than delegated to institutions run by strangers. Homeschooling allows for highly individualized education that can be paced according to each child's development, and that can emphasize areas where they show particular aptitude, while providing extra support in areas where they struggle. Parents who are themselves accomplished witches or wizards can provide instruction that is tailored to their child's specific needs and learning style, potentially offering superior education compared to institutional settings, where teachers must divide attention among many students and where standardized curricula cannot accommodate individual differences. But homeschooling also has limitations and risks, particularly if parents lack comprehensive magical knowledge, or if they transmit narrow or incorrect understandings to their children, if family dynamics include dysfunction or abuse that would be more visible in school settings, or if children are isolated from peers and miss out on the social development and relationship building that school environments facilitate. The correspondence courses mentioned as alternatives to formal schooling represent another approach to magical education that serves families and students for whom attending residential schools is impractical or undesirable, but who also want more structured education than pure homeschooling provides. Correspondence courses would presumably involve receiving instructional materials and assignments through owl post or other magical delivery methods, completing work independently or with family assistance, and submitting completed assignments for evaluation and feedback from professional educators who might be located anywhere in the world. The correspondence model allows students to receive expert instruction while remaining at home, provides structure and accountability that pure homeschooling might lack, and offers access to specialized knowledge that parents might not possess, particularly in advanced subjects or in areas that require specialized equipment or materials. The cost considerations that make correspondence courses attractive in smaller countries that cannot support their own schools reflect economic realities that affect magical communities just as they affect non-magical populations. Establishing and maintaining a school requires substantial resources, including physical facilities that can accommodate students safely and that provide appropriate spaces for different types of instruction, ongoing funding to pay staff salaries and to purchase supplies and materials, administrative capacity to manage admissions and curriculum, and all the other aspects of institutional operation, and enough students to make the enterprise viable. Countries with small magical populations might have too few students to justify a dedicated school. even if the geographic distances involved make accessing schools in neighboring countries impractical, creating situations where families must choose between inadequate local options and unaffordable or logistically impossible foreign schooling. The Educational Office of the International Confederation of Wizards serves as clearinghouse and information provider for families navigating these complex decisions, maintaining records of registered schools and their locations, providing guidance about which schools serve which regions, and potentially offering assistance with placement or with accessing alternative educational resources for families in underserved areas. But the office's effectiveness and its accessibility to ordinary magical families, as opposed to those with wealth and connections, remain unclear, and it is entirely possible that many families make educational decisions without ever interacting with international magical governance structures, and without receiving any guidance beyond what they can gather from local knowledge and from whatever information networks exist within their communities. The understanding that magical education takes many forms and operates through many different structures worldwide, that the 11 great schools represent only one model among many possible approaches, enriches the picture of the magical world and makes it more realistic by acknowledging diversity and complexity rather than imposing false uniformity. The magical world does not limit itself to what has already been written or what has been officially documented, but extends beyond those boundaries into spaces of possibility where different traditions continue to develop and where new approaches continue to emerge in response to changing circumstances and changing needs. The blank spaces on the map, the unnamed schools, and the alternative educational structures represent not absences but presences that have not yet been fully explored, invitations to imagine what else might exist beyond what is already known. When one steps back from the particulars of individual institutions and considers the global landscape of magical education as a coherent whole, patterns emerge that reveal both the universality of certain educational necessities and the profound diversity of approaches that different cultures have developed to meet those shared needs. The 7 named schools, and the 4 whose existence is acknowledged, but whose details remain mysterious, represent not merely a collection of isolated institutions, but a network of educational philosophies and practices that collectively shape how young witches and wizards throughout the world come to understand magic and their relationships to it. The similarities that exist across these schools, despite vast differences in geographic location and cultural context, suggest that certain aspects of magical education respond to fundamental requirements that transcend particular traditions, while the differences demonstrate that even universal needs can be addressed through remarkably varied means that reflect local values, available resources, and historical experiences. The core subjects that appear in curricula across virtually all formal magical schools, whether explicitly documented or reasonably inferred from the general requirements of magical competence, constitute a kind of universal foundation upon which more specialized or culturally specific education can be built. Transfiguration, the magical discipline concerned with altering the fundamental properties and forms of objects and living beings, appears to be taught everywhere that magical education occurs in institutional settings, though the specific emphasis and the theoretical frameworks used to explain how transfiguration works may vary considerably. European schools tend to present transfiguration as a matter of imposing human will upon matter through carefully structured spells and wand movements that force physical reality to conform to the caster's intentions, an approach that reflects broader Western philosophical traditions about the relationship between mind and matter and about human dominion over the natural world. African magical traditions, as taught at Ouagadougou by contrast, appear to approach transfiguration more as a matter of cooperation with the inherent mutability of matter, understanding that all things contain the potential to become other things, and that the magical practitioner's role is to facilitate transformations that are already latent, rather than to force changes that violate the nature of what is being transformed. The practical techniques might produce similar results. A cup transformed into a rat, regardless of whether the theoretical understanding emphasizes domination or facilitation, but the different frameworks shape how students think about what they are doing and what the ethical implications of their actions might be. A student who views transfiguration as violent imposition of will might approach it differently than one who sees it as gentle encouragement of natural potential. And those different approaches might manifest in subtle variations in how the magic feels and operates, even when the surface outcomes appear identical. Charms, the vast category of magic that adds properties to objects or beings without fundamentally changing their nature, similarly appears in magical education worldwide, but with variations in what aspects receive emphasis and how the underlying principles are explained. The European tradition tends to categorize charms systematically according to their effects and their mechanisms, creating taxonomies that allow students to understand relationships between different spells and to predict how modifications to known charms might produce new effects. The emphasis is on accumulating a repertoire of useful spells and on developing the theoretical knowledge necessary to innovate when existing charms prove inadequate for specific purposes. Asian magical education, as practiced at Mahotokoro, appears to place greater weight on precision and control in charm work, valuing the ability to cast known charms perfectly rather than emphasizing innovation or the development of entirely new spells, reflecting broader cultural preferences for mastery through repetition and for perfection of technique over creative experimentation. Potions, the discipline that combines ingredients according to precise formulas to create mixtures with magical properties, would seem to require similar approaches, regardless of cultural context, given that the chemical and magical interactions involved should operate according to consistent principles. But even here, significant variations exist in terms of which ingredients are emphasized, which preparation techniques are considered standard, and what theoretical frameworks are used to explain why particular combinations produce specific effects. European potions instruction tends to follow recipes with minimal deviation, emphasizing the importance of exact measurements and precise timing, and treating potion making as a science that yields reliable results only when procedures are followed without improvisation. South American magical education at Castelobruxo, with access to Amazonian ingredients that European potion makers can obtain only with difficulty and at great expense, teaches approaches that emphasize understanding the properties of available materials and adapting recipes to accommodate substitutions when ideal ingredients cannot be obtained, producing a more flexible and intuitive approach to potions that values practical results over strict adherence to canonical formulas. Defense against the dark arts, despite the variations in its name, and the significant differences in how different schools define what constitutes dark magic and what constitutes appropriate defense, appears universally in magical curricula because every magical community faces threats from hostile magic and dangerous creatures and recognizes that students must be prepared to protect themselves. But the specific content of defense instruction varies dramatically depending on what threats are considered most likely and most serious in particular regions and cultures. European schools, shaped by centuries of conflict between dark wizards and those who opposed them, tend to emphasize defense against curses and hexes cast by human opponents, teaching counter curses and shielding techniques that assume the primary danger comes from other witches and wizards with malicious intent. African schools like Ouagadougou, operating in environments where dangerous magical creatures are abundant and where human magical populations are more dispersed, appear to place greater emphasis on defense against non-human threats and on techniques for avoiding confrontation rather than on winning magical duels. The International Statute of Secrecy, which requires magical communities to remain hidden from non-magical observation and which carries severe penalties for violations, creates shared concerns across all magical schools regardless of their other differences. Every institution must prepare students to navigate the boundary between magical and non-magical worlds, teaching them when magic can and cannot be used, how to avoid detection by non-magical people, what to do if secrecy is accidentally breached, and why the separation between magical and non-magical populations is considered necessary, despite the limitations and complications it creates. But the specific interpretations of what the statute requires and what risks it addresses vary considerably, reflecting different historical experiences with persecution and different contemporary relationships between magical and non-magical communities in different regions. In countries where magical populations are relatively large, and where magical governance structures are well established and confident in their ability to maintain secrecy, the statute might be taught as a practical necessity that creates inconveniences, but that is not particularly burdensome. In regions where magical communities are smaller and more vulnerable, where memories of persecution remain vivid even after centuries, or where non-magical governments possess technological capabilities that make magical concealment more difficult than in previous eras, the statute might be presented as a matter of survival that requires constant vigilance and that shapes every aspect of how magic can be practiced. The variations in emphasis and tone reflect genuine differences in the stakes involved and in the consequences that breaches might bring. The approaches to concealment and protection from non-magical observation that different schools employ demonstrate considerable creativity and adaptation to local circumstances, with each institution developing methods that work for its particular setting and that reflect available magical knowledge and resources. Hogwarts uses enchantments that make the castle appear as ruins to non-magical observers, a relatively straightforward approach that relies on altering perception rather than creating physical concealment. Beaux-Batons in the Pyrenees benefits from remoteness and from terrain that makes casual approach difficult, supplementing these natural advantages with magical protections that reinforce the tendency of non-magical people to avoid the area. Castelo Bruxo in the Amazon uses the jungle itself as primary concealment, understanding that the rainforest's density and the practical difficulties of penetrating it provide better protection than any purely magical measures could achieve, while also maintaining the school's philosophical commitment to working with nature rather than imposing human will upon it. The variations in how magical education addresses climate and geography reflect the practical reality that magic must be practiced in diverse environments that present different challenges and opportunities. Schools in tropical regions must teach students to cope with heat and humidity that can affect concentration and that can make certain types of physical activity dangerous if proper precautions are not observed, while also taking advantage of the year-round growing seasons and the biological diversity that tropical climates support. Schools in cold climates must prepare students for harsh winters and for the ways that extreme cold affects both magic and the mundane aspects of daily life, while also teaching them to appreciate the particular beauties and opportunities that winter brings. The specific magical creatures that students study and the specific plants that they cultivate in herbology classes necessarily vary depending on what species are native to each region or can be successfully maintained in the local climate. The house systems, or alternative organizational structures that schools use to create smaller communities within larger student bodies, reflect different assumptions about what aspects of student identity should be emphasized and how competition and cooperation can most effectively be balanced to promote both individual development and collective well-being. Hogwarts houses, which sort students according to valued personality traits and which create communities that students belong to throughout their school years and often maintain connections to long after graduation, emphasize the importance of shared values and complementary strengths. Understanding that witches and wizards with different aptitudes and approaches must learn to work together effectively. The system creates intense house loyalties and rivalries that can be problematic when they harden into prejudice or when they prevent students from forming friendships across house boundaries. But it also provides structure and belonging that helps students navigate the challenges of growing up in a large institutional setting. Ilvermorny's approach to houses, which allows students some agency in selecting their house when multiple houses claim them during sorting, reflects American cultural values that emphasize individual choice and self-determination, alongside recognition that external judgments about where people fit are not always accurate or complete. The system acknowledges that students may possess qualities that would make them suitable for multiple houses, and that their own understanding of their identities and aspirations should carry weight in determining which community they join. The result is potentially greater satisfaction with house placement and reduced likelihood of the resentment that can occur when students feel they have been mischaracterized or confined to roles that do not reflect their self-understanding, though it also creates the possibility that students might make choices based on surface considerations rather than deep self-knowledge. Schools that do not use house systems at all, or that organize students according to principles other than personality traits or valued qualities, demonstrate that the house approach is not the only viable way to create community within larger institutions. Beauxbatons appears to organize students more by year and by academic focus than by houses in the Hogwarts sense, creating cohorts that progress through the curriculum together and that develop bonds based on shared experiences of particular classes and teachers. The approach might produce less intense tribal identification than house systems generate, but might also promote greater flexibility in social relationships and greater willingness to interact across whatever divisions do exist. The question of which approach better serves educational purposes and student well-being likely depends on cultural context and on what specific goals the institution prioritizes. The competitive elements that appear in various forms across different schools, whether house point competitions, Quidditch tournaments, academic rankings made visible through color-changing robes, or other mechanisms that create public recognition of achievement, and that motivate students through desire for honor and fear of shame, reflect shared human psychological tendencies while manifesting in culturally specific ways. Competition can be a powerful motivator, pushing students to work harder and to develop their abilities more fully than they might, without the pressure and the rewards that competition provides. But competition also creates stress and can damage self-esteem when students internalize failure, or when they define their worth primarily through comparison to others, rather than through appreciation of their own growth and development. The balance between competitive and cooperative elements in magical education varies across schools and reflects broader cultural values about individualism versus collectivism, about whether excellence is best cultivated through inspiring students to surpass each other, or through encouraging them to support each other's development. Schools that emphasize individual achievement and that celebrate students who distinguish themselves through exceptional performance create environments where ambition and drive are rewarded, but where those who struggle may feel isolated or inadequate. Schools that emphasize collective success and that measure achievement partly through how well students help each other learn create more supportive environments, but may inadvertently discourage exceptional students from reaching their full potential if they feel pressured to hold themselves back to avoid making peers feel inadequate by comparison. The uniform traditions that exist at most magical schools serve purposes beyond mere identification, functioning as symbols of institutional identity and as mechanisms for creating equality or for displaying hierarchy depending on how they are designed and used. Uniforms that are identical for all students, regardless of family, wealth, or social status, can help minimize visible class distinctions and can create sense that students are fundamentally equal members of a shared community, though they cannot eliminate the underlying inequalities that students bring with them from their home environments. Robes that change color to reflect academic progress, as at Mahutukoro, make achievement and advancement constantly visible and create public accountability that may motivate some students while creating anxiety for others who feel that their struggles are on perpetual display. The aesthetic choices reflected in different schools' uniforms communicate values and create associations that become part of students' identities and their relationships to their institutions. Bose Baton's pale blue silk robes communicate elegance and refinement, associating the school with cultural sophistication and with attention to beauty that extends beyond purely functional concerns. Durmstrang's blood-red robes and fur cloaks communicate strength and fierceness, creating associations with martial values and with willingness to embrace harsh conditions rather than softening them through excessive comfort. Castellabruxo's bright green robes with their geometric patterns in multiple colors connect students visually to the rainforest environment and to indigenous artistic traditions, making the uniforms themselves statements about the school's relationship to its location and to the cultural heritage it draws upon. The cultural emphases that manifest in different schools' curricula and teaching methods reflect the values that particular societies place on different types of knowledge and different ways of knowing. Schools in societies that value formal education highly and that view academic achievement as primary path to success and social mobility tend to emphasize theoretical knowledge and examination performance, measuring students' progress through standardized tests and formal assessments that produce rankings and credentials. Schools in societies that value practical skills and hands-on learning alongside or instead of abstract theoretical knowledge tend to emphasize application and demonstration of capabilities in realistic contexts, understanding that the ability to perform magic effectively matters more than the ability to explain the theoretical principles that underlie magical phenomena. The role of physical training and athletic competition varies considerably across schools and reflects different assumptions about the relationship between body and mind in magical practice. European schools generally treat physical conditioning as secondary to magical development, assuming that what matters primarily is magical power and control rather than physical strength or endurance. Durmstrang's emphasis on physical training represents an exception that is viewed as somewhat eccentric by other European institutions, though its effectiveness in producing graduates who can maintain magical performance under physically demanding conditions validates the approach even if it is not widely imitated. Asian schools like Mahutukoro appear to take physical development more seriously viewing body and mind as interconnected aspects of a unified whole rather than as separate domains that can be developed independently. The integration of indigenous magical traditions into formal school curricula, attempted with varying degrees of success and authenticity at institutions like Ilvermorny and Castellabruxo, raise complex questions about cultural appropriation, about who has the right to teach knowledge that belongs to specific communities, and about how traditional practices can be transmitted in institutional settings without being stripped of the context and meaning that make them more than mere techniques. The tensions between preservation and appropriation, between making knowledge accessible and respecting the sovereignty of the communities that developed and maintain that knowledge, create dilemmas that have no easy solutions and that require ongoing negotiation and relationship building between schools and the indigenous communities whose traditions they wish to incorporate. The question of when indigenous magical practices should be taught only to members of the communities that developed them, and when they can appropriately be shared more broadly, parallels similar debates in non-magical contexts about cultural knowledge and intellectual property. Some indigenous practitioners take the position that their magical knowledge is sacred and should never be taught to outsiders regardless of the circumstances, that sharing traditional practices with those who have not been raised within the culture inevitably leads to misunderstanding and misuse that damages the traditions and harms the communities that depend on them. Others believe that selective sharing with respectful students from other backgrounds can help preserve traditions that might otherwise be lost and can build bridges between communities that need to work together to address shared challenges. The effectiveness of magical education, whether measured by student satisfaction, by graduate career success, by contributions to magical society, or by other metrics, is difficult to compare across institutions that operate in different cultural contexts and that serve different purposes. A school that produces graduates who go on to positions of power and influence in government or international magical organizations might be considered successful by some standards, but might be viewed as failure if it does not adequately prepare students for the full range of roles that magical societies need people to fill, including those that are less prestigious but equally or more essential. A school that emphasizes mastery of traditional practices and maintenance of cultural continuity might produce graduates whose knowledge is invaluable to their home communities, but who struggle to function in international magical contexts where different assumptions and different techniques prevail. The movement of students between countries for magical education, whether through formal exchange programs or through individual family decisions to send children to schools outside their home regions, creates opportunities for cross-cultural learning and relationship building, while also raising concerns about brain drain and about whether magical education serves to reinforce existing power dynamics or to challenge them. Students who study abroad gain exposure to different magical traditions and different approaches to problems, developing flexibility and adaptability that can be valuable in an increasingly interconnected magical world. But if the flow of students is primarily from less wealthy or less prestigious schools toward more established institutions in Europe or North America, the pattern reinforces hierarchies that position European and American magic as superior, and that devalue the traditions and knowledge of other regions. The question of what constitutes quality in magical education and whether universal standards can or should be applied across different cultural contexts animates much of the tension within the International Confederation of Wizards BIMES educational office and within broader debates about magical education policy. Some argue that certain fundamentals of magical competence can be objectively measured and that all schools should be held to minimum standards that ensure graduates possess capabilities necessary for functioning safely in magical Society, regardless of what additional, culturally specific knowledge they may acquire. Others contend that attempts to impose universal standards inevitably privilege particular cultural approaches and particular types of knowledge while devaluing alternatives that may be equally valid, but that do not conform to frameworks developed by and for European magical traditions. The role of language in magical education carries both practical and symbolic significance, determining what linguistic resources students must acquire to access knowledge, and what messages are communicated about whose languages and whose cultures are valued. Schools that teach exclusively or primarily in a single language create advantages for native speakers of that language, while potentially disadvantaging or excluding those who must learn in a language that is not their mother tongue. Multilingual schools that instruct in several languages or that provide translation support create more inclusive environments, but face challenges in ensuring that instruction is equally effective across languages, and that no linguistic group is systematically disadvantaged. The preservation of magical knowledge in less commonly spoken languages, particularly indigenous languages that may have small speaker populations and that face pressure from dominant languages, represents both educational and cultural challenge. If magical schools teach only in widely spoken languages like English or Spanish or Mandarin, students may lose fluency in ancestral languages, and the magical knowledge that is encoded in those languages may become inaccessible to future generations. But teaching in languages with small speaker populations creates practical difficulties in terms of finding qualified instructors and creating educational materials. And students who receive instruction only in minority languages may struggle to participate in international magical contexts where dominant languages prevail. The cost of magical education and the question of who can access formal schooling shapes which students have opportunities to develop their abilities fully and which may be limited by economic circumstances to whatever education their families can provide without institutional support. Schools that charge tuition fees, even if those fees are modest by comparison to the actual costs of operating educational institutions, create barriers for families living in poverty who may struggle to afford even small expenses beyond basic necessities. Schools that offer scholarships or that operate without charging tuition make education more accessible, but must secure funding from other sources, whether from government support, from wealthy donors, or from endowments that have been built up over time through accumulated gifts and investments. The question of whether magical education should be treated as a public good to be provided freely to all magical children, or whether it can appropriately be treated as private service that families must pay for, reflects broader political and philosophical disagreements about the nature of social obligations and the role of collective institutions in ensuring equal opportunity. Those who advocate for universal free magical education argue that society as a whole benefits when all magical children receive proper training, that untrained magic poses dangers to both magical and non-magical communities, and that restricting education to those who can afford it perpetuates inequality across generations. Those who defend fee-based education argue that families should take primary responsibility for their children's education, that free provision creates dependency and reduces the quality of services provided, and that private institutions can innovate and respond to student needs more effectively than government-funded schools constrained by bureaucracy and political interference. The relationship between magical schools and magical governments varies considerably across different countries and regions, reflecting different assumptions about the proper role of state authority in education and about whether schools should be primarily accountable to families and students or to broader societal needs as defined by political authorities. Schools that operate with substantial government funding and oversight may benefit from resources and political support that independent institutions lack, but they may also face pressure to conform their curricula and their practices to government priorities that may not align with educational best practices or with the needs and preferences of students and families. Schools that operate independently with minimal government involvement enjoy greater freedom, but may struggle to secure adequate resources and may lack the political protections that government backing can provide. The future of magical education faces challenges and opportunities shaped by changing demographics, by technological developments in the non-magical world that create new requirements for maintaining secrecy, by climate change that affects the environments where schools operate and the ecosystems they depend on, and by evolving social attitudes about questions of identity and belonging and justice. The magical population worldwide appears to be growing as birth rates remain stable or increase while mortality has declined due to improvements in magical medicine, creating pressure on existing educational institutions to expand capacity or creating opportunities for new schools to be established in regions that currently lack adequate access to formal education. The development of new magical techniques and the discovery or creation of new magical creatures and plants create requirements for curriculum updating that may be difficult for traditional institutions with established ways of doing things. Schools must balance the value of preserving knowledge and practices that have proven effective over long periods against the necessity of incorporating new information and preparing students for a world that is different from the one in which their teachers were educated. The tension between tradition and innovation, between honoring what has come before and adapting to present circumstances, creates ongoing debates about what should be taught and how, about which aspects of historical curricula remain relevant and which have become obsolete. The increasing interconnection between previously isolated magical communities, facilitated by improvements in magical transportation and communication, creates both opportunities for cultural exchange and learning and risks of conflict as different traditions encounter each other and compete for influence and recognition. Students who graduate from schools that prepare them to work effectively with witches and wizards from different backgrounds, who teach them to appreciate diverse magical traditions and to communicate across cultural divides, will be better positioned to thrive in an increasingly globalized magical world. But globalization also threatens to homogenize magical practices, potentially leading to the loss of distinctive traditions, as locally specific knowledge is displaced by international standardized approaches that are more widely recognized and more easily transmitted across linguistic and cultural boundaries. The preservation of magical diversity, the maintenance of multiple distinct traditions and approaches, even as magical communities become more interconnected and more aware of alternatives to their own practices, represents both a challenge and a value that many recognize as worth defending. The magical world is richer and more interesting because different cultures have developed different ways of understanding and working with magical forces, because the same problems have been solved through varied means that reflect local resources and local philosophies. Losing this diversity through the dominance of a single approach or through the gradual convergence of all traditions towards some standardized middle ground would impoverish magical practice and would eliminate options that might prove essential for addressing future challenges that cannot yet be foreseen. And so our journey draws to its peaceful, close, young witch, young wizard, as we return from distant mountains and remote islands, from jungle temples and jade palaces, from castles perched on Scottish highlands and fortresses hidden in northern ice. We have traveled together through 7 named institutions and touched upon mysteries that remain veiled, exploring the vast tapestry of magical education that stretches across every continent and encompasses traditions as old as human civilization itself. Each school we visited was shaped by its landscape and its culture, from Hogwarts rising ancient and magnificent from Scottish moors to Castello Bruxo breathing with the Amazon that surrounds it, from Beauxbatons gleaming elegant in mountain light to Durmstrang standing harsh and uncompromising in northern cold, from Ilvermorny embodying American dreams of inclusion to Mahautakoro glowing luminous on its volcanic peak, from Ouagadougou carved into the mountains of the moon to those schools that remain unnamed and unexplored, holding their secrets close. There is no single best school, no one correct path to magical mastery, only different roads that wind through varied terrain toward destinations that each student must discover for themselves. Tomorrow's witches and wizards are being shaped in all these places, learning spells in a dozen languages, practicing techniques that reflect 1,000 different traditions, preparing to take their places in a magical world that is richer and stranger and more wonderful than any single perspective could capture. As sleep claims you completely now, let yourself rest in this understanding, knowing that magic lives everywhere, that humans have learned to recognize and work with it, that education continues in forms both formal and informal, that the work of nurturing magical talent and passing wisdom from one generation to the next proceeds without pause across every time zone and every culture. Dream of these schools and the students who inhabit them, and wake tomorrow with expanded sense of how vast and various our magical world truly is, how many ways there are to learn and grow and become the witch or wizard you were meant to be. Rest well, and may your dreams carry you to places even more remarkable than those we visited together tonight, to schools that exist only in imagination but that feel as real as stone and just as enduring.